So I think it's becoming in all possible terms to ensure that we start on time, since all our panelists are here and we have a healthy quorum of attendees as well. So while we wait for the others to come in, I think it's prudent to make a start. So please allow me to formally welcome all of you to the purpose why we are congregated here today, the Green Hydrogen Conclave, known by its acronym the GH2 Conclave, which would be delving deep into the subject, of course, as the name suggests, but with a specific focus on policy, financing, and contracting, which is the micro theme for the mega theme of green hydrogen today. So just a quick flavor of what we have lined up and the genesis. We have 7 carefully curated panel discussions in adherence to the theme, all of which will address very specific areas of expertise in this particular field. And we have the most eminent panelists. We are blessed to have the most eminent panelists who would be addressing this. And hopefully, as a culmination of the proceedings of the day, we all go away enriched, motivated, and empowered to embrace green hydrogen in its entirety, which in turn plugs into the larger agenda of decarbonization and sustainability, which is something we owe to ourselves and to the future generations. So that's a quick background to what's there on offer. We have a small documented change which is already reflected in the agenda that all of you are carrying in your hands. This has been necessitated by the schedule of our Honorable Union Minister Shri Gadkari ji, who will be joining us in a short while. But in the interests of time, we will swap his inaugural session with the documented first panel discussion on the National Hydrogen Mission. So we start with the NHM panel right now, and then we will follow it with the session that was to be helmed by Mr. Gadkari. That is in terms of this short documented change. Just a quick genesis into the conference. So green hydrogen is a subject that has captured everyone's imagination, needless to say. That's why we're all here, bound by our interest in the subject. But again, I must put on record that the conduct of this particular event has been motivated, blessed, and spurred on by Mr. Gadkari himself. The choice of date and the choice of city was actually conveyed to us by him, and that is where our event chair, Mr. Manish Panchal, our knowledge chair, Mr. Shardul Kulkarni, and me, on behalf of the organizing team, we were given the mandate to set up this event. So it was done in a very compressed time frame of 2 months, but there were times when we thought it might not happen because 2 months is a challenging time for an event of this stature. But thanks to all of your faith, thanks to the faith of the panel members, we were able to get this, and that's the result of it is our congregation here. So once again, we put our deep appreciation on record for all of you and for all of those who have made this event happen financially, content-wise, and otherwise. So having established that particular background, I do not want to stand between you and the content which I have, by my own admission, shared that it's going to be very rich and exciting. So before we start the panel, a few housekeeping instructions. Please keep your phones on silent mode. Let's respect the decorum for the day and the stature of the speakers. Safety precautions have been taken adequately in the hotel that we have. We will play a safety video for you later, but just be assured that you're in the safe environment of the hotel, which has taken care of all safety measures in this particular case. A reminder that we do have a few display areas, and the program and the event has been structured in such a way that you have ample networking opportunities amongst each other and also with those who are bearing these display areas. So please use your day judiciously. We have enough breaks in between. It will culminate in a dinner which all of you are invited to. So having established all of this, please allow us to get started. And it is my absolute pleasure to invite our panelists for this first particular session on the National Hydrogen Mission, its implementation and implications. Beginning with our session chair, Shri Shailesh Haribhakti. Sir, if you could please step up. He is the chairman of Shailesh Haribhakti and Associates, one of the foremost chartered accountancy firms specializing in ESG, and he will bring his wealth of experience to the table today. Thank you, sir. We were to have Mr. Bhupinder Balla from the Secretary of the MNRE joining, but that's the nature of it, as they were pulled out into other commitments, so he will not be able to join us. But we do have Dr. Vibha Dhawan, the Director General of TERI. Ma'am, if you may please join us. Dr. Nina Fenton from the Europe Investment Bank. Thank you. Mr. P.K. Banerjee, the Executive Director of SIAM, the Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers. So, thank you once again, everyone. And, sir, I leave it in your able hands to please conduct the session over the next 1 hour. Well, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is indeed a very, very important day in all our lives, because maybe we are going to set our minds on pathways which will dramatically alter the way that we live, that we consume the air that we breathe, and consume the water, the clean water that we drink. Because green hydrogen is as essential as that statement. So let's take a look at where we are in our country's history. 4 of the 5 most populated cities in the world happen to be in India. And 6 out of 10 of the top most polluted cities are also in India. That is a fact that we need to change in a big hurry. Why has that happened? It has happened simply because, by historical accident, the human race discovered coal, oil, and gas before they discovered their own ability to convert what they were every day using, water, H2O, to something, a fuel that they could actually use without having pollution. And they also, the human race, didn't discover solar and wind. So if we can create an atmosphere or an energy mix which is driven entirely by solar, wind, battery as a connector, and green hydrogen as the ultimate prize to be obtained, we can alter the course of these 6 cities of our country, which find themselves in the list of the 10 most polluted cities on earth. Let's see what macro environment has evolved around this proposition. The green hydrogen mission is an amazing initiative by the Government of India. The Government of India expects, and I know that this is being monitored on a almost day-to-day basis at the highest levels in the government, that we must have 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen by 2030. We should have the hubs which will ensure, 8 hubs which are planned, to make sure that the hydrogen that is actually generated will get distributed and will be available and ready for consumption by users at a price that makes sense. We have a encouragement through a productivity-linked scheme to make sure that electrolyzers will be built to scale. We have experimented already with the transport sector, and the very first hydrogen truck became visible and drove on Indian roads in April this year. So we have a hydrogen mission which is being tracked, which is being well funded. We also have SITE program, which is going to encourage the creation of proofs of concept or projects which will actually build towards creating the whole ecosystem that must support green hydrogen. With these two combined together, we were fortunate to have a whole lot of enterprises, both in the public and private sector, putting their hands up to say that we will make vital contributions. All of us are familiar with the announcements that were made by Reliance at one of their AGMs just a year and a half ago, where a large commitment to green hydrogen was made, and a massive gigafactory is coming up as we speak, with the objective of delivering to India a affordable, democratized access to green hydrogen. We also had major European companies making commitments to participating in and investing in, together with Indian partners. Adani Total combination is the other large private sector player which is wanting to put its stake down in this whole build out of the ecosystem for hydrogen. Of course, all the PSUs in the oil and gas sector have put up their hands and are making huge efforts to make sure that the green hydrogen mission actually delivers to its purpose, and that we will have at scale not only the manufacturing, but the storage, the transportation, the end-use availability, and the infrastructure to make sure that refueling can happen in a manner that there will be no breakdown in the smooth flow of transport. I was asking Mr. Banerjee as to whether there is a particular date in the future calendar where more EV vehicles will be made than IC vehicles. And he said that that only crystal ball gazing exercise can tell us. But I would like to venture a bet today that if we, just imagine what has happened. It's just one data point which strikes me as phenomenal. 60% of all two-wheelers that were manufactured in the past few years were EV. All driven by the FAME 1 and FAME 2 subsidies. Now, if that kind of intervention can result in that massive adoption in one sector, it's just an harbinger of what can be done if the right policy intervention, the right international availability of money, and all of that becomes available. So it's an extremely exciting phase in our history. We need to dramatically alter the course of the way that we've allowed our cities to get polluted, and all of us have bearing the brunt of it, really, in terms of the health impact that it has on each and every one of us. So I would love to deliver at the end of this 1 hour a absolute commitment from all of us sitting in this room that we will make India the capital of utilization of green hydrogen, because we will create superabundant, low-cost, democratized power using solar and wind, which are abundant in India. And we will utilize very rapidly the sources of battery that India has recently discovered up north in Jammu and Kashmir and in Rajasthan. And so, with that objective in mind, let me turn to the wonderful panel we have today. And may I turn to you first from Terry, because it's that whole segue into how can we get a better environment for all of us to live and breathe in.
Thank you so much, and introducing the subject so well that we are, really speaking, in a crisis situation. We all have realized that climate change which we thought was a threat, is a reality, and consequences are far greater than what was perhaps even predicted in IPCC reports. The other fact, which you very rightly brought on the table, that we are a highly populous country. We keep on saying that per capita emissions or per capita use of energy is low, but the moment we convert it into density, how much is per unit area, and also it's a growing economy and people's aspirations surely are going to go up, and so is our consumption pattern. So as a country, in terms of emissions, we still haven't peaked up. And challenges are there because we are a growing nation, development must take place, but on the other hand, that also gives us a lot of opportunity. Because as a country, we still have to develop the infrastructure and thus have the option of going green. And unlike many other countries, because see, if we look at, it's very difficult to change something which is already existing. You can't break it and then reconstruct it. But over here, it's the first time that we have to construct. It's a young nation, and therefore we have young workforce, very innovative minds and hardworking individuals. So while we are talking of technology, yes, technology does exist, but there is also scope to invent or improve upon that technology. And that is where perhaps as a country we are moving away from technology transfer to technology co-inventors in the international arena as well. Now, if I come to hydrogen, and that's the subject of discussion today, it's definitely, it shows that the government is committed towards it. The initial outlay for the mission, which is 19,744 crores, include an outlay of 17,490 crores for the site program, 1466 CR for pilot projects, 400 crores for R&D, and 388 crores towards other mission components. And while NRE is the nodal ministry, they also have an empowered group, which unlike many other projects where it becomes responsibility of one particular ministry, here it is that all the users' ministries, their secretaries are part of this empowered group. So in a way, it is that all the energies are channelized in this very direction. At TERI, we have conducted a detailed study on the potential role of hydrogen in India, and that report was released by Dr. Rajiv Kumar, the then Vice Chairman of the Niti Aayog, in December 2020. And this report clearly indicates that the demand for hydrogen in India can grow fivefold, at least fivefold by 2050. And further, by 2030, it was estimated that the cost of green hydrogen from renewables may fall by more than 50%, and that is, it will come down to $2 per kg. And there, at that stage, it will start to compete with hydrogen from fossil fuels, that is hydrogen produced from natural gas through the steam methane reforming route. However, recently, some of the Indian corporates have reported that the cost of green hydrogen will come much below $2 a kg before the turn of this century and this decade. And this is really a great news for the Indian energy sector. And we all are aware that the cost of green hydrogen depends on various factors like price of RE, capital cost on electrolyzers and other auxiliary equipment, operational costs, and so on. One thing which I would like to bring, and something you should debate on, that for 1 kg of hydrogen production, we require, with the present technology of electrolyzer, about 9 liters of water and about 39 kilowatt hour of electricity. So it also puts, in a way, what we need to think is, do we have that much of desalinated water available? Where are we going to get that water from? That will also dictate where the hydrogen hubs should be set up. And similarly, renewable energy, do we have that much of space? Yes, we have solar energy, but solar panels do require a lot of space. And also a sort of research which should go on improving the efficiency of solar panels, and somewhere, how are we going to treat that waste? We are calling hydrogen definitely a clean technology, but then for the production of solar panels, do we have adequate ingredients available, minerals available that will go into their preparation? And what is our plan to discard that huge waste which will be generated over years? Well, it is that we should be mindful, and therefore research in that direction should go simultaneously. But the fact remains that we need energy to develop as a country. The infrastructure, we are talking of 2/3 of the infrastructure yet to be built, and therefore we need technologies. Solar or renewable are enough, but they are very good, but they are not on for like steel and cement sector and so on. That is where they are inadequate, and we have to go for technologies like hydrogen. And for this very reason, government has given a lot of incentives at the production stage, and the hydrogen mission itself shows that there is a commitment from the government side. For the green hydrogen production and electrolyzer manufacturing, they are part of the ambitious strategic interventions for green hydrogen transition program, commonly called SITE, which is implemented by Government of India and MNRE and other supporting documents. Also to mention that according to the green hydrogen, green ammonia policy, if the production facility is commissioned before June 2025, the government prioritized connectivity to the ISTS, that is Interstate Transmission System, and provide free transmission for 25 years. So that is basically that first mover's advantage. And all these incentives are going to help support the ecosystem for green hydrogen production in the country. The PLI schemes launched for electrolyzers will likely be a game changer and a step in the right direction for scaling up green hydrogen production and achieve competitive market price. For achieving the best results, I think the scheme may initially be open to size and capacity of electrolyzers without restriction, so that the country can establish its domestic manufacturing capacity in a quick span of time. And this would also help stabilize the electrolyzers prices across the capacities and ensure market development and make green hydrogen cost competitive. I must say that the present electrolyzer production globally is far less than what India requires alone. And therefore, we have no other way than to have our own capacities and production within the country. The utilization of hydrogen at consumer end involves high safety requirement and strict guidelines. And since hydrogen is stored and distributed at a high pressure, which again requires precision control and handling. For bottom of the pyramid consumer from the private sector, who are essentially small and medium users, it would be technically challenging and economically unviable to adopt necessary infrastructure and safety guidelines for hydrogen utilization, owing to their lack of technical capacity, capabilities, and skilled manpower to maneuver hydrogen infrastructure. Instead, this sector should explore viable alternatives to hydrogen, like electrification of the thermal processes. Of course, this is something, again, which needs to be very carefully considered, because while we talk of we discussed about Adani, Reliance, they are going in a big way. But India, as a country of small and medium enterprises, we also have responsibility to give them cleaner fuel, cleaner energy, and the alternatives. Either we make the technical competence to the level that they can also use it, or we also provide them cleaner energies for their operations. We have done some studies in sectors like foundry, secondary steel production, in which thermal processes that use fossil fuel can easily be electrified. And as the grid would become green in the coming years, the electrification of thermal processes will contribute significantly to decarbonization of these sectors. Hence, in my view, pilot projects on green hydrogen should be prioritized for those applications and sectors where it makes maximum impact. For example, steel sector, that is sponge iron, DRI sector, fertilizers, green ammonia, petrochemicals, long distance transport, shipping, and so on. Here I'd like to mention that TERI has recently established, with support of Ministry of Ports and Shipping, National Center of Excellence on Green Ports and Shipping, and we are going to work on the possibility of using hydrogen in the ships and associated infrastructure, including possible use of trucks so that the ports also becomes green. The Green Hydrogen Mission proposes pilot projects for replacing fossil fuels and fossil fuel-based feedstocks with green hydrogen and its derivatives. And this already includes sectors like steel, long-range heavy-duty mobility, energy storage, shipping, and so on. And pilot projects will help identify operational issues and gaps in terms of current technologies, readiness, regulations, implementation, methodologies, infrastructure, and supply chains. They can also be supported in other areas, including emerging technologies for green hydrogen production, including for biomass, and here again, the use of microbes for producing hydrogen through agriculture residue is one such thing, and a lot of work even TERI has done and other organizations are doing. Large-scale storage of hydrogen, and these perhaps can be diversified across technological options to ensure capacity building and experience across the green hydrogen value chain. Under the second phase of Green Hydrogen Mission, it is also proposed to undertake pilot projects in other potential sectors like railways, aviations, and so on. And R&D activities can be scaled up for continuous development of products. The second phase activities will surely enhance penetration across all potential sectors to drive deep decarbonization of the economy. So thank you very much for your attention.
Vibhaji, you have brought up so many big points. You've brought up the idea of waste to wealth. You've brought up the idea of biomass and how we can enhance the agricultural economy by producing, for example, at Barsana, the large project that is under implementation is going to give us biomass at scale. And we are seeing across the country a large number of pilot projects actually coming up. So what is happening is that there is the need to finance this entire catalytic thrust that has been given by the 19,744 crore boost by the government of India. And we have Nina from the European Investment Bank, and I was trying to get from her what is financeable and what is it that the European Bank will bring to India's table in terms of financing some of these well-constructed projects. Nina, can I request you to give us some insights? But before that, let me recognize the amazing contribution and the learnings that we have from Europe in this entire area, particularly from Norway, who has supported this particular seminar so well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, and good morning, everyone. I'm really honored to be here today and to have the chance to say a few words about green hydrogen and why the European Investment Bank thinks that it is indeed financeable but what we would like, to see happen so that we can start moving towards some of these concrete projects. But let me start by really applauding the National Green Hydrogen Mission and the government for bringing this forward, because our Norwegian friend over here reminded me earlier this morning that green hydrogen is not new. Actually, this was an idea that was out there, that was being tried, that was working before we went down the wrong path with the oil and the coal. But sadly, where we stand today, there is nothing, right? This is a completely new industry, basically. So I think that the Green Hydrogen Mission is extremely ambitious, actually, because it's about really, it's an act of imagination to see how we can, what would it mean for India to take global leadership in this very new sector, and really being brave enough to go all out and to say, we stand behind this and we're going to push for it. And I think practically it took a lot to bring that forward. So I understand that it took, reaching agreement between something like 12 ministries who are all involved, and I think that's a really impressive strength of purpose behind it. And EIB, as the EU Climate Bank, we see this ambition, and that's why we want to back it. Because we see, Dr. Devan talked about the climate crisis, we see that today, we see it in Europe, and we see it in South Asia, and that's why we're very serious about climate. We're already excluding all forms of fossil fuel from our financing globally and ramping up our investments in renewables and climate resilience. But we see that really it's only by bringing in green hydrogen into the mix, alongside batteries and other energy storage solutions, that we have really any hope for a truly sustainable path for the harder to abate sectors like industry, like construction, and potentially for some parts of long-distance transport. And that's crucial because in the EU, just like in India, we want a future where we see decarbonization, where the world doesn't burn, but where those sectors can still flourish, right? So where we can still deliver goods, where we can still have construction, where we can still have industry, where we can still have economic development. And I really find, it hard to imagine that happening if we don't make a success of green hydrogen. And in Europe, we also find it hard to imagine that happening by ourselves, right? There's a lot that we can do. We have certain technologies. Many countries in Europe and the European Union are working hard on this, but we can't go it alone. And we believe that India is going to be a very important partner. Because at the end of the day, you have some of the world's best renewable resources here and in the neighboring countries that India cooperates very well with. And under the National Solar Mission, you have really proven what can be achieved with clean energy. And you've built up the expertise, the experience, and the energy to do that. So, we really think that adding green hydrogen can allow India to take that to the next level by transforming, I see it really as a very rich patchwork of kind of slightly intermittent natural resources providing energy into, a system, a world-leading clean energy system that really, covers all the needs. So I think that's the vision that we can see here, and it's something that will boost India's economy, but also benefit the EU. And that's, at the end of the day, we're all selfish. That's why we're here, because we all benefit. All countries benefit when one country decarbonizes. EU firms already are seeing opportunities to partner with India. Some of that was mentioned, and there will only be more in future to learn from each other and to work together. And because we all hope to benefit from India taking a part in a diverse and therefore resilient global supply chain. So, we are really, really keen to get behind this, and we're ready to do our bit as a bank. We have offered already 1 billion in financing to make that available as a first step to support the Green Hydrogen Mission, subject, of course, to Indian government and EIB internal approvals. And I think that's important because at the moment we see very tight global financing conditions, and what we want to do is really to pass on our financial advantage as a AAA borrower. We're not seeking to make a profit for ourselves, we're seeking to pass that financial advantage on with good rates to get behind some of these projects. And some of those funds, for example, we're already thinking about how we can use them to invest in renewable energy capacity, because that has to be boosted. If we want to talk seriously and credibly about green hydrogen, there has to be an enormous investment there. And we're talking with existing partners and potentially new partners about doing that. And looking particularly, for example, at new sources of energy that have perhaps not been so much exploited that can complement solar, right? So, For green hydrogen to really take off, we need the supply to be 24/7, so we need to start thinking seriously about offshore wind, more onshore wind, and about energy storage solutions. So I feel very optimistic that that's something we can do already to make a contribution. But of course, you know, we're ambitious, we would like to go further, and we would like to be more innovative and really push the envelope. For example, by starting to finance some of these pilot projects that we've heard about today, for electrolyzers, for green hydrogen production, for derivatives like green steel, green ammonia, or even to put finance behind integrated hubs, because we've seen in Europe that this can be a really good way of, you know, solving some of the coordination issues in such a new sector by bringing together the midstream, the upstream, the downstream players. So I think that's where we would like to be. We see it as a powerful way of moving ahead. But, you know, as of today, we have nothing to announce, right? So it's clear that we're not there. So just a couple of words from me on what I think needs to happen so that we and others move towards really scaling up those initiatives. I'm not a technical expert, and, you know, I sit beside, you know, one of the very foremost technical experts. So, you know, I'm a banker, and what I can talk about is risk. And when I look at the green hydrogen, what I see is that there's still a lot of uncertainty in the industry. And I think this presents an opportunity by reducing the uncertainty around just a few of the key parameters. I think that is something that can really start to catalyze these big investment flows into some of these more cutting-edge projects. And I think when I talk about uncertainty, I talk about regulatory uncertainty, of course, uncertainty around the offtake, around the prices, and of course, still some residual technical uncertainty, notably around, you know, how exactly do we integrate this into energy supply chains. The green hydrogen mission has, I believe, gone a long way towards reducing the uncertainty for the private sector and for the public undertakings, because it's given this kind of strong signal of government backing. You know, the word of the Indian government is worth a lot, and I think we do see, probably in this room, a lot of actors who are willing to take a leap of faith already on that basis. So, you know, some of the big schemes were mentioned. I think some of these large companies are willing to put their corporate balance sheet behind this and to really start with some of these big projects. And we also see players starting to come together. You know, we work with the Indian Hydrogen Alliance, and we see some of those players talking about concrete initiatives. You know, how can we start? Where can we invest? How do we come together? So a lot's happening already, but I also have the sense that some companies, and maybe particularly the smaller companies who don't have these huge corporate balance sheets, are waiting for more certainty, to see some kind of crucial guidelines, to see numbers. You know, they want to understand what exactly are the incentives in the early years, you know, to move this forward? What are the mechanisms going to be to determine the prices? Who's going to be doing that? Which are the technical standards that we need to achieve to make sure that, you know, this gets certified as green hydrogen and we can export it? So I think there's a number of things that, you know, really can be clarified that will allow some of those players to come in. And I think that's actually really important. Earlier I heard the word democratization, and also Dr. Dhawan talked about, you know, India being a country powered very much by these SMEs. I'm coming from Germany, where also sort of the middle-sized companies play, you know, a really strong role. And I think with something as complex as green hydrogen, we're going to need all of those players to be really, really involved. And I think, you know, moving ahead on this stuff, giving the certainty will help to make that happen. And I know that that's something that's in progress. I know MNRE is really taking a lead on this, working with a lot of ministries. And it's happening, and, you know, that's what we really hope to see going forward. And MNRE, of course, in this is not alone, right? So, you know, it's a lot of work to coordinate with all these ministries, but that's also a source of support. And I think they have some very strong internal partners. So Terry, for one, you know, really taking a lot of the knowledge that they have already, a lot of the knowledge that's been built up from the solar industry as well, and a lot of international partners. So, you know, today we see Norway very well represented, and Germany also supporting. From the side of the European Union, you know, there have been a lot of discussions, a lot of visits here, and from you know, the Indian counterparts to Europe about how exactly can we best share information, exchange around standards, etc. So I think there's a lot of potential, and I think by working together, and I think today is, one step towards that, I see a very bright future, and hopefully avoiding this climate crisis and the world burning. So, let's work.
Thank you very much, Nina. That was so articulate. Thanks for the tremendous confidence that you have expressed in the green hydrogen mission and all the pronouncements of the Government of India. I can assure you that for the first time on the ground, we are seeing massive collaboration, great working together. The bureaucracy, the political establishment, the industrial establishment are all coming together because we believe that the only way for India to enjoy per unit 80 paisa, we call it, power, is if we bring renewables and green hydrogen to life. Thank you. With that, we turn to somebody who represents the most potent sector where green hydrogen can be utilized, the automobile sector. And I'd love to hear from Mr. Banerjee how the automobile sector is gearing up to actually become a scaled up power user of hydrogen, green hydrogen.
Good morning, distinguished panelists on the dais, distinguished guests, international experts, ladies and gentlemen. Representing automobile industry, I know ESG chair Mr. Haribhakti knows how to stimulate the interesting debate, and he posed the question, when is the D-Day for all the ICE engine to be changed to electric vehicles? To my mind, this is a very interesting question. When we look at the change which is happening around us, it's a disruption. But the three important challenges which particularly India faces is energy security, the climate change related commitments, and third is air pollution. So we have 22 cities out of 30 most polluted one. And all the three actually challenges are to be tackled in the form of one of the important sector, transport sector, apart from industrial, which is the higher energy consumption sector. Decarbonization is the priority. And there, if you look at, we have electrification, biofuel initiatives, we have a circular economy end-of-life vehicle, and of course the gasification, or you can say gas-based mobility in form of CNG, LNG, and then hydrogen. So hydrogen is one of the very important mission for India, because India missed the internet revolution, we missed the computer revolution, and this is the time I think India wished to proactively take its rightful position in hydrogen economy. And therefore this green hydrogen mission has been launched. Since the time Professor Kasturi Rangan was there, as hydrogen board was created under Mr. Tata, we have been involved in utilization of hydrogen in transportation sector, and we are very happy to inform you that Indian transportation sector is rightfully moving towards sustainable mobility goals, and hydrogen is definitely in its radar. Started with way back in 2005 in hydrogen ICE application utilization, moved to hydrogen fuel cell, and today both the options are being equally pursued. Now the question is at what pace, at what stage, and with what interest we will be able to move. So participation of mine here, I feel it's very, very relevant, and I am privileged because the title of this today's conference is Green Hydrogen Conclave, and it's related to policy, financing and contracting. Look at the electric story. We started phase 1. National Electric Mobility Mission Plan was conceptualized in 2005. We are sitting in 2023. And the very interesting topic of this, or the title of this conference is Policy, Financing and Contracting. Today, we are struggling with financing options for electrification. So finance is one of the most important consideration why electrification story may not develop well, whether it's a FAME 1, FAME 2 scheme or priority sector lending options for various vehicle categories. We have definite challenges. And contracting, whether it's aggregation model or it's related to contracting of buses, in whatever way, whether it's OPEX model or it's a CAPEX model, both way we are struggling. So I think presence of banker and financiers well in this discussion is very relevant. So we need to learn from this story when we actually unfold and get into the green hydrogen story. So in green hydrogen story, as Dr. Vibha Dhawan has mentioned, that MNRE is the nodal agency and nodal ministry, and that's how they created actually 3 subgroups. Subgroup 1 was for production of hydrogen, which is convened by CII. The subgroup 2 is actually transportation and storage of hydrogen, which is by FICCI. And the third one is hydrogen mobility applications, which is chaired by SIAM. I am the convener of that group. And interestingly, actually, we have worked over time. We are also having a quad cooperation in the form of US, Japan, and Australia, part of our discussion on hydrogen mobility. Also, of course, we are, as a SIAM, we are very closely working with the Indo-German working group. We have a EU cooperation also with OECA, ASEA. So we are actually looking for very clearly the set of standards, regulations, and codes. So 150 standards and regulations and codes have been studied by CII with regards to the production. Out of that, 24 have been used for the electrolyzers, and the others have been for the applications and usage. In my case of transportation, we have covered not only the automobile industry, but we have also covered the locomotive, we have covered the marine applications, we have covered the genset applications, and we have also included the railway applications. So all construction equipment vehicles as well. So all in all, 150 regulations have been already studied. We have actually mapped the global standards and identified the gaps. Gap analysis based, we have created the recommendations, and MNRE has already given the recommendations to respective ministries. So for example, for automobile regulations, notifications are issued by Ministry of Road Transport. So they have accepted the recommendations of Ministry of Renewable Energy, and now they will be actually facilitating type approval, certification, validation, and testing of the hydrogen mobility application across the vehicle segments. The PESO, which is the authority for approving the explosive related CNG hydrogen storages. So they have been actually hesitant to approve for 700 bar applications. 350 bar applications they have actually approved. But we are working with them for hydrogen dispensing station setup related approvals. We have working with the distribution related approvals, and also the hydrogen mobility applications related approvals. So it's interesting to see that if hydrogen is to be produced in a decentralized manner, then how it can be distributed. If it is to be distributed through the CGD pipelines, then do we have a challenge of the hydrogen embrittlement? So those are the challenges being currently discussed. But I am very happy that very proactively a lot of R&D work is also happening with regards to electrolyzers, with regards to the storage, with regards to the applications. And I have been in the evaluation committee of various projects of DST, which is funded by Swedish government, Norwegian government, as well as the German governments. So we are finding that India is rightfully actually positioning itself with regards to the production, storage, distribution, and mobility applications. This also includes the mobile tower, diesel gensets being replaced with the fuel cell hydrogen applications. So in all, we are looking forward very positively and proactively. And as it is mentioned that we need to have a more and more pilot studies, more and more feasibility studies to be conducted. So we will be running some of the buses in Jaipur sectors. IOCL is also working very closely. But right now we are trying to work both for hydrogen ICE applications and also hydrogen fuel cell applications, because there have been some breakthroughs, and it is looking like that perhaps the ICE will be also a viable option. So to answer Mr. Haribhakti's question that when the electrification will happen, we believe, look at the nature, diversity is the essence of sustainability. So therefore, we believe that there is no single solution, single bullet available, silver bullet available for all the challenges we have. We need to remain technology agnostic. Whosoever gives the best option will find its own place in this sustainability discussion. Thank you.
So well said, Mr. Banerjee. We have a few minutes before Mr. Gadkari comes, so maybe we could take 2 or 3 questions. I'd request you to be extremely brief and raise a pointed question if there is a clear issue that you wish to get clarified. So open it up to whoever wants to ask a question. Very briefly. We'll take all. Yes, please. It's getting a mic to you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Shyam Gupta from Bharat Petroleum. As Alina was mentioning about green hydrogen collaboration between India and EU, so on that particular front, I just wanted to understand how do you define green hydrogen and how its certification will take place, and how in the future, suppose some supplier wants to cross the border in terms of supplying it, how that kind of trading will take place. So predominantly it is related to certification and trading, and also basic definition of green hydrogen. How do we perceive it?
Very good. Very good question. Nina, would you like to respond?
So I can try to respond, but as I explained, I'm not a technical expert, and also we're the bank of the EU, but actually it's the European Union via the European Commission that really takes the lead on these kind of policy issues. So, you know, I'm speaking completely under the control of my, my colleagues there. Look, I think fundamentally it's still an open question, right? And I think there are a lot of discussions, negotiations, and technical debates going on about this. It's not easy to define, right? I think fundamentally, I hope everyone agrees that, you know, green means that, you know, we're not just taking green energy from the network, but we're sort of boosting the capacity, which is what I was talking about earlier, which is why, you know, EIB would like to invest in boosting that renewables capacity. And I think in the green hydrogen mission, this is very well understood, and, you know, it talks about, ramping up the capacity there. But I think there are a lot of quite complex discussions about how you kind of monitor that, how you assess that, what about banking, and I don't know, maybe the colleagues from GIZ can touch on that later, I don't know, or if there's anyone else here. If Dr. Dhawan has...
If there's somebody from Europe who can give an answer, that would be very welcome. Any of you, or Norway?
Yeah, maybe I can say briefly something. Thank you for inviting me, Nina. I'm Martin Lux from KfW Development Bank. I'm here heading the energy team of our KfW daily office. Just in very brief terms, I think you said it all. It's all a process that is under construction, and all the details still need to be sorted out. But I think what is very clear when it comes to green, additionality of the renewable energy must be proven. It must be also proven that all this is somehow embedded in a green hydrogen national strategy. And last but not last but not least, one more point is we have to prove energy climate efficiency with what we are doing. So these are things that really need to be carved out a little bit further in the future. And now, last but not least, and we as KfW Development Bank are always insisting in this, and we all have to insist in this, environmental and social aspects need to be thoroughly considered in all the process, in all the value chain. And I think here European Union standards are becoming more and more demanding in this, and I think this has to be considered from the very first instance. Thank you very
Absolutely.
much.
Thank you very much, sir, for reminding us. I can only mention to you that this morning, what came to light is that 30% green steel will become available. The Indian industry is committing to that quantum. And India is very much aware of the EPR obligations and all the other ways in which Europe is wanting to facilitate the decarbonization across the globe. So thank you very much. Mahendra, I'm sorry, but I think Mr. Gadkari is on his way. And I'd like to bring this.
Time for one question.
Okay, Mahendra,
please.
Why not? I thought because you're standing here, I have to
No,
wind
no.
up.
I had that effect, but no.
Thank you for making that exception, Shailesh Bhai. Mahendra Chauhan from Asian Center for Corporate Governance and Sustainability. One of the biggest challenges is the high production cost of hydrogen. And the greatest opportunity, by the way, it's more than fossil fuel production cost as of now. And one of the biggest opportunity for the oil and petrochemical companies is to, create this migration path, moving from fossil fuel to the green hydrogen. Are there any concrete plans with the oil companies, particularly large PSUs and private sector, that the panel is aware of, and at what pace that work is going on?
Well, somebody from an oil company must answer that question. You're from Bharat Petroleum, I believe, that group. Yes. So,
Yes.
so what are your plans to address the issue Mahendra raises? The transition, the stranded assets issue, how will you transition?
So
what
see,
will
the
happen while you are transitioning?
The way we look at it, see, there are a lot of resemblance if you talk about green hydrogen or hydrogen per se. And oil industry has been very confident in terms of handling hydrogen since a very long time. So we know the molecule very well. On the other hand, if you look at ammonia as a carrier of hydrogen, so it is resembling LPG, which is being delivered in the country in a big way. We have been consuming quite a bit of LPG, and all those infrastructure can be repurposed. The moment you talk about decarbonization, probably green hydrogen has the take predominantly in refining sector and fertilizer sector in the near term, primarily by 26 to 28, if any sector which is coming forward in terms of uptaking hydrogen, it will be refining sector and fertilizer sector, and rest of the sectors will follow the suit in the subsequent time. So as far as LPG infrastructure related things are concerned, that can be used for ammonia kind of purpose. And we are also handling LNG in a big way. So all the gas pipelines, rest of the other facilities will be used for transporting pressurized hydrogen. So that will be repurposed. And whatever the GAs we have, probably that will be a kind of demand center at the end for supplying highs as we are talking about.
So the big takeaway is that whatever common infrastructure can be brought to bear will be brought to bear.
Yeah.
And the rest will have to be transformed anyway. So with that, we can bring the session to a close. I must say we've had some very, very incisive comments, and some very good ideas have come up. I'm sure that during the brief tea break before our minister arrives, you will have a chance to interact with people. All of us are going to be around, so feel free to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Haribhakti and your panelists. You know, setting the context for a day of great anticipation like this is always an important way to begin, and on the dint of what we saw over the last 1 hour or so, I think it's been adequately laid out. Thank you once again. So, on the one hand, we do want to show our appreciation to all of you, but on the other hand, it would be contradictory to the element of sustainability if we were to hand over something to you which is not really going to be reused and is going to be lying on the sides. So what we've done, ladies and gentlemen, is we actually have planted on behalf of all the panelists a tree under the aegis of the National Carbon Management Association. So both ends are met, and we'd like to invite our event chair, Mr. Manish Panchal, to please hand over these 3 certificates to all our esteemed panelists. Manish? This is for Mr. Haribhakti. Yes. Thank you. And while Mr. Bhalla is not here, you join us for okay. Picture. And very quickly, while Mr. Bhalla could not join us in person, the support that he has rendered to us, both personally and through the MNRE, is something that we really value. So, Mr. Haribhakti, if you could accept it on his behalf for the moment, and we'll hand over it to him later.
Delighted. Hand it back to you for due delivery to the right recipient.
Thank you. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. So, of course, we wait for the arrival of our Union Minister with bated breath. The good news is he is very much here. The not so good news is he's delayed by around 10 minutes, but it's just a small matter of 10 minutes. But what we will do, with everyone's permission, is you would have been notified by us that we have a very special launch of a white paper which has been meticulously penned by our event knowledge chair, which is about financing strategies to achieve green hydrogen cost competitiveness. And I would like to invite Mr. Shardul Kulkarni, the man himself, to please make a brief presentation. So this allows us to share his vision, his thoughts, which would plug into the larger agenda of today's event. And while he does this, it also gives us time to welcome Mr. Gadkari as he joins us in a few minutes. So Shardul, if I may please invite you on stage, and if we can have his presentation, please.
Good morning. Good morning to the august crowd which I can see out here, and I would like to congratulate each one of you for being here on the nation's transforming journey which has started. In the beginning, I would like to iterate a few words of the great Maharashtrian saint, Shri Samarth Ramdas. And he had once said that, केल्याने होत आहे रे, आधी केलेची पाहिजे. It means that actions make things happen. And without that, nothing is possible. Hence, the action first. And to take that spirit forward, we are taking our second action-packed white paper right now to your August consideration, and which will be unveiled in due course when Mr. Gadkari arrives. But it's my humble attempt to give you, thank you. It's my humble attempt to give you some glimpses of that before it's unveiled. As a knowledge share for the Green Hydrogen Conclave 2023, I welcome the dignitaries, our partners, and our supporters. It is in this packed hall, I can see, sorry, I am getting call, I am from the Gadkari's office, so sorry about that. I kept it, in spite of the session moderator's request, I had to keep my phone on, so I'll request Manish to attend that. Thank you. So, I can see hope in everyone's eyes. And such a beautiful word it is, the word called hope. And I have some few thoughts on the hope. Hope, we grow, but with lesser emission. Hope, we produce more steel than the carbon emission. Hope, we manufacture cement with less carbon combustion. Hope, we make glass, but no pollution. Hope, we energize cars. Hope, we energize car with RERTC power, but with that revolution. Hope, we transfer the goods with water as emission. Hope, we produce chemicals without polluting hydrogenation. Hope, we capture more carbon than the oil and gas consumption. Hope, we commit ourselves to green hydrogen-led energy transition. Hope, we pole vault. Hope, we pole vault to greener tomorrow by embracing decarbonization. So with that thoughts, let me just start from hope. Let's go to the strategy, which is more action-oriented. In the next few minutes, I'm going to take you through the main elements of the white paper. And these, around next 10 minutes, I would be touching upon India's great green hydrogen funding opportunity. Let's look at what industry stalwarts has to say as a part of our white paper preparation. We reached out to who's who in the green hydrogen value chain. We would love to share their thoughts, what they said. Then discussing the strategies for accelerating green hydrogen funding. And most important discussion, how to make it competitive for things to become more palatable for green hydrogen adoption in the cost-sensitive market like India. National Hydrogen Mission talked about creating a 5 million metric ton per annum of the green hydrogen ecosystem. And it talked about 8 trillion, I'll repeat, 8 trillion Indian rupees investment and carbon abatement of 50 million metric ton by 2030. One of the magnanimous statement by Honorable Prime Minister. And under his aegis, this National Hydrogen Mission has been put forward. National Hydrogen Mission also talked about export potential up to 10 million metric ton. And this is to the developed country geographies such as Europe on western side and on the eastern side to countries like Japan. To aid this 5 million metric ton annum kind of an ecosystem, strategic interventions have been planned. India's green hydrogen financing program involves around 2.3 billion US dollar assistance over the 8-year period. Major components of this assistance is 65% for the green hydrogen production, 25% for the electrolyzer manufacturing, and another 10% for the other initiatives, including R&D. Modalities of assistance is getting worked out and is expected. I was talking to Mr. Bhalla other day. I expect that world's largest green hydrogen procurement program through competitive bidding is going to get announced as early as in month of June. And that's something which is going to change the landscape of the India's market. The way I remember the day of first bidding of 2008-9 when the National Solar Mission was announced. I am getting similar vibes when the National Hydrogen Mission's first bidding is going to get announced in less than next few days. For a hydrogen ecosystem, it's very capital intensive and the investments are quite mammoth. And let me just explain why it's so. For a green hydrogen production of 5 million metric ton per annum, one needs an electrolyzer installations worth 40 gigawatt. How much? 40 gigawatt. To power such electrolyzers on continuous basis, one needs RE capacity of 160 gigawatt, almost 4 times. Another crucial input is for the green hydrogen is the demineralized water. We have our friends from Ion Exchange who are going to talk about that aspect later part of the day. But the more important is demineralized water is one of the important input for that, and the desired quantum is almost 50 million metric ton of the DM water that we need. These infra investments are going to result into an unique investment opportunity of 200 billion. Under Disha Power's analysis, we estimated it to be 200 billion investment opportunity waiting for global investors to come in. Out of this, 65% investments are going to go for the creation of the RE capacity, 15% are going to go for the hydrogen generating assets, which are electrolyzers, or India's case, unique position. Again, biomass-based green hydrogen is also going to be a 10% contributor to this 5 MMTPA vision. So that's the beauty about India's green hydrogen program. During primary interactions, stakeholder opined that equity requirements for initial projects would be higher because lenders are not so comfortable with the traditional financing. Probably they would want the developers to put more equity onto the table, and then it would get closely settled to the normal financing norms of renewable energy. So as in total, we are looking at around $60 billion of equity and $140 of debt would be required to fund this mammoth 5 MMTPA vision. It is envisaged that independent green hydrogen producers and the captive green hydrogen producers are going to bring the initial equity. Once the ball is set in, there is a larger play for the global private equity player to come in, and we anticipate such opportunity, around 40 billion opportunity for the global private equity players to come forward and invest into India's green hydrogen opportunity and in making. In debt financing, role of multilateral financing institutions like World Bank, KfW, ADB would be very crucial. Multilateral development financing institutions are staring at a lending opportunity of at least $40–45 billion, equal investment opportunity for the domestic development financing institutions, scheduled commercial banks, and way forward. So now let's look at what industry stalwarts has to say. As a part of, as I mentioned, as a part of this white paper preparation, we reached out to more than 30 executives across the value chain to seek their views on what they think about green hydrogen and its propagation in India. And very interesting thoughts, point of views came in. And let me just take you one by one, which is there. Very interestingly, thought came in, please do not put a blanket ban on the imports from the China, said the MD of one reputed electrolyzer company. He said that India's supply chain is yet to get matured and my project deliveries are badly affected because of the pan import ban. So small components, valves, are still not precisely made in India. So there needs to be sourced from outside. Normal time for such, in the normal circumstances, it was 3 months. Now, because of this ban and everything, simple valve to arrive. It's a very special valve for the green hydrogen application, but it takes 9 months. So if such things are there, then how I am supposed to deliver my project on time? So that's number one. Another, a director of an independent green hydrogen producer opined that currently one cannot measure, strip or trade the green component of the green hydrogen. And let me just give you an example. Right now, renewable energy, I can strip, trade the renewable part of the renewable energy. Similarly, if a mechanism is developed to identify, certify and trade that part, we have Mr. Mediratta, who is going to talk on that during the later part of the day for the how exchanges are going to happen in India. But that's what his wish list was, is that Shardul, if we have a system wherein we are able to trade this green component of the green hydrogen, he said that I have 10 billion worth of investors who are waiting to invest into my company, and floodgates will open up. We do not require any assistance from the government of India, and it would be a self-sustaining funding mechanism. How apt that is. Imagine that user of a hydrogen gets a hydrogen, and those who wants to address their carbon footprints gets the green component of that, and then everyone is happy. And that's where we also see a win-win for all the stakeholders. Another interesting point is a kind of a factor, very unique factor, but related to the contract demand of the electrolyzer. Most of the early electrolyzers are going to happen in situ, within the premises of a process industry. Whenever process industry wants to go for green hydrogen-led projects, they need to enhance the contract demand. And this contract demand ultimately adds to my electricity cost. And this electricity cost further makes my green hydrogen costlier by 20-30%. So if there is a humble request from the industry participants, is that if we can sort of moderate or waive such contract demand for the electrolyzer application. And I think that's a very fair point from the developer's perspective and the user's perspective. So, likes of that, very interesting thoughts, pearls of wisdom I could gather when I was talking to some of the industry leaders. A gentleman from Malaysia, what he said is that he used very interesting words. Pay as you need, but instead of pay as it's cheap. Don't consume the underlying commodity because it's cheap, okay? Consume the commodity because you need it. So with that kind of a message is coming up. So with that, let me just move to the next part of the strategy. And strategy for competitive green hydrogen revolve around policies, investment vehicles, public-private partnerships, awareness, and innovation. Let me quickly talk one by one about it. Conducive policies involve clarifying modalities, how this $2.3 billion is going to get distributed among the beneficiaries, which is the fact is that everyone is waiting. Hopefully, we will have funding modalities coming in the picture. Creating a right regulatory framework to monetize the green component, that's we talked about, and appropriate carbon tax provisions at a later stage. All these are the three important building pillars till 2027. That's what we have a view, that these are going to make the hydrogen market more vibrant. Next, let's talk about creating investment vehicles, such as, let's say, green hydrogen funds can attract investments and financing for the green hydrogen. For that, initial 1 billion fund can be carved out of the existing funds. Let's say we have National Clean Energy Fund, which is already 25-30 billion kind of a fund. We all pay for that indirectly when we use coal-based electricity. Our coal, which we are consuming in the thermal power plants, has a cess of 400 to 600 rupees per ton of the electricity. So the purpose of that is for using into the clean energy applications. So we already have that fund. We can carve out certain applications, certain sum for that. Then other funds which are prevailing, India Innovation Funds and likes of that, Power System Development Funds, which are could be useful. Another aspect is public-private partnership, and that's where, and it's one of the pet subject of Mr. Gadkari. He's going to talk on that. When I had an opportunity to interact with him, he talked about that angle very vehemently. So this is what we have to talk on, the public-private partnership in the financing of the green hydrogen, and this is about Green Hydrogen Bank. A Green Hydrogen Bank, Green Hydrogen Bank is an initiative which is being talked for a while, and it is going to be an important consideration for countries' financing program. And here the thought process is, let's say we have public sector lenders, PFC, REC, IRIDA, they can come together and pull in 51% of the capital for this dedicated Green Hydrogen Bank, and remaining 49% of the capital could come from the private sector banks to create a Green Hydrogen Bank. And this would be a kind of a mechanism, because in the early days, you would need a special eyes to appraise the green hydrogen projects which will come in. And that special eyes can come only through a special purpose lender. And this special purpose lender also needs capacity building. Okay, it's not going to happen in a while, but with the focus, we have this system in place, and then this system takes care of the pipeline of the projects which are coming. Interestingly, let me just share one anecdote with NBFC CEO shared with me. And he said, Shardul, we have one project which has come in, and it is not I'm not so sure about how to look at it. Neither my team members are having any background to look at how we should look at a project which is just having 10% offtake, only 10% offtake right now, and the developer wants funding. Oh, I said, my God, it's from a traditional financing perspective, this is straight away no-go kind of a condition. But I gave him other perspective, saying that, why don't you look at the assets that he has already created in the form of a land bank? You can, if you are comfortable with the developer, you can think of lending him against the land bank which has been already created by him, and go on lending to that project till the project reaches its financial closure. But work with him, because no developer right now in the country would have more than 30-40% of the offtake, that to soft commitments. I'm telling you, not more than 30-40% of the commitments of any of the big projects that has been announced. So you won't get, but it's very important that you support them. And then he understood, and then the discussions are going forward around those lines. So with that, that's an ecosystem which takes care of the requirements of the green hydrogen fraternity is welcome. Other thing is government can promote innovation through a focused funding to develop technologies and help implement pilots that reduces the green hydrogen cost for the consumers. For that, India can use its vast pool of incubators across the reputed education institutes such as IITs, IISCs, where some path-breaking innovation is already happening. Me and Manish, who is the conference chair, had the fortune of visiting IIT Gandhinagar a couple of months back. And there we saw water, fuel cell technologies and other things which are getting developed, patented, patents already been applied. Same is the case with my interactions with IIT Mumbai, IIT Madras, IIT Delhi. Everywhere I am seeing that India is there. We need to just tap the right technology and just go for a right partner in that space. So, with that, let me just take you to the most important and most interesting discussion of my today's presentation. And this is nothing but green hydrogen landed cost. So, different numbers are floating in the market. I'm sure you would have heard $4, $5 are the kind of numbers which are coming up, and this $5 number is basically coming, we have a view that it's not $5, it's actually a $6. And $6 number is happening. We have Mr. Gadkari coming in. Please give him a big round of applause to him. Gadkari ji, with your permission, last 2 minutes of my presentation. Thank you. We have a view that current green hydrogen costing is about $6. And this $6 is almost 2/3 cost are towards energy and remaining for the capex and the financing programs. The desired LCOH is about $1 per kg of the hydrogen. And that is basically a fuel parity with the natural gas at $16 per MMBTU. So if we have to look at what are the important levers that we should consider, this 8 levers comprise of, first few levers are towards the making green hydrogen competitive in electricity terms. And there are 3 components which are happening. One is the efficiency, second is the electricity, and the third is the contract demand. Put together 3, they would reduce the landed cost of the hydrogen by around $2.8 to $2.9. Other is 70% reduction into the capex, that would give a relief of about $1. Life extension, that would give a relief of about 20 to 30 cents. Then O&M, interest rate. These are some of the levers which will bring the green hydrogen cost significantly down. And important element, right now carbon is not priced. So Mr. Gadkari, we were just talking about in India, we are having a situation, carbon not being priced. And only if we price the carbon, it will become a self-sustaining mechanism going forward. And that's where price of the carbon at $50 is where, which is coming into overall scheme of the things. If we apply all these levers, we have a situation of a $5 reduction into the green hydrogen pricing. And this is the way forward. And this, by 2000, let's break it into 2 parts, by 2027 and 2030. By 2027, what we shall see, optimization in the landed cost of the electricity and the contract demand. Competitive financing would have happened by that time, and also some clarity on the carbon. And that would bring my cost from $6 to around $4. And efficiency improvement, Dr. Vibha Dhawan talked about the electricity consumption. Yes, that's major consumption, around 55 to 60 units. If you can bring it down to 38, 35 units per kg of the hydrogen, that's where you would see the magic difference coming to 2.7 and further O&M optimization and life extension to $1. And with that, we are going to embrace our vision of $1 per kg of the hydrogen. And there I end my presentation, and thanks a lot for your patient listening. So may I request Dilip? Yeah.
Thank you, Shardul. Welcome, sir. So the moment that we are all waiting for has arrived. Shri Gadkari ji is here in our midst. And, this is an event actually which is invoking the gods of learning also. So in true Indian tradition, we would like to invite him and our dignitaries to please first light the traditional lamp. So Gadkari ji, if you could please step up, request Mr. Boratkar also to please accompany him. And we also have our dignitaries in the form of Mr. Arnayan Flolo, Consul General of the Royal Norwegian Consulate, Mumbai, Mr. Akim Fabeg from Germany, Dr. Yasukata Fukahari from Japan, and of course we have our event chair, Mr. Manish Panchal, and our knowledge chair, Mr. Shardul Kulkarni. So, if you could please help them.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत्
If I could request Mr. Boratkar to please escort Gadkari sir to the stage.
सूर्योदयो भवेत्
And also if the other dignitaries could please join us. And before we convene this inaugural session that we've all been waiting for, I think we want to show a small token of our appreciation and gratitude to Shri Gadkari ji. And if I may request our event chair, Mr. Manish Panchal, to please offer him a floral bouquet. Thank you, sir. We are honored to have your presence in our midst. And before you came in the morning, we shared with the audience that not only are you one of the prime movers of this green hydrogen movement in India, but also for this conference that we are gathered here for, it was your inspiration and your push that actually allowed us to create this event. So thank you so much. With that little introduction, I'd like to leave the stage to Shri Ravindra Boratkar, President of MEDC, who has been again one of our event partners and a huge supporter in this. So I leave the stage to Mr. Boratkar. If you could please make your opening remarks, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to you all. I feel proud and privileged to be here to welcome Honorable Shri Nitin Gadkari, Minister for Road, Surface Transport and National Highways, our other dignitaries on the dais, His Excellency Arne Jan Flolo, Consul General of Norway, Consul General of Germany, His Excellency Ashim Fabik, and Consul General of Japan, His Excellency Dr. Yasukata Fukahari. A warm welcome to you all. I also extend warm welcome on behalf of Maharashtra Economic Development Council and Disha Power to all the speakers, each one of you, all the delegates, invitees, members of the media. It's a great pleasure that today, at this important cause, we have with us Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. He is the person who is championing the cause of clean energy, clean fuel for over a decade now. When he started talking about ethanol, biofuel, many are not believing it, but that has gained a good momentum now. As we all know, he is also instrumental in accelerating the clean fuel in terms of the electric mobility, lithium-ion batteries. As we know, the electric vehicles, the way it is growing by adopting the scrapping of old vehicle policy, that policy, also saving the carbon emissions by the old vehicles. And not only he has served the environment, but also, I think, also have, given a momentum to the automobile industry, and for Maharashtra, more importantly, because of the ethanol, to the sugar industry. So his very presence here is a good sign that with his out-of-box thinking and good suggestions and persuasion, even this green hydrogen sector will get a good momentum. Now, a few words about MEDC. As you all know, Maharashtra Economic Development Council was constituted by all the leading Chamber of Commerce and Industries and Agriculture in Maharashtra under the stewardship of Dr. D.R. Gadgil, an eminent economist and the then Deputy Chairperson of the Planning Commission. He developed this institution as a think tank for the overall socio-economic development of Maharashtra, working closely with academia, research institutions, entrepreneurs, and all the stakeholders. And having realized the importance of this sector of green hydrogen, we have joined hands with Disha Power, and we also want to contribute in our own way to give some impetus to this sector here. Friends, as you all know, India's deep commitment to the aspirational climate change has widely been acknowledged by all over the world. And also, our achievements have matched our ambition. India is the fastest growing renewable energy capacity in the world today. India has also emerged as one of the most attractive destinations for the investments in this renewable sector. As India has set its sights on becoming energy independent by 2047 and net zero by 2070, we recognize the critical role of green hydrogen. India, with its vast renewable energy resources, also has the opportunity to become the leading producer of the green hydrogen to the world. And I think the National Hydrogen Mission or the recent policy is a step towards that. Hydrogen can play a critical role in India's energy transition by enhancing its industrial competitiveness in an increasingly decarbonizing world, boosting economic development, reducing CO2 emissions, and involving public health, improving public health and quality of life. However, as with every sector, there are also significant challenges needs to be addressed to enable this hydrogen transition. Cost of productions are currently higher. Transporting and sorting hydrogens are costly, and significant build-out of infrastructure is required to bring down the cost of delivered hydrogen. Regulations and standards are still not clear, and financial institutions and financing remains a big challenge. A policy push is needed, I think, both in supply side also and a demand side also. Demand initiatives to ease the barriers of high cost can enable initial market creation and can be phased out as the market matures. Simultaneously, there must be a push on the supply side combined with infrastructure to provide green hydrogen at scale. This can be achieved with the combination of production-linked incentives, requirement for the industry and private players to deploy these technologies, standards and regulations around hydrogen productions and use should be revisited. And implementation of new regulations and standards should be prioritized to enable quick transition of hydrogen economy. Risk mitigation measures for industry players are crucial. This can be done by providing concessional funding, educating and building capacity for industry and public and private institutions to enhance multi-stakeholder collaboration and shared learning on technology readiness and demonstration projects. I think today, later in the day, with almost 40 plus experts sharing their experiences, talking about the challenges, opportunities, and each one of you contributing so that we can look forward to a way, we can look at the way forward, can come out with the recommendations which can enable us to speed up the growth of this sector. I look forward to a very meaningful day, and once again, welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Buratkar ji. I'd like to now invite our event chair, Mr. Manish Panchal, to please take over the rest of the proceedings for this session.
Good morning. Good morning. Let's have some more energy. Good morning. So very warm welcome to all of you. We've been in touch and been speaking for quite some time now, and the moment we were waiting for. So warm welcome to all of you, and special warm welcome to Shri Nitin Gadkari ji for supporting the whole cause, and not just to us but for the country and all those who are aspirant in this space. I'm sure Gadkari ji has promised that he'll support. So I will not take time to welcome each delegate because it's already being done, so save some time. As a chairman of this conference, or you can call me in Indian word Sutradhar, of this entire concept or event where we've been involved for last more than 2 years. I'm proud to share that the earlier event which we had done in September, we were very skeptical whether we'll get enough audience and enough participation from speakers. But we were quite surprised with support of a lot of global players who had use cases like Norway, Germany. They participated actively and made us feel comfortable. And this time around, I said, Shardul, I mean, this is like green hydrogen in 9 months has suddenly become talk of the town. Every second week, there's some event happening somewhere and in news. So I was wondering, how do we really do it again? You know, what is new we're going to talk about? And the only element what we thought will be a differentiator for us as thought leaders is it should come with good amount of knowledge of what's happening today and what can happen tomorrow, basis of whatever upgrades have happened, the insights based on the knowledge we get, and then that will become a kind of a biggest thought leadership situation and help us differentiate from all others. And I would like to request all of you to give round of applause for all of you and all of these gentlemen, enlightened souls, who have reposed that confidence in us, me and Shardul, to keep going and commit that we'll create the largest green hydrogen platform, which will have great knowledge available for free on the platform as we move forward on green hydrogen value chain. So many of us, we are very well aware in terms of sustainability has become center of the discussions in most board. I'm in more than half a dozen boards now, and we see sustainability as an element of discussion is becoming gradually center. Earlier it was on the periphery of the discussion. We had small, just like CSR, we had sustainability committee and all. We have sustainability and governance chief mentor who's been promoting this, Mr. Mahendra Chauhan, sir, here sitting with us. And I remember we talking about 3 Ps. Sailesh Bhai is here. So for more than a decade. But I think, I'm sure you will agree that some of these momentum after last few years, if you see with this new government commitment, has really changed the perspective. So I always talked about Industry 5.0, many of you are aware of, is going to be, so the fifth industrial revolution is going to be happening because of sustainability. Many of you have read about this from my desk or my various communication handles. And then I'm talking about 5 R's for this future of net zero. These 5 R's I talk about is looking at complete from cradle to grave. So the first R, of course, remains reduce the consumption of carbon-intense products and carbon emission. The second R is recycle all carbon and capture the same. Replace is the third R, carbon getting replaced with new molecules like hydrogen. Reimagine, so reimagine carbon-free world, and you may find some unique alternative solutions, like our farmer friends or the people living in rural India living absolutely very good life. And finally, the fifth is redevelop and reimagine. So redevelop and reimagine talks about how can we innovate, more importantly, frugal ways to not jugaad, sir. Generally, India is stamped as jugaad innovation, whereas I'm talking about it's not jugaad, it's frugal innovation. It's just that we need to see how that frugal innovation gets, better wings with quality inputs. So these are 5 R's I talked about. In terms of consumption, all of us know, I think earlier in the panel we talked about India is not too far, but we are generally 1/10 at least compared to most of the developed world economy in terms of carbon intensive consumption products. So I talk about, frankly speaking, not just because of our population, but genuinely 50% our population is in rural India, and most of them don't eat burgers. Why I'm taking this word burgers? Just to enlarge or extrapolate that a bit, based on European Environment Agency, their report, a cheeseburger requires 2,400 liters of water to produce the bread, beef and cheese. There are also indirect greenhouse gas emissions from our consumption of burgers. Staying with burger example, producing an average patty results in more carbon emission than driving 15 kilometers of a large car. With this understanding, I'm confidently saying that India is one of the global leaders in sustainable consumption. Today, Government of India has committed to net zero by 2070. To achieve the same, some of the recent initiatives taken for decarbonization are renewable energy share jumped from 16.5% in 2014 to 42% in 2023 with installed capacity of 175 gigawatt. Ethanol blending program, EBP, and advanced targets from current 10% to 20%. Indian Railways has set up a target of making itself net zero by 2030. Boosting production of compressed biogas, CBG, as alternative and affordable clean fuel. And then National Hydrogen Mission, commitment of US $2.3 billion to promote green hydrogen ecosystem. So we all have seen the progress, and this is our point of view, that renewable energy penetration in our country, wherein after 2014, India has shown the world new ways and its audacious plans into renewable goals, especially solar energy mission. Today, 40% of energy produced in India is renewable and non-fossil fuel based, and by 2030, our Indian government has committed for 500 gigawatt of renewable power. I remember in 2010, we used to talk about how unviable solar power is due to high cost of PV cells. However, with regulatory support, evolved technology and incentivized consumption, price have dropped significantly from INR 18 rupees per kilowatt to 2.4 rupees per kilowatt, and it is expected to go down further to rupees 1.90 kilowatt by 2030. I believe history will repeat with the announcement of National Green Hydrogen Mission and budgeting outlay of $2.3 billion till 2030 to promote green hydrogen will be a great booster to the whole green hydrogen ecosystem and help us achieve not just energy independence, but also support our global commitments of net zero. So in our last event, we talked about a thought paper. In fact, we released a thought paper which Shri Gadkari ji's, Shardul had an opportunity to give him in person. And we talked about strategies for India to become Middle East for green hydrogen. And today, you've heard the second white paper which will get released in this function is financing strategies for making green hydrogen competitive. So keeping up to that momentum, we are very confident that with support of all the stakeholders, we will be able to achieve our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's vision of being one of the most sustainable country and guiding force to the world. With this, before I conclude, sir, अगर आपकी इजाज़त हो तो 2 पंक्तियां मैंने कल आपके लिए लिखी है सर. And I'm inspired by our mentor Shri Nadir Godrej ji, who is a beautiful poet. He's also given one wonderful poetry for us. So नितिन गडकरी जी ने जनता के वास्ते बनाए हैं उन्नति के रास्ते. शुक्रिया. सड़कों की रचना से बने सड़कों के राजा, सड़क बनाने के राजा. सड़कों की रचना से बने सड़क बनाने के राजा, ऊर्जा के ज्ञान से बने ऊर्जा के श्रीमान. जड़ से शिखर तक उनकी मेहनत का रंग. नितिन गडकरी जी, आप बढ़ो, हम तुम्हारे संग. थैंक यू वेरी मच. So, may I request our next speaker, Consul General of Norway, Mr. Arne Jen Fololo, to please come and give his few thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Dear Honorable Union Minister, Shri Nitin Gadkari, respected Consul Generals, and respected representatives of the dais, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Team Norway in India, it gives me great pleasure to be event partner at the Green Hydrogen Conclave here in Mumbai, and to be invited to give an address. This is the second time Norway is partner to the Green Hydrogen Conclave. Norway is an energy nation. We are mostly known for being one of the world's largest exporters of oil and gas. But our industrial adventure actually started with the development of hydropower. And today, 98% of the electricity used in Norway is coming from hydropower. Today, we are also leveraging on our strong basis in research and development and our vast experience and expertise in the energy space, including the offshore and subsea expertise, to go through an energy transition which will take us to a carbon-neutral society by 2050. It is a tall order, and it will be challenging, but the green transition comes with great opportunities. Energy is one of our focus areas in our bilateral cooperation with India. We have partnered with the government of India and with the hydrogen mission. Norwegian companies, several of which are here today, are engaged in India and also with partnerships with Indian companies. And we look forward to continue to broaden and strengthen our partnership with India as we go into the hydrogen economy and the green transition in general. Norway is not a newcomer to hydrogen. We started to produce hydrogen almost 100 years ago. Norsk Hydro, or Norwegian Hydro, was the parent company of today's Nel It started in 1929 to produce hydrogen through electrolysis, using hydropower to make ammonia as a component in fertilizers. And as a little fun fact, I could mention that Hydro's site had a truck that was retrofitted to run on hydrogen at the plant as early as in 1935. Today, hydrogen is again taking the limelight, and it will be an important energy vehicle on the road to zero-emission societies. Hydrogen will find its use as fuel in the transport sector and in the processing industries, to name two key areas. In Norway, we are already moving from pilot projects to commercially viable hydrogen projects. The first cars and trucks have started to run on hydrogen. And the world's first hydrogen-powered vessel ferry started its operations this year. This vessel was the first in a long line of various types of hydrogen vessels now being built in Norway. Hydrogen projects are mushrooming, and at the moment we have around 130 hydrogen projects across Norway focusing on production, storage, transportation, and application of hydrogen. We are also a frontrunner when it comes to electrolyzer technology and production. A year ago, the world's first fully automated alkaline electrolyzer production was launched by Nel Hydrogen in Norway. And a few days back, the same Nel Hydrogen company announced the building of a 4-gigawatt fully automated PEM electrolyzer manufacturing facility in Michigan, US. And Nel is not alone. There are a number of other companies following suit in Norway. My great German colleague is here, and I would like to use then the opportunity to mention the MOU signed this year between Norway and Germany on large-scale supply of hydrogen from Norway to Germany via a pipeline within 2030. In the transition phase, we will be supplying blue hydrogen, where the carbon is captured and injected back into the old oil wells. And gradually and increasingly, we will substitute that with green hydrogen produced by offshore wind. A few words on funding models. In Norway, there's a tradition for funding emerging green technologies through cluster-based public-private partnership models. Norway has 2 hydrogen clusters whose members consist of private companies, research institutions, and government agencies and institutions. One is the GH2 cluster, which is focused on the whole value chain from production, storage, distribution to applications. The other is the Ocean Highway cluster, which is focused on maritime applications of hydrogen. These clusters bring together the actors with technology, the ability to invest, and to build solutions, the regulatory agents needed to build fitting regulations, and government financial support agencies. Typically, for the cluster model, research is financed by the government, via the government financing. Pilot projects are undertaken jointly between companies and also with partial government funding, and then full-scale implementation, also including partial government funding. For hydrogen projects in 2022 alone, the Norwegian government funding to hydrogen projects was about $200 million US. The government will also see its role in stimulating the demand side for new technologies, such as in public tenders. With this, the companies know that there will be off-takers of new technology. As a last point on financing, I would like to mention the recently established Norwegian Climate Investment Fund, managed by Norfund, which has India as one of its top priority countries. Recently, the fund announced an investment of $100 million US in rooftop solar in India. And earlier this year, they announced an investment of $60 million US into waste to energy in North India based on stubble. The fund will, over the coming years, be a significant source of funding for renewable projects. Before coming to a close, I would like to highlight the representatives from the Norwegian companies here today and who will take part in the various panel discussions. We have our energy giant Equinor, which is one of the largest energy companies in the world. And we have Statkraft, which is Europe's largest renewable energy company. We also have Seid, with leading air cleaning technology, including from hydrogen production. We have Norway's largest financial service group, DNB Bank. And we have my great colleague from Innovation Norway also in the panels. In addition, we have a Norwegian startup present called Sirinor, which is patenting supersonic hydrogen jet engines with fuel cell technology. That's something to chew on. I would like to invite all to visit the Norwegian pavilion to meet with the companies and myself and my colleagues in Team Norway. So I would like to thank the organizers for the great partnership and for inviting me to speak here today. Thank you very much.
We have one more special guest who's not present here, but frankly speaking, without him inspiring and motivating us, this event wouldn't have happened. He was supposed to be part of this inaugural session, Mr. Erik Solheim. I would request the back-end team to support with his short inaugural speech. He was in China for a long time, and there was some reschedule happened in his China travel. So he had to fly back to Norway directly. I guess many of you who are in this space already know him very well. He's a global harbinger of change on green, ex-ED of UNEP, and my mentor and friend, Erik Solheim. Thank you.
Hello, Mumbai. Hello, Mumbai. Namaste, namaskar, or as my Tamil friends would say, Vanakkam. I'm so pleased and so honored to be asked to speak to the Green Hydrogen Conclave in the great city of Mumbai. And I know that business, governments, central government and state governments and civil society and academics are coming together to discuss this green hydrogen future. And this dialogue is so important. I'm absolutely confident that we are now embarking the green hydrogen future era. True, everything which can be electrified will be electrified. The scooters, the three-wheelers, the personal cars, they will all go electric. And in 10 years' time, every new car bought in India will be charged by electricity, either in people's homes or at the streets. But there are a number of areas where we cannot easily electrify, and that's where green hydrogen will be dominant. Steel and cement heavy industries demand very high temperature. Green hydrogen is the obvious solution. Ammonia or fertilizer, again, a fantastic opportunity for green hydrogen. And heavy transport, aviation, shipping, and other maybe big heavy trucks will again work on green hydrogen. So we have a huge opportunity to move into the green hydrogen era, but the issue which the world is facing is, of course, how to come from a time where there is very little green hydrogen into these being 10 or 20% of the global energy mix. The last month I was traveling in China, and I tell you, the rest of the world need to wake up very early in the morning if you want to compete with China on green technologies, including green hydrogen. In a number of cities in different parts of China, I saw huge groups of businesses moving into the green hydrogen era. There are scientific and business environments in many, many cities. In Beijing, there is a green hydrogen exhibition zone. 150 different businesses are working together to create the green hydrogen future. In the United States, President Biden has launched the Inflation Reduction Act. It will provide massive subsidies for green hydrogen, and when business gets subsidies, for sure they will respond. In Europe, the European Commission and nations like Germany are moving also fast into green hydrogen. And of course, India. When Prime Minister Modi launched the green hydrogen mission for India, it was so moving to see the response. It was an immediate response. The big captains of Indian business, Ambani, Adani, immediately said that they would respond to this and move into a green hydrogen future. But also a huge number of middle-sized companies and indeed startups also are moving very fast into green hydrogen. And we see partnership formed between India and Oman, India and Egypt, and India and a number of other nations to do this jointly, because the green hydrogen cannot just be done one nation alone. For this to happen, policies are critical, policies by states and policies by the central government. It's very, very good to know that people from Telangana, Maharashtra, Kerala are all in this meeting. I have worked particularly with the government of Tamil Nadu, and they have a strong desire for green hydrogen to be a future energy part of the energy mix. And of course, the central government is doing the same. And we need this dialogue between business and central and local governments. And that's why the conference in Mumbai today is so critical. Globally, we have formed the Green Hydrogen Organization with the view of taking green hydrogen forward. Very big businesses like Hyundai from Korea and Vision from China, ThyssenKrupp from Germany, and a number of other businesses have joined, and Fortescue from Australia has joined the Green Hydrogen Organization with governments and with a number of Indian partners. Green Hydrogen Organization is well represented in the conclave today, so please speak to the people there if you see an interest in Green Hydrogen Organization. What will this organization do? It will provide a platform for the exchange of technologies and finances and best practices so that we can work together for this great aim. It has already set up a global standard to define green hydrogen, because if you don't define green hydrogen, they're separate from other sorts of hydrogen, we will fail. We are working on contracting. What will good contracts for green hydrogen mean, particularly in developing countries, which in the past have been struggling to get oil and gas right, say in Africa? How do we do the contracting for green hydrogen? And we are working, of course, to wrap up very, very fast solar and wind energy so that we have the platform which is needed to do green hydrogen. So this event today in Mumbai is an opportunity to exchange views, to exchange best practices, and to set the policies right. For India, only green hydrogen is meaningful. India is importing nearly all its oil and gas. And of course, if this can be replaced by solar and wind and hydropower at home, and then transformed into green hydrogen, it's a total win-win for India. Good for health, good for the environment, good for the economy of India. This is why India now in the G20 context is such a strong proponent for green hydrogen. And it's really, really nice to see India taking the global lead in G20 to put green hydrogen on the global agenda. Again, thank you to all of you for joining this very critical meeting in Mumbai. I'm very much looking forward to be informed about all outcomes of this. And I look forward to work with all of you to establish the era of green hydrogen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Eric. He was the one, actually we spoke 4 years back, and this whole initiative has been supported all throughout by GHO and team members from GHO. Nish is there. Thank you, Nish. Our next quick speaker is Consul General of Germany, Mr. Achim Fabig. Hope I've pronounced it correctly. May I request you for a quick word of.
Honorable Minister, fellow speakers on the dais, dear conveners and organization team of this convent today, Namaskar, Adab, and to follow the lead of Eric Solheim, Vanakkam to our Tamil friends. It gives me great pleasure to be here today and have the opportunity to speak to you on this important occasion. Anyone living in Mumbai, anyone moving around Mumbai these days, will not fail to notice that G20 is in town yet again. And the motto of the G20, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, is a motto I think that is very true for this event today as well. And that's why I'm very pleased to see that we are here together with our friends from Germany, Norway, Japan, and the European Union, because it's indeed one family, it's indeed one earth, and it's indeed one future that we're looking at. But the funny and coincidence about the G20 meetings taking place is that the real G20 meeting taking place today is really dealing with disaster risk reduction. But what we are doing here is equally disaster risk reduction. So it fits perfectly, it blends perfectly into the discussion in the G20 that we need to take up and that we need to follow through. How can we, when we look at our energy systems, at the energy mix that we're looking at, how can we contribute to make this world a better, a safer, and a cleaner place, and how can we secure in that effort our future? Ladies and gentlemen, India and Germany have a long history of working together on questions of energy, of renewable energies, green energy transmission, and are committed to work together also now in this field of green hydrogen collaboration. Germany has set itself a target that by 2045 it will reach carbon neutrality. And in that sense, we are pleased to see that the mix of energy we have in Germany today has almost reached 50% of renewable energy. This will grow, and hydrogen will play a part of that. But if we look at the demand of hydrogen that we'll have in Germany over the next years, by 2030 we're looking at possibly 10 gigawatt. We're also noticing that we will not be able to meet this demand on our own. We will have to collaborate, we'll have to reach out. And for us, I think we're a little bit at the starting line of this game, green hydrogen, and we have to make sure that we don't fumble the ball at this point. So we have to look for the right partners, and we have to look for the right team to play with. And in that sense, we've come to India to engage in the course of discussions we have been having for years, where we talked about solar energy, where we looked at solar maps, where we looked at managing a renewable economy, where we looked at wind and all sorts of opportunities in the renewable energy field. And now we're looking stronger at collaboration and coming together. Collaboration in all aspects of the green hydrogen economy, whether it's transport, whether it's transmission, storage, production, insurance, and financing. These are all topics that we have an interest to work together with India, to come together with India. We have a long history of working with India in the fields of science and technology. It marks about 100 years ago that the Einstein-Bose paper was put out. And since then, on many, many occasions between our governments, we have come together and we have met topics, we have discussed topics where we can engage and where we can work together closely. Green hydrogen is one such topic. Because it's such an important topic for us, we're trying to reach out, and I think we will hear later in the day from my colleagues from Germany, Mr. Lux from the KfW, Mr. Winter from the Indo-German Energy Forum, who are sitting over there, to inform us a little bit about the possibilities that come in this collaboration. Because we have set incentives from the government side, incentives to work together, to reach out, and some of these incentives are particularly aimed at countries outside of Europe, especially India, because we feel that there is great promise and there is great opportunity to work together and to collaborate. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your attention. I think we have an exciting number of panels ahead. I think it's very timely to talk about financing issues, financing opportunities. And I think we're all aware that what we're looking at here is a complementation to the energy mix that we're striving for. It's an important part. It can play an important role. And it will be in the next couple of years that we see this importance growing, where we see that this importance will be attributed from all sides, from all countries, and from everyone to a technology that we then hope to further together, that we improve together, and that we make more affordable together. Because only if we all put our energies and our possibilities together in this common endeavor, then this will become, in the future, a technology that is affordable for everyone and that will help to reduce the risk of disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Fabik. May I request Consul General of Japan, Sri Yasukata Fukahari-san, to give a quick, for very short, because sir has to also, we are running behind time, so very short. Just 1 minute.
I try to be short. It is my honor to be here today. As a diplomat of Japan, I have some message for you today. And also I have two faces. I hold a PhD in environmental economics. So that, thank you. As an individual, I studied a lot about all those issues, so that I may share some of the important facts and figures with you today. First of all, I need to talk about the hydrogen, green hydrogen issues. Toyota is one of the leading companies, car companies in the world about green hydrogen technologies. Toyota succeeded in making a hydrogen car already about 10 years ago. So technology is already there. But however, I was told by the one company manager that hydrogen car is like a bomb. If it explodes, like if it crashes, it explodes like a bomb. So finding the proper safety measures for all those hydrogen cars are very, very important. And then they have been struggling to find a proper solution for those hydrogen cars. So technology is there, but it may take several more years for them to make it, to introduce into the consumer's market. But efforts is being taken by Toyota and all other major car companies in Japan. But anyway, while pursuing the possible hydrogen cars in the market, Japanese car companies are also improving their technologies in hybrid cars and also in the ED cars. So the strategy of the Japanese car companies is to pursue all possible directions in hydrogen cars, ED cars, and the hybrid cars. And then they are trying their efforts regardless of their profits. Actually, going for the hydrogen cars is not actually profitable for them at all. But reduction of CO2 is the most important agenda for any car companies of Japan and also for the government of Japan. So please be assured, reduction of CO2 is the highest top priority agenda for the government of Japan and also private sector car companies as well. And also, as an environmental scientist, I would like to share a few figures with you. As a diplomat of Japan, I've been talking with the Indian people on this issue many times. Indian private sector people, government people, and the scholars as well. But there seems to be some factors which is not actually shared precisely between the international community and the Indian communities. The one fact is that OECD member states, USA, Japan, and the EU member states have been maintaining the amount of CO2 emissions for the past 25 years. Ever since we agreed in 1997 in Japan, Kyoto Agreement, OECD member states, particularly EU member states and Japan and USA tried their best efforts and then succeeded in not increasing the emission of CO2s. So that, particularly for the last several years, thanks to the efforts mostly by the EU member states, we have been reducing the total emission amount. So compared to the last century, our total emission amount has decreased nowadays. However, in the global situation that the CO2 emission increased about 60 or 70% within this relatively short time of 25 years. It's a huge amount of increase happened. Why it happened? That fact is also not very much shared by the Indian community people, to my understanding. Simply speaking, roughly speaking, we can say that the increase happened because of China. China almost single-handedly increased the CO2 emissions during the past 25 years. China increased its CO2 emission as a total 4 to 5 times larger than last century. And then Chinese emission within the global emissions about 30%, 30%. So China alone emit 30% of the global CO2 emission nowadays. And that is actually larger than the USA, Japan, and the EU member states combined together. So that is the situation. The OECD member states actually creates just about less than 30% of the global CO2 emissions. 70% happens elsewhere. And then among them, China is responsible for 30%. I'm not actually blaming China. Nobody should blame anybody for this issue. This is the global issue, and then we need to have global efforts to contain the climate change. However, we have to have scientific figures and the facts as a basis for our discussions, so that we need and understand that is the situation which is happening now in the world. There are many more things I would like to say, but since the time is limited, I need to stop here now. Thank you very much.
So now the moment for which we are waiting for. Before that, a small ritual. Request Shardul to please give a copy of our white paper, which is being released today. And we'll release our white paper. And immediately after that, I request Shri Nitin Gadkari, sir, to give his inaugural speech. So I request Shri Nitin Gadkari ji to give his inaugural speech. Thank you.
My friend Mr. Ravi Borodkar, Mr. Arne John Flo, Royal Norwegian Consul General Mumbai, Mr. Achim Febing, Consul General Germany, Mumbai, Dr. Yasukta Fugari, Consul General Japan, Mr. Manish Panchal, Event Chair, GH2 Conclave, Mr. Shardul Kulkarni, Knowledge Chair of the Conclave, distinguished dignitaries, invitees, and dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. As a country, we are facing two big challenges. One of the big challenges is import of the fossil fuel. We have import of the fossil fuel of 16 lakh crores. and that is to be a big economic challenge for the country. The second big challenge is related with the pollution. Because of the fossil fuel, in the whole country and particularly in the metro cities, we are very seriously facing the problem of air pollution. As a transport minister, we are responsible for 40% of air pollution in the country. As a transport minister, actually I am responsible for that. And actually the city like Delhi, you know that what type of pollution problems we are facing. So these are the two big challenges with the society, with the country, and with the world also. Because in the whole world now, everyone is talking about the decarbonization that is very important as far as the climate change is concerned. So somewhere, region to region, country to country, we need to have independent approach for resolving this problem. Because one of the important thing is proven technology, economic viability, availability of raw material, and marketability of the finished product. Now the rates of fossil fuel in India and the rates of fossil fuel in Norway and Germany or in UK or in USA, they are different. We are the country having a big population, but our per capita income is very less as compared with the European countries. And for that reason, economic viability is very important. The pollution is a big challenge, no doubt. But at the same time, economic viability is equally important. And for that reason, we need to find out the option that is improved substitute, cost-effective, pollution-free, and indigenous. And somewhere, the people like you, we have to need to concentrate that how we can reduce the cost. It is very easy that we can tell to people about pollution and other things because it is also important. But the economic viability, it is not there, it will be very difficult to convince the people. So today we are using electric, ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, bio-LNG, bio-CNG, and also hydrogen. And we are getting good results because economic viability is there. We have 135 projects in the process. Those who are manufacturing CNG, bio-CNG from rice stalk, Parali. And we have one big project in Panipat, where we have already started the project by Indian Oil. They are making 1 lakh liter of bioethanol and 150 ton of bio-bitumen per day from the Parali rice stalk. And the burning of the Parali from Haryana and Punjab is a big problem in the as far as the pollution point of view. And today there are two important philosophies which I always tell it to the people. That one is knowledge as a power. The innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skill and successful practices. We name it as knowledge, and conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. And the second important thing is no material is waste and no person is best. It is depending upon the appropriate vision of the leadership and appropriate technology that you can convert waste into wealth. Somewhere, my request to all of you, in Indian situation, somewhere we need to diversification of agriculture towards energy and power sector. This is the need of the country. We have in our GDP growth 12% contribution from agriculture and allied sector, 22 to 24% from the manufacturing sector, and 52 to 54% from the service sector. Our people belongs to agriculture, population exactly coming 65%. And that is the reason that we are facing urban problem in the metro cities like Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, Bangalore, Delhi. Already we are facing a lot of problems. So this is the time that we need to accelerate our economy in rural, tribal and agriculture India. So my suggestion to all of you that how it can be a good technology, appropriate technology, economic viable technology by which we can get green hydrogen, but at the same time we can make a lot of employment potential in agriculture, rural and tribal India is equally need of the country. So that is the time for all of you to find out exact technology, exact economic solution, region to region, area to area. Now we have a lot of wasteland is available, and now we have started plantation of bamboo. In Karnataka, the Bhima bamboo is giving 200 tons per acre. The production is going. So you understand it's economically how. Even we are thinking of making white coal. We can make it the plantation of bamboo, and we can use it in place of coal, where we can get availability of bamboo with 3,500 tons per ton. The rate will be 3,500 rupees. So this can be possible. So somewhere we need to find out the solutions and alternatives by considering our situation. Our import dependence in energy is really very, very big challenge for all of us. In crude oil, 85% we have import. Gas, 53%. Coal, 24%. This is really a big challenge. Now for economic point of view and pollution point of view, this is a serious problem. So area to area, sector to sector, region to region, situation wise, we need to apply the appropriate technology and we need to find out the option for that. So today there are some strengths and some weaknesses. It is the time for all of you, the people like you, that we need to find out that how we can strengthen our strength and how we can convert our weaknesses into the strength. And that is exactly your role is very important. And that is the reason I am giving special thanks to organizer for organizing this event, particularly the futuristic technology, which is very important for the country. In our power sector, 38% share of solar energy, and our target is taking up to 60%. Now we are working very fast, but at the same time we need to have more concentration on wind power, hydropower, thermal, geothermal power, and now also there are a lot of opposition. But there are opinion that we need to have also nuclear power. Because without power, we cannot develop our country. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. Water, power, transport and communication, without that, we cannot develop industry. Without industry, we cannot have capital investment. And without industry and capital investment, we cannot create employment potential. And without employment potential, we cannot eradicate the poverty. Idealistic point of view, there are a lot of thinking is there. It's absolutely correct. I don't want to make any criticism on that. But at the same time, grassroots level reality is equally important. Poverty is a big problem in the country. So somewhere we have to maintain equilibrium between the stakeholders. And that is exactly the role of the technology is very important. So that's the reason if you can use biotechnology, by which we generate biomass, and by using biomass for making hydrogen, making CNG and energy, it can be possible. Now we have got the technology available, which is approved by CSIR and Central Research Growth Organization, that we can convert rice straw into biobitumen. Our requirement of bitumen is 80 lakh ton, out of which 50 lakh ton of bitumen is coming from Indian refineries, and we have the import of 30 lakh ton. Now I am visualizing the idea and formulating the policy that in Punjab and Haryana, the farmers are burning thoroughly rice straw. In place of that tractor molded unit of costing 25 lakhs, we can convert this bitumen, this parali rice straw into biobitumen, and we will purchase that. Somewhere, everywhere, we need to find out the solution for our import. And on the basis of economic viability, if the internal rate of return is good, we don't bother about finance. In my road sector, I am working on hundreds of projects. I don't have money problem. Actually, I am telling you, in our INVIT model, we are supposed to launch we launched our INVIT model in Mumbai Stock Exchange. And the period was fixed for 10 days. But the first day, within 7 hours, our INVIT bond was subscribed 7 times more in 7 hours. So we are getting too much response. I was in Goa. I have immediately coming to Mumbai and stopped the function because when we received the money, it was difficult how we can return it because our issue was oversubscribed. So money is not the problem. The problem is the economic viability is there, proven technology is there, availability of raw material is there, then market is there. Unfortunately or fortunately, we have a strength. We have got the expertise how to increase population and how to increase automobile growth. Once upon a time in our automobile industry, as a minister, it's really a great pleasure and pride for me that our automobile industry's turnover is total size is 7.5 lakh crore. Our number was number 4. But now we have just surpassed Japan and our number is now the number 3rd. The first number is China, second is USA, third is India and 4th is Japan. And because of this new technology innovation in automobile sector, and now we have started scrapping policy by which our production cost is very less. And we are making good quality and all big brands in the world, they are present in India. So my dream is to within 5 years to make Indian automobile industry number 1 in the world to make it of 15 lakh crore. So if you can make green hydrogen, huge potential is there. Don't bother about market. I have got car. The name of the car is Mirai. It is from Toyota. And I am using this hydrogen car in Delhi. Such a comfortable car, beautiful car. So my suggestion is there is no problem. The huge demand is there. And today I feel that the transport sector there is a need for alternative fuel. And for that reason regarding economic challenge and regarding the pollution problem. So there is a huge potential for that. Don't bother about that. The transport sector is basically responsible for 40% of India's total CO2 emissions. And road transport, now 90% of these emissions, this is really a big challenge with my department. Now India, now the 3rd largest automobile market in the world. Our registered vehicles, 34.3 crores. And the growth rate of vehicles is 9.91%, approximately 10%. So you understand the way in which how we are increasing. So domestic market and export market. Our two-wheeler, Bajaj, TVS and Hero, they are exporting 50% of their production to abroad. So huge potential is there. The skilled, young, talented manpower is the strength of the country. And now with the new innovation and research, with the economic viability and affordable solutions, I am supporting the cause of pollution. It is very important that we have to reduce the pollution, but equally economic viability and cost of production is equally important. Cost of the fuel is equally important. I am expecting that we should have the cost of hydrogen $1 per kg. Then only we can make miracles. Otherwise, if the cost is more, it will be a problem. My suggestion to all of you that particularly in this electrolyzer, for 1 kg of hydrogen, we need 50 units of electricity. Now, even you can use solar power, that at least 260, 280 or 3 rupees per unit, it comes very high. And for generator, where we are using a generator for that, we are using diesel. My suggestion is in electrolyzer, now we are the number 1 manufacturer in the world of electrolyzer. We have got good companies in Bangalore and 90% of their product is already they have making the good export for that. So today my suggestion is we can use the generator on the basis of biofuel, that is on bioethanol. So we can reduce the cost. Cost of diesel is 110, 115 rupees per liter and ethanol is 60 rupees per liter. It's a green fuel. So exactly we need to have, accept the technology, proven technology, which is economically viable and affordable. That is to be heart of the subject which I will request you. The India's potential for green hydrogen is 5 million metric ton per year. We can use hydrogen in transport, hydrogen in railway, hydrogen in aviation, hydrogen in pharmaceutical industry, chemical industry, steel industry, everywhere. So there we are the fastest growing economy. We have a huge potential for that. An addition of 125 gigawatts energy capacity. Total investment 8 lakh crores. An employment opportunity for at least 10 lakh people, jobs. The import substitutions, rupees 4 lakh crores. And current cost of hydrogen of India is coming to 300 rupees per kg. Objective is $1. And that is a challenge with you. I only request you, I know that when I construct these 55 flyovers in Mumbai and Mumbai-Pune Express Highway, I was with my engineers and MD. And he was telling me to construct this highway, it will take 4 years. Construct these flyovers in Mumbai, it will take at least 4 years. So after complete all the meeting, I tell to him that you have to do it within 2 years. He says, sir, it's impossible. I don't know anything. You are not a minister, I am a minister. You do or die. Go into hell. I want this within 2 years. And the thing will happen that we will make this flyover, 55 flyovers within 18 months. We complete Mumbai-Pune Express Highway with 2 years. And the lowest tender from Reliance was 3,600 crore in 98. And we saved 2,000 crore on that project, 20,000 crore presently. And we complete that project, still the road is fine. We can do it. Everything is possible. Sometime impossible word, it means that I am possible. So you don't tell me the reason and don't use your knowledge for that it will time. There are a lot of good people, talented people, but they are using their talent with the negativity that how it cannot be possible. Now why you are a scientist, you are engineers, you are doctorate people, you are supposed to be the best people. So you need to find out the solution, do or die. I always have a slogan that I like people who can get the things done. I am not interested in listening what are the problems are there. There are some people who convert problems into opportunities, and there are some people who convert opportunities into the problems. So my feeling is, I know that there are a lot of intellectual argument about it. Whatever it may be, and the arguments are also valid, but as a people, what capability you have on the basis of that, with positively, I have a confidence that you can do it at $1 cost. That is to be very important. Particularly the electrolyzer system, I feel that I am not an expert, neither I am an engineer, neither I am a researcher. I received 6 doctorates, deletes from the different universities, but I am not an intellectual man. I am a very common and very small man, but I will tell you, this is the time that if the strong political will is there, if there is a will, there is a way. And if there is no will, there is only survey, discussion, seminar, committee, subcommittee and research group. Already one paper is given to me. So practically we need grassroots level fast track decision making process, research and implementation. That is exactly we are expecting from all of you. Now the research is your responsibility because it's not my subject. But I am telling you one of the things which I got opportunity to visit in Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. 1 ton of biomass is giving 100 kg of hydrogen. Biomass converted into syngas and then 100 kg of hydrogen. Biomass and syngas, that is to be procedure, I don't know, but I feel that that can be an appropriate technology. Per kg cost, it presently comes to 150 rupees per kg, and minimal power using is 2 unit. It maximum it up to coming up to 6 to 7 rupees. And advantage is carbon negative process. Indian Oil is scaling up this project for 250 kg per day. So this can be a good alternative line as compared with the electrolyzer system. This is my feeling. Again, I am giving you one of the important challenge that every city we have available solid waste. So from solid waste segregation, now we are using 20 lakh ton of solid waste in Ahmedabad, municipal corporation waste, in construction of express highway between Ahmedabad to Dolaro. We have already used 20 lakh ton of municipal waste, garbage waste in Delhi UR2 ring road. So we can segregate this, by which we can get metals, glass and organic waste. And that organic waste you can also use for getting methane, and that we can convert that methane into hydrogen. Even we can convert that methane into bio-CNG and bio-LNG also. So I feel that this can be also good line. I remember 8 years before, I was just decided to sell the sewage water of Nagpur. When I am giving this idea to my colleagues, they already know what are you talking nonsense, how it can be possible. And today, from last 8 years, the sewage water of Nagpur we are selling to power generation company of Maharashtra government, Koradi and Khaparkheda unit, and we are getting 300 crore rupees royalty per year from selling of sewage water in Nagpur. Now lot of water is available, so we can use that water also. So my suggestion is, there are different type of waste materials which are the problems for the country. If we can make the research on that, and by using the technology, if it can be possible, it can be a great thing for the country. The biomass to bio-CNG, we have presently 40 operational units and 175 units under construction. And the plan is to making of more than 200 units, 2000 units to be the dream, the mission. I am the chairman of that association. Ravi is also the member. And I feel that it can be possible. Originally, my own tractor, we have converted on this bio-CNG. 1 lakh rupees saving per year. I have got hydrogen car, I have got flex engine car, I have got electric car. Why I have taken, this is a really interesting story. Once in a night, my wife asked me, you are talking about water, making hydrogen from that, running car. Even I am not ready to believe you, how people are going to believe you? So I understand. And today, I immediately phoned to Vikram Kirloskar, the Toyota India president. Now presently he is not alive. It's very unfortunate. And I tell him, Vikram, my problem is I am talking about hydrogen, but without car, no one is ready to believe me. Can you give me that car? At any cost, give me a pilot project and send me the car, the Mirai. And he import that car and he give me that car. I am showing to the people, this is hydrogen car, it can be possible. You can run your car hydrogen. Because out of box thinking, people are not ready to believe. Because it is difficult for them to convince. And today in my Delhi house, we have electric car, flex engine, 100% ethanol, then hydrogen car, by which I am telling to Chief Minister, every people are coming to my house, they go, this can be happen, this can possible. To create positivity and to create self-confidence in the mind of the people, that exactly the important thing which I feel. Financing is not a big problem. If the economic viability is there, the people will come to you, but we have to make it without government help. The private sector should participate in it. And there is economic viability is there, though with your good research. I feel that we will get lot of support from the financial institution. That will not be a problem. If the proven technology, economic viability, availability of raw material and marketability of the finished product, no problem, you will get the finance. I am really happy today the hydrogen is really a fuel for the future. And for the futuristic technology, here you are organizing, this convention is very important. This will inspire and motivate the people and giving an appropriate vision. I am really happy about the development in Norway, in Germany, in Japan. Already they are doing excellent jobs. We can make joint ventures and we can make manufacturing here. technology from the abroad, and manufacturing in India is a win-win situation for all. So this is really a great opportunity for India, that presently we are the importer of the energy. Our dream is to make India as exporter of energy. I am confident that with your initiative, 100%, we will fulfill this dream of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji to make India Atmanirbhar Bharat and make $5 trillion economy. And we have to reduce import and also increase our export. At the same time, the air pollution, water pollution, sound pollution is a big problem. Import substitute, cost effective, pollution free and indigenous. We have to protect our environment. That is important responsibility with all of us. I am confident that with your initiative, thinking, think tank and effective implementation, we will achieve this goal. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful speech. May I request Mr. Dilip Raghavan to come on the dais and hand over the green certificates to all the dignitaries on the dais, please. We also have one very interesting product by Mr. Satyajit Bhosle, complete recycled jacket, material made out of complete recycled plastic, I guess. Okay, 26 PET bottles recycled material.
So Mr. Gadkari always talks about waste to, from waste to wealth. So this particular jacket has been made from 26 waste PET bottles. Thank you.
So we thank all our esteemed panelists, including Shri Gadkari ji, for sparing the valuable time. We will have a small guided tour of the booth areas. I request everyone to please respect the security protocol that is there and allow Shri Gadkari ji and the other dignitaries to please spend some time with the engagement on the booths. The next panel would start in the next 15 minutes or so. I would request our panelists for panel number 2 to please be on hand. We'll start at the earliest. Good afternoon, everyone. We're ready to start with our second panel discussion. Request you all to be seated. We'll get started in the next couple of minutes. Okay, can I request everyone to settle down, please? We need to get started with the next panel. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, at the booth areas, we have ample time for networking going ahead. So if I may request the cooperation of the booth holders themselves in allowing people to return to their seats, please. We start in the next 1 minute. बदली काम हाँ क्या हुआ एक चेयर और लेकर जाओ कितना नहीं दो चेयर और लेकर जाओ लगा दो फटाफट okay that was the final call for us to please be seated we're getting started with the next set of panel discussions we began with a moment of overarching knowledge with the NHM panel to begin with. We moved on to a moment of inspiration in the form of Shri Nitin Gadkari ji and his narrative. And we now go back into the documented schedule, albeit with a bit of a twist. So we will now be convening panel 3, and then we'll go back after lunch to into the default mode of panel 2, and then we continue with the documented agenda. Once again, a request to everyone to please be seated. We need to get started with the agenda. The panelists are all ready. Let's show some respect to them, please. So once again, with the permission of the panelists, respective panelists from panel 2 and panel 3, we've interchanged the two panels. And we'd like to get started with panel 3 right now, which is developing commercially viable GH2 projects. If I may invite on stage our chairperson for this particular panel, Mr. Srini Vishwanathan, CEO of Vibrant Energy. If you could please join us on stage. Thank you. Mr. Nadir Godrej, MD of Godrej Industries. Sir, if you could please join us on stage. Come. Also, Mr. Nitin Seth, CEO, Mobility from Reliance Industries Limited. Mr. Ajay Popat, President of Iron Exchange India Limited. Mr. Terje Juan from SEID. Okay, we'll wait for Terje to join us in a bit. Mr. Anshul Gupta, from co-founder of Hygenco Green Energies. Anshul? Yeah. And if we may request Mr. Saishi Ikematsu-san from Kawasaki to please join us as well. And also his colleague, Mr. Rajesh Shah from CXO Consultancy. Yeah, thank you. So we request somebody from Team Norway to please sound out Mr. Terje so that he can also join us. Yep. Okay, good. So this panel is actually, again, a very, very important panel because amidst all the learnings, all the teachings, all the discussions, it's very important to understand how we can actually develop commercially viable GH2 projects. As Mr. Gadkari said, the commercial viability of it is is of paramount importance as we embark on trying to move this green hydrogen revolution forward. So we have a very eminent and distinguished set of panelists headed by Mr. Srini Vishwanathan, and I leave the stage to him for driving this panel forward. Srini, all over to you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. I'm really honored to be chairperson for this really star-studded panel here. What's exciting for me as a moderator and listen in to the answers is because we are actually representing the entire ecosystem, potential GH2 hydrogen ecosystem in this panel. And I hope they can give the perspective and the insights that all of us are looking for in terms of envisioning the way the space is going to develop. The format, I think we got strict instructions on timing from the organizers. So the format we'll follow is we'll give each of the panelists 5 minutes for an opening statement where they can share what their vision for the GH2 is, what they are expecting to achieve, and also challenges and opportunities from their perspective. And then we could move to pointed questions, both from me as well as, if time permits, from you as well. So to kick off the session, I think there's no one better than Mr. Nadir Godrej. He's been our inspiration ever since I was a small kid thinking of getting in the professional space. I think he's been a vision for us in terms of India. So it's really deeply honored to have you here, sir. So over to you for your opening statement.
It is no longer climate change within a tolerable range. A crisis is what it's about, with fires, floods, as well as drought. We need to act very fast before the tipping point is passed. Our carbon footprint has to fall. All of us must take a call. Green hydrogen will be at hand. It's something we should understand. No more coking coal for steel. For ammonia, let's have a new deal. Green hydrogen is now the need. With it in place, we can succeed. Natural gas will be out of the door. Carbon emissions will fall for sure. Let us rapidly turn the page and enter the green hydrogen age. Though fossil fuels have had their day, it will take time to phase them away. But before we go completely green, there is some hope that can be seen. The mines, the fields from which we source, can also be a rich resource. Now, CO2 can take us far when it's used for EOR. But when you use even more, some more oil's pushed out for sure, though not enough to make it pay. A carbon price could pave the way, and technology would save the day. Clean hydrogen is what we need if we are to really succeed. Many advantages we can see. One example is mobility, especially trucks, rail, air, and sea. And it could be the key in many aspects of chemistry. Many technologies can be seen. Some are blue, some very green, from coal or gas with sequestration, for fossil fuel reforming, a reformation. Electrolysis using green energy, another option that we see is reforming of solid biomass, or why not even biogas? This hydrogen would be green, but if sequestration's also seen, this would be quite another hue, a combination of green and blue. We could then call it cyan or teal. There's scope for both green and blue as long as it's a cleaner hue. But in order to properly reap the benefits, it should be cheap. Good solutions should be in place, as they could prove to be our ace. Green hydrogen is now the rage. It's the turning of a novel page. Electrolyzer costs will fall. We will also steadily see improvements in efficiency. Many benefits we can reap once hydrogen is really cheap. But we can't wait very long. The government response needs to be strong. Costs will come down as we reach scale. There are benefits producers must avail. A PLI will hasten things. Rapid scale is what it brings. With technology, let's be agnostic. For if we try to be prognostic, we may not correctly foresee the most efficient technology. There's scope for both green and blue as long as it's a cleaner hue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godrej. Can I request Mr. Nitin to share your opening statement?
Thank you, sir. And distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I'll give some some pointers from a mobility point of view in 2-3 minutes. I think some of the panelists earlier said out of 10 polluted cities in the world, 8 are in India. So clearly something, and mobility does contribute a lot to pollution. I'm not saying that's the only thing, but it does contribute in terms of exhaust pollution, in terms of noise. So clearly mobility is one area where we see how do we take to net carbon zero if India has a dream, how do we go there. Just to give you a perspective, every year trucks alone in India contribute to 70 million tons of CO2 into the air. 70 million tons of CO2 in the air, trucks alone. Both hydrogen and EV are crucial for net carbon zero. Now question is, which automobile goes towards hydrogen and which goes towards EV? That can be a discussion we can have. But definitely 70 million tons of CO2 into the air, and some people who are in the north part of the country in winters can actually understand how difficult it is in a winter time in the north part of the country. Green hydrogen policy which has come is definitely a right step. Government also has made 8 hubs as a proof of concept. Definitely mobility can be one of the initiative in these hubs to prove actually trucks and buses can be run on hydrogen. I will not use the word green or gray. I'll say first as in hydrogen as a concept, then obviously it can move into whether it can be green. Europe has been moving on fuel cell, and this is first time I'll say in Reliance we took the initiative to say fuel cell is very costly, can't be localized in India when the volume is not there. Can we have a slightly more cost competitive technology? We made 24 trucks on hydrogen ICE. First time in the world we have 24 hydrogen ICE truck running in Jamnagar area by Reliance in partnership with various companies. We have already covered more than 11,000 kilometers. Clearly over the next 1 year, if the technology is proven, this may be the most cost-effective technology vis-a-vis a fuel cell vehicle, which Europe is finding is very difficult to implement because the cost is very high. I think I'll say India has taken the initiative on H2ICE. We at Reliance are supporting this initiative. First cut, I'll say 6 months of work. It is actually working very fine. Another perspective we should say, if India sells approximately 500,000 trucks every year, if we replace only 75,000 trucks every year by hydrogen, you remove 6 million tons of CO2 outside of the air. Just selling 75,000 trucks per year, you can remove 6 million tons of CO2 from besides NOx and particulate matter. Clearly, mobility is one area where hydrogen can be a good say. Government is working towards declaring hydrogen as an auto fuel. Hopefully in the next 2 to 3 years, if we are able to prove technology of mobility both in bus and trucks, it will move. Definitely there is a challenge today of high capex cost, then obviously running cost. We may have to come with the novel ideas of pay per kilometer, why somebody should own a truck, why can't it be run on pay per kilometer. Yes, hydrogen is very costly today. In Europe it is $10 per kg. In India, let's say even it is $3. See, hydrogen trucks we have also found out in the first 6 months of trial, it is 3 times more fuel efficient than a diesel truck, 3 times more. So just a rough figure, if today diesel is available at 100 rupees a liter, even if hydrogen is available at 300 rupees a kg, actually it is a one-on-one replacement if we can control the capex. So we are feeling very hopeful, if not $1, which our chairman and Reliance have already visioned out, even if it's $3, this actually is a very good alternative to diesel truck. So clearly trials have shown it is 3 times more fuel efficient. Yes, one of the 2 biggest challenges we are all likely to face, 3. 1, transportation of hydrogen. Carbon fiber, you know, we need 350 bar and 700 bar tanks. Carbon fiber is not made in India. How do we make carbon fiber made in India for onboard storage as well as transportation, number 1. Number 2, hydrogen, we spoke about the cost of producing hydrogen. And third, how many pumps can we have at least on the highway? Is it every 200 kilometer, every 300 kilometer? Because the efficiency we have seen on a truck, if you put 4 tanks in a truck, the range is 400 kilometer. So even if you have every 200 kilometer a pump of hydrogen, At least on the national highway, trucks can take out a lot of pollution out using hydrogen. But these are challenges. Journey is begun. Reliance is very much invested into this game. We feel end-to-end value chain, Reliance will participate. But obviously, it's not about one single corporate alone. There's a lot of ecosystem has got to build. But it's a good beginning. And initial results, not to copy a European truck. Sorry, gentlemen, I'm not taking anything from Europe. H2 ICE is a much more affordable technology for a country like India. It is 1/4 of a cost of a fuel cell truck. Hydrogen, 1/4 of a cost. If you can able to deliver these trucks, I think India can remove a lot of carbon dioxide from the air. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nitin, for really insightful comments. Can I hand it over to Mr. Ajay for your openings?
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My thought were different before I came onto the panel, and the reason is that essentially we don't want to add to something what's already been said in the morning by a very august panel over here. And also the fact that as it happens in T20, this panel became an impact panel. We are supposed to be speaking after the next panel. But then there is always opportunity in life, okay? And I think it's good to build upon the deliberations which were made in the morning. And the wonderful poetry we heard from Mr. Godrej, which summarized in such beautiful words the whole dichotomy of the hydrogen eco-cycle. So thinking ahead, I think there are two challenges as what we see from the user perspective. One is the price of green hydrogen, all of us are aware. And the big challenge is that what will be the first move or who will be the first mover. So it's also a chicken and the egg syndrome that if the price falls to $1, we'll have green hydrogen projects coming up, and then there would be money which would be invested in the Indian economy for this energy transition. And the second is that unless we experience and build up scale and through scale bring down the cost, this may never happen. So what's the way out here? And one of the thought processes that we had was that two challenges we see. One is the price of electricity. Mr. Gadkari talked about alternate energy sources using biomass to convert that into methane and then probably converting into energy, if not hydrogen. The second is very importantly the importance of water, that when you do not have H2O in this country, leave aside the high purity water that you would need to produce hydrogen from the electrolysis process, how is H2 going to become viable or affordable? So if I look at these two issues and do some calculations, which I had done before I came up to the panel, the realization is that if I talk about water, there are alternate sources which are available, which can be converted into fresh or high purity water and at an affordable cost. You could use municipal sewage, which is available in abundance. You can use seawater, which is available in abundance. And you could use even industrial effluents, which is available from all the industries, which also would need green hydrogen or blue hydrogen, and become very competitive and more versatile and more self-sufficient with respect to availability of water. Even if one requires about 9 liters of water to produce about 1 kg of hydrogen, I can tell you with a great deal of assurance that that certainly will not be a problem going further, even if in the short-term goal of achieving 5 million metric ton of green hydrogen by 2030. And even going beyond to 2050, when we would see the relative cost of grey hydrogens going up, and through scale economies, efficiency of electrolyzers, more efficient way of producing high purity water, I think the game will be completely in the favor of green hydrogen. How many of us will be there to see 2050? I'm not very sure. Certainly, I'm not sure. I'm sure that I'm not going to be around. But that's what sustainability means, that you're living the next generation with a planet which is far more beautiful, far more livable than what we were living in. And as a representative of the water industry, I certainly can assure that sort of green future, a blue future, and a very bright future, riding on the optimism and the reality of producing high purity water required for green hydrogen at a very, very affordable cost.
Thank you so much, Ajay, to throw light on the ecosystem around the hydrogen ecosystem. Can I hand it over to Turji?
Test, let's see, test of this. This is working fine. It's me? Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to come to India. I'm Norwegian and I'm carrying, green hope. It's my mantra. So those of you who have seen me before have seen me in green. I'm just waiting for my presentation, a few slides I will speak about as such. I will say immediately, I am the 10th man. The 10th man in the military means that as the last person of the 10, if all the 9 first agrees that something should be done, the 10th man's responsibility is say, think about what you're doing. Are you really sure you want to do it? So we are going back in time. So this is not the first time hydrogen has been on the table. It's not the first hype, it's not the first boom of hydrogen. So we had the first boom of hydrogen 13.8 billion years ago. It's called the Big Bang. So it created 75% of the universe is hydrogen, 24% is helium, and then the rest goes into the 1%. So that's the interesting scenario here. And when you look at our planet, we were created, 4.5 billion years ago. Is this the clicker? Next slide. So again, it is important to understand this. So we have a lot of it. The problem is apparently, even if it's out in space in the universe, it is not freely available on this planet. This is the problem. So you are all using hydrogen. So you had coffee, you had tea, you had sugar. It all contains hydrogen as a molecule. So every single day we are all the way consuming hydrogen, using hydrogen in all our lives. It is in our waters, it's in the hydrocarbons, it's in the carbohydrates, it's in the biomass. It's all over the place. Next slide. This one, okay. So, as I said, on our planet, we have the limitation that we don't have any free hydrogen. It is bound to water, it's bound to hydrocarbons, it is bound to biomass. That's the main sources of our planet. So, let's move from the Big Bang, and then let's move to 1800. So, the invention of the electrolyzer process was in 1800 by 2 English gentlemen, so which invented electrolysis, and then further improved by theories by Mr. Faraday in 1833. So it's not a new technology, it's fairly old, and you might ask why it's not more widespread if it's so old. It's the first thing in the universe. The issue is, and it's very simple, the energy in water is available to make hydrogen. The problem is water is a very stable molecule. This is the reason why we are here in the first place. If water were not stable, we wouldn't be here. But the problem is, if you want to tear water apart to make oxygen and hydrogen, it needs a lot of electricity. This is the minimum energy in theory. If you were to make something working 100%, which we can't, it would be 39.5. In practice, it is 50 kilowatt hours per kilogram of hydrogen. The numbers under here, anyone can guess what those numbers are? The numbers, I'll tell it, it is the average consumption of electricity in each country. So in India, 5 kilowatt hours of energy per person, per day. Yeah? In Norway, 56 kilowatt hours of energy per person per day. Yeah? So you see, if you want to make hydrogen, you're going to use quite a lot of energy. So for me, I would spend my entire quota of electricity on producing 1 kilogram of hydrogen in Norway. Think about this. The second wave of hydrogen came in the early 1920s when the invention of steam methane reforming came about. So there's no single persons which is famous for inventing this, but it's the most important invention in terms of creating fertilizers, because we need hydrogen to make ammonia to make fertilizers. So this was the dominating system already in the 1920s, and it's been the dominating ever since. And it's mainly used in industrial purposes. Very, very important. Industrial purposes is the use today. So when you use steam methane reforming to create 1 kilogram of hydrogen, you only need 5.7 kilowatt hours of energy. So I think some of you are getting into why this is reasonable. Why is this the dominating method of producing hydrogen? Because it's the most energy efficient way to produce hydrogen. Using methane, either it's natural gas methane or it's biomethane. Doesn't matter, same molecule. So today we are looking at the global production of hydrogen. It's approximately 19 million tons. And SMR is plus 95% of that production. So electrolyzers is a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of the production of hydrogen. And that share, which can be called green, is even smaller, because it's very, very, very important to get green hydrogen, because you need to make sure you have super low carbon electricity in the first place, in abundance. You in India, you don't have electricity in abundance. We in Norway, we used to have it, no longer. Europe do not have it, US do not have it, China do not have it. So this is where you use the hydrogen today. So industrial applications, refineries, ammonia, methanol, others. Yeah, you will see the odd bus here and there. You will see the odd truck here and there. You will even see the odd fuel cell electric car. I was participating when we opened this last time in Norway in 2008. We opened, big shebang with the Toyota fuel cell system in 2008. A lot of focus. We opened gas stations for hydrogen and so on. They do not exist anymore. So we have artificial intelligence influencing our lives. I asked ChatGPT about the future, about hydrogen. So let's see what ChatGPT said. I will allow you to read it yourself. So please read it. And once you've read it, raise your hand so I can see the reading speed in the audience. So the last one is interesting here because, I feel the audience is on the last sentence. Enthusiasm, there's no bounds to green hydrogen. It's so fantastic. It's going to save us completely. So that's the enthusiasm, and it's good with enthusiasms. So that's the first page. So you read it? Move on to the second one. So again, here is ChatGPT using the available sources, telling what ChatGPT and artificial intelligence is thinking about this subject. And now I will ask you, when you read it, do you think ChatGPT are talking about the future, in 5 or 10 years? Or is this a summary of something that happened before? So if you think this is a summary of what happened before, please raise your hand. Okay, so what ChatGPT have done here is actually summarize what happened in 2001, 2002, 2003. This is a summary what happened, what went wrong in 2001 and onwards. I'm not saying that is the final judgment. I'm just saying stop a little bit and contemplate a bit before we're moving on. Sometimes it's smart to stop and go back one step and rethink. This is what I'm saying. But hydrogen is not dead. Even in spite of ChatGPT and in spite of the last boom, there is potential in this. And of course, steam methane reforming is still the biggest one. From 1927 and onwards, it was never a problem. It was the most efficient way of producing hydrogen. The problem today is the CO2. So now that is becoming a problem. Wasn't it the problem in 1950s, 1980s, 1990s? It became a problem in 2000 and onwards. So this is why you introduce electrolysis, which is an old technology, which is not energy efficient, which is, is a problem. But as the minister said, there's also new technologies coming on board, being proven, which is a concept called methane pyrolysis. So you connect to a biogas, you use the biomethane, you upgrade it to hydrogen, and you also produce the carbon particles, which you can use for other purposes, water treatment, asphalt, cement, and so on. So that's an important dilemma. And again, what is important now, I'll only remember one thing I said. The energy you need to use to split these two molecules, water or methane, it is 1 to 7.5. So you need 7.5 times more energy to split water into hydrogen versus splitting methane into hydrogen. This is the only thing you need to remember going from here. But the results in Norway is, if you do this in Norway, you have 0.141 kilograms of CO2 produced by that 1 kilogram by using methane. If you use water and hydropower in Norway, you have 3 times the amount of CO2 produced, which is a surprise to a lot of people. And I'm happy to explain those numbers afterwards. So, very clear, this molecule, methane, holds a lot of promise. India's potential for biomethane is the same as Norway's export of natural gas, close to 1,000 terawatt hours of energy. That is the Indian potential for biomethane. It's huge. Remember, Norway is supplying 40% of the natural gas to Europe with that amount of gas. So what are we doing in my company? Yeah, we are exactly doing that. We are using biogas facilities, using our own technology, taking the renewable energy from hydropower or wind power or solar and so on, and deploying it in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Tore, for that really interesting presentation. And I think we'll all have a lot of questions, follow-up questions on that. Let me hand it over to Mr. Anshul for your opening statement.
Hello. Yeah, hi. I think I'll just introduce myself. I'm Anshul. I'm one of the co-founders of this company, Hygenco. It's short form for just a hydrogen generation company. We are a platform, just like an independent hydrogen producer set up in 2020 to focus on the entire hydrogen value chain. And I think one of the mission statement for our company is that we play at the crossroads of commercial viability and technological innovation. So maybe we can speak something about commercial viability in green hydrogen projects today. But as a matter to testament of where we come from, we were one of the first companies in India to set up a 100% green hydrogen pilot plant. Has been operating since more than last 15 months in the heartland of India in Ujjain. And we went on to sign the first long-term offtake of green hydrogen in India. It was a 20-year offtake at a fixed price. Where we achieved the commercial viability by attracting private equity investments as well as project financing. In fact, we were the first ones to close project financing in a green hydrogen project and even get disbursements from the banks around 3 weeks ago. So I think that maybe gives us some way to where we come from, in terms of speaking about commercial viability of green hydrogen projects, where we have already managed to do so and already built a track record to do so, and are doing more and more. So I think what makes us very excited about hydrogen is that while today the hydrogen is produced maybe largely from natural gas in one way or the another, and it leads to certain carbon emissions in single digits, as a percentage of total carbon emissions in the world. Fundamentally, hydrogen can do much more than this. It can decarbonize more than 40% of the GHG emissions across the globe in a lot of different sectors which don't use green hydrogen today. And in a lot of these sectors, these are hard to abate sectors in manufacturing, in mobility, industrial heating, etc., where hydrogen may not be used today, but it is the only possible technology, only viable technology today that can decarbonize this sector. So that's why we are very excited about hydrogen. But then the question comes that if you look at so many sectors where hydrogen can play a role to decarbonize, where do you start? Where do you find the commercial viability? And I think that's where we have focused a lot in last 2 or more than 2 years. So where is the commercial viability? How do we make commercially viable projects? I think the answer may be different region to region, and mostly speak about India here. We have a huge domestic hydrogen demand. We find that a lot of hydrogen, the commercial viability in hydrogen is around the manufacturing sector. And we also believe that it will be very soon also be coming in the mobility. And I couldn't agree more with what one of our panelists said, that we are very positive about hydrogen mobility as well. I think what we have found over 2.5 years is that, green hydrogen is basically a combination of renewable energy and electrolysis. Neither is new. Electrolysis has been there for decades. Green energy, renewable energy is extremely well proven. How do you look at it, and how do you find the commercial viability in it? You can either look at the point of view of renewable energy, that maybe the 60-70% cost is renewable energy, and maybe I would try to work on the renewable energy and try to find commercial viability. Or you can look at it from a gas point of view, that fundamentally we are actually not selling electricity, we are selling a gas. We have found that while 60-70% of the cost may be renewable energy, it is not a renewable energy project. In our view, it is an industrial gases project. And this single statement completely transforms and changes how you look at the green hydrogen project and how do you find commercial viability in it. Because then you start from a customer centricity point of view. You start to look at what actually customer needs. And you start converting a commodity like hydrogen, which doesn't have any color, by the way, into a solution. And when you convert a commodity into solution, you start finding a lot of levers to basically make it commercially viable. So I think that's a mindset shift that we have found has helped us a lot, and has helped us sign, execute, and build a longer pipeline of commercially viable green hydrogen projects in the country. So I think that has been our understanding so far. And what we have seen is that you basically need to start from the customer. Then you basically need to see, okay, how do I supply hydrogen, in what format and what pressure, and etc. And then you back solve for the renewable energy. In our opinion, it's just a gas plant that happens to run on renewable energy. It is not the renewable energy project itself, despite 70% of cost being renewable energy. That's it.
Thank you, Anshul. Thanks for the insights. Let me now hand it over to Iket Matsud-san. Thank you for your presence, and I think Mr. Rajesh will support him.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I am Ikematsu from Kawasaki Heavy Industries, and next to me, Mr. Rajesh is also from Kawasaki. Actually, he is a partner here. Kawasaki is known to the manufacturing company for the motorcycle. This is famous, but we are also having the solution, H2 related solution like, sorry? Hello, yeah. Gas, yeah, and liquefied hydrogen tank, and liquefied hydrogen carrying vessels, and the hydrogen gas turbine and gas engine. So, green hydrogen. Green hydrogen holds immense potential to replace fossil fuel in various sectors, from transportation and power generation to industry and beyond. But to unlock the true potential of green hydrogen, we must embrace collaboration, innovation, and systematic changes. Another crucial point is building a robust and interconnecting network of hydrogen production, storage, and distribution facilities for the widespread adoption of green hydrogen system. Governments and private entities need to collaborate to develop the necessary infrastructure, including hydrogen refueling station, pipelines, and storage facility to create a seamless transition from fossil fuel to the hydrogen-based systems. The potential of green hydrogen to reshape our energy landscape is undeniable. Let us seize this opportunity driven by our shared commitment to a greener, cleaner, and more prosperous, bright future. Thank you very much. You want?
I just want to add a specific point that Kawasaki also believes that hydrogen has use in distributed power generation, more so. And I don't want to take more time here, but anyone wants to know how and how it will be viable, I'm available for more discussions, yeah, offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Matsu-san and Mr. Rajesh. Thank you. I think you all heard the opening statement from the esteemed panel. We have, I'm looking at the watch, we have about 20 minutes. And so I do have, one of the ways we are able to skin this panel here is we have representation from a consumer perspective, from a producer perspective, mobility. Mr. Ajay represents both from the ecosystem point of view, the water electrolyzer. Mr. Terhe represents the innovation and then new ideas coming up in the space. And obviously Kawasaki, large conglomerate working in the power generation around. So we have an unique opportunity to cover each of these areas. If I may start with you, Mr. Godrej, from a consumer perspective, obviously we all are sharing the vision that we need to aggressively grow the space in green hydrogen, but it cannot start until the consumer accepts and says yes, gives the first order and moves forward. What does you think from a consumer perspective, what do you think we need to give consumers today in order for them to adopt GH2 as a main strategy, and both from a consumer perspective and also maybe some ask from the government or other stakeholders?
Yeah. In the chemical industry, for many processes, we need hydrogen. We do hydrogenation, and for that, we need hydrogen. And in the... it's not on? Can you hear me now? Yeah. In the chemical industry, we have to use hydrogen for certain processes like hydrogenation. In fact, in the past, as many people pointed out, we were using electrolysis because it was for our small usage, it was a good solution. When we started making fatty alcohol, we had a big requirement for hydrogen, and we started doing reforming of natural gas. And as many people have pointed out, you can also reform biogas, which is alternative green hydrogen. One of the interesting things about electrolysis is you also produce oxygen. We used to sell our oxygen in those days for medical use, which was a good byproduct price. Of course, if you use electrolysis on a grand scale, there'll be a glut of oxygen, probably. So it may not be that valuable. So we should be open to all technologies, and for some industries like mobility and steel, you can't replace carbon unless you have hydrogen in the steel industry. And in mobility, it's a good solution. Whether you use an engine, as Nitin argues, is much more viable in India than a fuel cell, or you use fuel cells in things like aeroplanes. Fuel cells make a lot of sense. In ships, you can use hydrogen. But all these people will have to get hydrogen at a cheaper price than the fossil fuel they are using. Of course, as was discussed early in the morning, you could charge a higher price for the fossil fuels because of the polluting aspects or the carbon pollution and also the other kinds of pollution. If you have a premium for that, then hydrogen doesn't have to be all that cheap. It was very heartening to hear from Nitin that $3 a kilo is quite viable, and if you put a premium for all the bad effects of the other fuels, it may even be $4, and fossil fuels aren't getting much cheaper. So we have that room to play, and I think we should be open to all the technologies, and electrolysis costs are going to come down. The amount of energy required is likely to come down, and what we may need is help from the government in the early stages. We can't get the benefits of scale until we reach scale. So there's some subsidy in the early stages. We'll reach scale earlier, and this subsidy doesn't have to last.
Thank you very much. If I may go to Mr. Nitin, from a mobility standpoint, what do you see? Obviously, we so couple of things that if you can dwell on. One is in terms of cost of ownership from owning a hydrogen vehicle, either it's a car or a truck. You can elaborate that. And if that is competing with the current diesel, how do you think that will play out? And obviously also the massive push on EV, and how do you see this ecosystem developing over the few years? And maybe a parting ways in terms of Reliance putting a large amount of investment and focus on this. What would be the business model as such for RIL as well?
I think, thanks. I think a bigger perspective, if you go to US, you will see those trucks with big heavy batteries behind, 300 kilowatt batteries. I think for India, that is not a solution, because to charge a 300 kilowatt battery, you will need 8 hours. And India does not have so much of grid available on the highways where people can stop for 8 hours and charge the full battery. Therefore, India's solution is, we have done our hydrogen trucks in partnership. Hydrogen trucks gets filled in only 10 minutes. So clearly, for a trucking point of view and a bus point of view, a 10-minute filling is much more viable option than electricity, because you have to draw so much of electricity to charge, which India is already deficit, number one. As a cost of ownership is concerned, as I said, hydrogen is 3 times more fuel efficient than diesel. Problem is capex. If you're able to bring hydrogen, let's say 300 rupees or let's say $4, and you're able to do a kit, which is hydrogen engine direct injection, not fuel cell, the cost of an hydrogen direct injection is my estimate just now, initial estimate, is 2 times the price of a diesel truck. But the fuel cell is 4 times the price of a diesel truck. So definitely for India, fuel cell is not a solution till the fuel cell prices in the world comes down and becomes a good. I'm not saying technology is bad. It is prohibitive to own a fuel cell because it is not made in India, and worldwide it is very costly. Only solution we have to do is, can we get the tank prices down? Carbon fiber tanks which are imported, can it come down and made in India? Then actually I am telling you, 2.5 years the payback period of an hydrogen truck vis-a-vis a diesel truck, just 2.5 years. Clearly that removes so much of carbon, removes so much of your, India imports $100 billion worth of oil. Besides pollution, it's the money. If you see $100 billion worth of oil is imported. Even if 10% or 20% trucks and buses shift to hydrogen, you're talking about saving, besides pollution, $20 billion worth of foreign exchange, just saving on using mobility. And India is the 4th largest bus market in the world. It is the 2nd largest truck market in the world. Imagine the kind of, even if 10-15% of this thing shifts towards hydrogen, you save foreign exchange, which can be brought back into the various subsidies. You save pollution. Coming to EV, EV will be a good viable option for a 2-wheeler, maybe a 3-wheeler, and to some extent cars. Definitely anything which is 15 tons and above. We have done the calculation. 15 tons and above, or a 20-seater and above bus, it does not make sense to be on EV. While Europe is going and US is going, because hydrogen is not available, they're going in a different direction called EV. Definitely for India, smaller vehicles, EVs, trucks and buses, and anything above 15 ton and 30 seaters is a game of hydrogen. It's only a question of kicking start. We feel 3-4 years down the line, this game will actually start in a big way, and India catches fast. And a good example is CNG. Moment CNG and a hedge became between diesel price and a CNG price. Just to tell you a figure, last year, 30% of trucks and buses sold in India was CNG. 30%. There was a time people said CNG is not a good fuel. I am expecting even if 10% shift to hydrogen in 26, 27, I think we are done with all the savings we will have and besides pollution.
Thank you for that really optimistic picture, Mr. Nitin. Though I have one follow-up question in terms of the ecosystem that you talked about, the carbon fiber and many other things. Do you see that, are we doing in terms of efforts like a PIL, or is there a very thought-out program today in the government to do that, or is that something we should initiate?
I think you would have heard about electrolyzers, so I'm saying government will give the PLI and the cost of electrolyzer, therefore cost of production will come down. There is also an initiative being taken, including Reliance and by other many companies, to see how can we source carbon fiber. Carbon fibers have a linkage to refinery in some way, not direct linkage. If carbon fiber, because you need 350 bar and 700 bar tank to compress this hydrogen, which is gaseous in nature, you need that carbon fiber material. Design of a tank is no big, I think designs are available. If we are able to source the material in this country next 2 years' time, I think 3 or 4 companies are working on it. I think this carbon fiber will bring the cost of owning a truck actually very down. If you see, when I say it's 2.5 times the cost of a diesel truck, half of the actually cost comes from carbon fiber. So clearly carbon fiber is a big element in the trucking cost. Just to give you a perspective, if we import a carbon fiber tank, 40 kg goes into a truck to get 400 kilometers. Each carbon fiber per kg is $300. What we need in India, a carbon fiber per kg, approximately $75 to $80. If you're able to do $80 per kg carbon fiber, it is actually a 1:1 replacement of a diesel truck.
Thank you, fantastic. Mr. Ajay, if you, I think you covered a lot of points around obviously the water part and also the electrolyzers part. And you have some initiatives going on in that. In terms of that ecosystem, also needs to be super competitive to hit our $1 target. So can you share some insight as to what areas that we need to work on with that?
So undoubtedly, as my co-panelist said, that mobility is the one which is going to drive the hydrogen economy. And we need such drivers in order to bring down the cost of hydrogen, green hydrogen, which can then benefit a very large segment of the Indian industry. And when I talk of this large, it is basically the MSMEs, which contribute a significant amount, the largest amount to our GDPs, to our exports, and also to employment. So while everyone has taken a position in the green hydrogen development economy, so we heard about mobility, which will drive. We are also hearing about the largest consumers also investing a lot in developing green hydrogen. So if you look at the overall demand, we consume close to about 8% of the global hydrogen. And bulk of it presently goes into the refineries and the steel. Now, if you keep aside mobility, which is going to be the driver to overall by, let's say, 2030 or definitely 2035 to bring down the green hydrogen cost, aided also by the fact that fossil fuel cost, as Mr. Godrej says, is also going to go up. Which are the other areas where we can find a niche or a space without clamoring too much about government subsidies? As Mr. Gadkari also said, and we realize that if we can find a solution for producing green hydrogen at an affordable cost for the medium and the small scale industry, while mobility drives the green hydrogen cost down, bulk users, particularly in refining, in fertilizer productions, and later on, I have a different perspective about steel. I don't see, in my own perspective, steel being the driver for the green hydrogen usage or consumption. So that may come around 240. So we worked on this idea, and I'm very happy to tell you that while everyone was looking about 10 megawatts, we started looking at less than 10 megawatts. Not just because my company does not have the scale to go beyond 10 megawatts. The only reason being we found that almost all the Norwegian companies were taken up by large Indian companies. So if we had to give, let's say if I had to wear the cap of EPC in my company, and if I had to give a solution which combined high purity water along with electrolyzer, I had nowhere else to go. And then we said that as a membrane manufacturer also, and somebody who understands a bit about electrolysis through our involvement, let's develop those smaller modules, integrate it with high purity water system, and give everything on a skid to those guys who require less than 10 megawatt. Okay, and that's a large section in the medium and the small scale industry. So while the mobility will drive, refiners will find a way out to bring down the cost of electrolyzers. Somebody has to look at the needs of the MSMEs, and we found that as a niche. Hopefully we will be successful. And why I say hopefully we are successful is that we put into the market close to about 600 systems. Very, very small systems. Essentially to see whether it would meet the life cycle cost or it would meet the efficiency that is required at the end of, let's say, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. And also check the mechanical reliability of such a system. And I'm very happy that if you keep aside efficiency of hydrogen production, this experiment has been hugely successful. Along the way, we also partnered with some of the Indian companies, Eastern Electrolyzer, for example, one, where we said that let's work into synergy. That you are also going to be giving your electrolyzers to a lot of medium and small scale industries. Again, they'll require high purity water, and that all would be required on a skid, so that it's pre-engineered, pre-designed. You further bring down the cost, and it can be available in a modular way. So we partnered together, and so they buy our high purity system. We developed a very special system for them for meeting the smaller pilot requirements. So at this stage, from the water perspective and also combining it with the electrolysis process, on our own or through partnership, we have reached a confidence level where we feel that even at the present situation of cost, we can possibly make a difference.
Thank you, thank you. So Torhe, if I may ask you, obviously you presented a very, an innovative idea around steam within pyrolysis. What do you see going forward now? Do you see any more disruption happening in this space, or this is all we have to work with? And especially with the cold spark idea that you have, is there a potential for that to get massively adopted as one of the ideas?
I don't believe in disruption. I think about evolution as such. I do think there is a potential of hydrogen, especially where we need to replace, carbon-intensive hydrogen with low carbon. I don't believe in the phrase of green. I don't think there's anything like green. I think we need to aim at something which is lower, much lower, as low as we can get it. So that's the most important part. And for me, it's we are starting with electrons, electricity. So my path is saying, let's try to electrify as much as we can, because that's the most energy efficient way of doing it. So once we convert, electron to a molecule to convert it back again, you have lost more than 70% of the energy. So this is why, think carefully what you're doing. Can you use electricity directly? Let's do that, yeah? In the cases where we have abundance, we have so much electricity that we can give it to the 400 million people in India that actually needs electricity. Once we have given them the electricity and when you have abundance, you can do whatever you want with it, including making hydrogen.
And in terms of applications for your, do you think if you can build those applications behind a steel company or a glass company or a refinery?
As you understand, I'm a bit skeptical, but at the same time, my company do have a production method using biomethane to produce what I call biohydrogen. And the case is actually that hydrogen is going to be used internally in the biogas facility. So it's not going to be stored, not going to be used anywhere else, not going into cars. It's going to be used as a molecule in industrial processes. For example, one of the processes we have is we take the biomethane, we upgrade it to hydrogen, we combine hydrogen and CO2 with bacteria, and we might make bioproteins. We make food and feed of the same. So we make a circular economy out of it and not needing to transport and move the hydrogen anywhere else than the biogas facility.
Yeah, thank you. Just taking a cue from what Rick said just now, we realized also that we are a country which is short in terms of water. We are extremely scarce. We are stressed actually in terms of per capita availability. And the second thing is obviously energy. And as a industrial economy aiming to become the number 2 or number 3 in a short time, energy is going to be very important. At the same time, we produce abundant amount of waste. So we said that can we integrate a model where we treat, for example, sewage, which is just sent to the seas or which goes and pollutes or surface water sources, and only 30% of the sewage which is generated in the country is being treated by us. So can we have a solution or a process, again I'm saying it's not disruptive, I completely agree with him, which converts it into high purity water. So we put up a 7 crore investment. We took sewage generated by a community. We converted that into high purity water, which can then subsequently be used for several applications, including electrolysis of water to produce hydrogen. In the process, whatever the waste came out in the treatment of sewage, along with municipal solid waste, which Mr. Gadkari ji said, the organic portion, we combined and we produced biomethane. Right now, that project uses biomethane to convert into electricity, as how generally it is being used. But here is something which we invested about 6 years back. In today's time, going towards hydrogen transition as an energy can be used to supplement the requirement of water, which by 2030 we are talking about 5 billion cubic meters or 5 billion liters of water, or 5 million metric tons of water, along with the energy. So here is a module. So essentially what I'm talking is at a very grassroots level, the initiatives that we are doing to also mitigate the challenges of waste management in the society and using it as a useful resource and converting them into any form of energy that you would need. Even if you want it as green energy, you have water and methane available to convert it into green energy, or use the water or the energy for any use.
Thanks. So I am making the best use of time. Anshul, so obviously you're, as you said, you're one of the first producers of hydrogen. Now, what might be interesting for us to know is in terms of your idea of the size of the market, in terms of the mass adoption of green hydrogen that you see among your potential clientele, and also maybe if you can give some insights around what is the kind of levelized cost of hydrogen you need in order to start seeing a massive uptake of hydrogen in India ecosystem.
So I'll answer both, because I think both the questions are very interlinked to each other. The mass adoption is linked to what the cost of hydrogen customers can get, clients can get, and vice versa. So I think we believe that while there are certain parts of the market where you can achieve commercial viability today, but fundamentally, yeah, certain technology will evolve, electrolysis costs will decrease, renewable energy costs will decrease, etc. This is all fine. But I think what the biggest mover that will basically shape the market and create the viability for the customers is the carbon pricing. So in a market like India, where you don't have a formal means of, let's say, any carbon market, carbon pricing, there is no difference between gray hydrogen, green hydrogen. It is just hydrogen. There's nothing green about it. It is simply a hydrogen. So when you're selling into this market, when you're contracting in this market, you are basically competing directly against gray hydrogen, and there is almost no value being attributed to the green. If there are mechanisms that are created by the government, and I think some of that potentially is about to come, maybe through carbon credit trading scheme, so that carbon, if that can be stripped and that can be traded, will generate immense amount of value in the market, and that will increase the addressable pie of the market significantly. So I think in mobility, as our fellow colleague is saying, if it's $3 per kg, you can see some good level of adoption. Even in industry, if it is around $3 or between $2.5 to $3, you can see a lot of good adoption. So today we believe, based on the size and based on certain situations, there is no single cost of hydrogen, but the cost of hydrogen can easily range anywhere between $3 to $4 in India per kg today. There are situations in India where you can maybe make something close to $3 per kg even today. But this is not widely applicable, because this hydrogen then may not be available to everybody at the right cost. It can only be produced in certain places. Here comes the role of carbon pricing. If the carbon pricing, carbon financing framework is there, I'm very confident that almost everybody can get the hydrogen at $3 or less than $3 per kg. So this is the biggest unlocking lever we see and potentially will come.
Thank you, thank you. They're very interesting. Last but not the least, from Kawasaki's standpoint, in terms of what is your vision for India? Like, do you think you would be actively seeing opportunities in hydrogen power generation, which you said is one of your main focus areas?
See, from our point of view, we are looking at opportunity in the distributed cogeneration space. Why we say so? Today, when I say distributed cogeneration, the target market is industry, which is chemical industry, paper industry. This is the industry. Now, what are they doing today? They are burning coal. In India, about 300 million tons of coal is burned by the per annum is burned by the private industry today, because there is no other inexpensive fuel. Yeah? Now, that alone negates 75 gigawatt of solar power carbon. Yeah? So if we bring hydrogen, and like Mr. Nitin said, even for cogeneration, even if the hydrogen is at around $2.5 a kg, it should work. Why it will work? Because the calorific value of hydrogen is almost 2.5 times of natural gas. Yeah? So what we are seeing is a transition. We need, of course, we will need a transition fuel. Transition fuel, the best transition fuel for the industry today is natural gas. At least it will bring down the present emissions, because they are burning coal, to almost 10% level. So you bring a transition fuel as natural gas, all the gas turbines or gas engines which run on natural gas can be converted to hydrogen with a simple transition kit. So you can switch over to hydrogen in future. So I think that is our vision. We are looking at how it will work, but at least Kawasaki is ready, 100% ready with fully fired hydrogen turbines. What Kawasaki also offers to India is they have a lot of experience now, and they have done the first ship from Australia to Japan, bringing hydrogen. So we have a storage solution up to 40,000 meter cube, and a ship solution of up to 160,000 meter cube.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think we'll end the panel here. One of the first panels in the day that is closing 2 minutes before time. So thank you very much for the.
Thank you, everyone. If I may please request you to stay back for just a minute. Okay. If we may invite Mr. Christian to please join us on stage, and please we'll honor your time constraints, sir. And your certificate given out first. So, yeah, Mr. Nitin Seth.
Sorry, I have to catch a flight.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Mr. Srini Vishwanathan, our session chair. Mr. Nadir Godrej. Terrier. Mr. Ajay Popat. Mr. Anshul Gupta. Ikematsu-san. And Mr. Rajesh Shah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone. That brings us all to a very well-deserved lunch. So request you all to please join us in the outside. Lunch is served. You have the coupon against which the lunch will be given. If you need some help, my team is there. We convene once again exactly at 2:45 for the next set of panel discussions. See you all then. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I request you all to be seated. We're really running behind schedule, and we're going to try and make it up over the next few sessions. Please, you have half a minute to be settled down, and we're really going to get started in the interest of time. Popular plastics. So 3 of them right now. We shared it. We can still work on something together. Okay, we're ready to start. Request all of you to please take your seat. As we're running behind time, we're going to try and make this a session of 3 compact panels. And we'd like to start with the first one on global energy transition financing programs and the learnings for India. I'd like to invite our session chair, Mr. Tobias Winter, to please join us on stage. Mr. Tobias Winter is the director at the Indo-German Energy Forum Support Office. I'd also like to invite our next panelist, Mr. Pranab Sharma. He's the co-founder and director at UPC and also the CEO of Green Edge Capital. Our last panelist for this particular session, it's a small panel, Mr. Christian Valdez Carter, director at Innovation Norway. So it's a compact panel, but no less action-packed than any of the other. And I leave the stage in the able hands of Mr. Tobias Winter to drive it forward. Thank you. Shall we start with your presentation?
Bahut acha. Namaskar, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful lunch. Let's dig a little bit deeper into the topic of green hydrogen and how international cooperation actually supports the upscale of the green hydrogen economy. The presentation is being loaded. Maybe until the presentation is loaded, maybe some of my colleagues could also support. Wonderful. So just to understand the German perspective, no? So we have Norway here, but actually the German perspective is also the European perspective, no? So let me just confirm to you, no, that the national hydrogen strategy of Germany is actually pretty much looking globally into the entire world, because the idea of Germany and then also of Europe is to bring down the cost globally. And by bringing down the cost globally, certainly Germany also looks into where we stand in terms of the gray hydrogen economy. And there it is no doubt that India is amongst the top, third ranked global gray hydrogen players in the world, with 6 million tons annual production and consumption annually, and another 2 million tons actually through imports via green ammonia route. And then your Honorable Prime Minister announced the hydrogen mission and wanting to become the new global hub of green hydrogen and its largest exporter. And I think that catched a lot of interest in Europe and led to a lot of bilateral agreements. We have heard about the agreement with Norway, but also Germany made an agreement and they founded the Indo-German Green Hydrogen Task Force. And why is there so much interest in India? First of all, you're already number 3 in the world. You're already an elephant in the room if we talk about gray hydrogen. So why not having India to become maybe number 1 in green hydrogen in the world? And is that possible, and to which extent? Certainly the first question financiers and bankers are looking and asking when they come to India is, how about your electricity generation from renewable energy sources? And if you look at the map, you actually see that there's other regions in the world which maybe have a little bit more sun available. In this map from IRENA, you see, the darker it is, Australia, or here Chile, these regions north of Argentina, Atacama Desert, these regions have more sun than India. But what's good about India is that compared to Europe, you have 365 days of solar. And that is what banks are interested in to see. Because here on this graph, with the data from Pozoco, you can see the generation of solar energy in India, real data from the year, I think, 2020, 365 days. I was always told when I came to India, yeah, but we have the monsoon, there's 20 days or so where we don't have that much sun. Where are the 20 days without the sun? One nation, one grid, real generation. The worst day in India, all India solar generation, is still 50% of the generation of the best day. You look, the situation in Germany is quite different. In our worst day and our best day, we are talking about a factor 32. So you basically know, for a bank, we can say that India can count on baseload solar. Yeah? But at the end, it doesn't matter if there's regions which have more sun. At the end, the analysts, they look at the levelized cost of electricity of solar. And I'm actually thankful to Ministry of Power because of them, they have bought the data from Bloomberg New Energy Finance, which usually you need to pay a lot of money to get access to this data. But because of Ministry of Power having published a publication with a lot of facts on India and made it public, you here now get access to a graph where you can actually see a comparison of levelized cost of electricity from solar in India in 2021, and you see, yes, India may not have the best sun conditions in the world, but you're able to harvest the sun at the lowest cost in the world, and that's what matters all about. How about wind? Wind, we always hear, look, Mr. Winter, wind situation is not that good in India. Yeah, maybe wind is 20% more expensive, but maybe there is good conditions for wind in India. So if we look in the map, here again, the darker or the more red it is, the better the regions are. Okay, a lot of focus is here on Brazil and then the south of Argentina, But India still, if we look in the wind regions, it can be compared maybe to the south of Spain. So in India, you can generate wind power as good as in the south of Spain. How much money is being pumped into the south of Spain for green hydrogen production? And if you see the profile, okay, it's not as beautiful, so to say, as for solar, the 365 days real data generation, but still. And then people are saying, yes, but we are having more generation during the summer months, and then what do we do with the excess power? We have seen your data on how much more electricity India is actually consuming through these months because of ACs being switched on and cooling. You can be really happy to have more generation during the month when the temperature goes up, no? So banks look at this kind of information. How much green electricity India is actually absorbing itself during what time frame? And then luckily a German company, I don't know whom of you is in Windguard. They prepare the projects so that the bank afterwards says, okay, this is bankable, you get the $1 million or $1 billion. They have analyzed several sites in India, and here you see by time frame, 0 to 24 hours, when actually the wind is blowing on those sites. And here it's a site, I think, in Tamil Nadu, or is that in Gujarat? In Tamil Nadu, offshore site. And they found out that most of the power is actually generated between 4 and 24 hours. Exactly when the sun is not shining. Isn't that beautiful? Because if we look at the price, India may be not the lowest record, have not the lowest record prices for wind in the world, but still you're playing in the top league of top 3, 4, because the prices for wind are globally almost the same if we look at the bottom line, right? So having sun during the day at the lowest cost in the world and having wind when the sun is not shining, that is bankable information at the lowest cost, and that makes it so much of interest for Europe to actually look into India. A lot of things you might have heard in the press, no? Uniper signing the MOU with Greenco on 250,000 tons per annum delivered green ammonia. Then you have heard about shipbuilding contracts of here, I think that's a Danish, or some skips is Swedish or Danish? Norwegian. It's Dutch, but it's also Norwegian. Okay, it's Dutch and Norwegian. Shipbuilding contract here with Cochin Shipyard. You must have heard also about DSG having signed an MOU with Fraunhofer on technology cooperation. You must have heard about the company SFC now starting to produce methanol fuel cells in India for decentralized stationary applications. You must have heard about Enapter and their projects, for example, with Oil India Limited. And all of them, no, they're looking into low electrolyzer capex, maybe manufactured. We have also manufacturers here of you in the audience. Then low RE power cost, 24/7, 365 days. So these are the arguments. And if you look at this graph, which is also publicly available, which was published by Bloomberg before the Ukraine war, you see that they are putting all these countries on the list, and they're saying that this may be the order of countries by timeline where green hydrogen is actually more economically viable than blue hydrogen. So for India, that's why there is not that much talk about blue hydrogen in India, because everyone is saying, okay, break even for green hydrogen being actually more profitable than blue is coming up so soon. Let's don't waste too much time to talk about blue. If we talk about green hydrogen being competitive with gray hydrogen, then, and that was the story also of some panelists before me, no? Then it will, yes, take some more time. But India always being in the front, no? And then, yes, I was asked about, to give some examples for international financing. I think those people who are in the business, they are very well aware that real actual tenders are being out. 4.3 billion euro grant earmarked for countries outside Europe, no? For example, the H2 Global Stiftung with the HINCO tenders. These tenders use German public taxpayers' money to fund contracts of difference with projects outside Europe. So German and European companies are not even able to allowed to participate in these tenders. No? That much serious Germany is about kickstarting the global hydrogen economy upscale. And that model, deadline for the green ammonia tender was over on 28th. The second round now with the prices is starting soon in February, no? And the deadline for green methanol tender and the sustainable aviation fuels is for the 30th May 2023. But the good thing is that the European Mission said that is a good idea to actually kickstart the global hydrogen economy, to ask other countries to deliver certain amounts and participate in these bids, and then ask in Europe or in Germany, the industry, how much are you going to pay? And the difference, via contracts per difference, is then being paid by the taxpayers, right? So if India is willing to deliver, let's say, $4 to $5 per kg plus $1 for the delivery, so $5 to $6 delivery to Europe, and Europe says, okay, with the high gas prices and so on, we are willing to pay $2 or maybe even $3 per kg hydrogen. German taxpayers are putting $3 difference via these contracts, no? And then, yes, excited to know that actually the European exchange, commodity exchange, they are bringing up new products now where they want to actually trade on a global scale green hydrogen. And then there's another scheme which I feel could be really interesting for India. You imagine EU came out with the Fuel EU maritime legislation. What does this mean? Anyone has had a look at this actually? So all ships above 5,000 tons, which come from Europe or land in Europe, they have to reduce their emissions. And by 2025, fleet-wise, they have to reduce by 2% already. The good thing is it's fleet-wise goals. So they can say, okay, I'll take one ship out of my fleet and I will refuel it 100% sustainable. And you know what? They can choose where to refuel. They can refuel in Europe, but maybe there's a refueling station for international ships which is cheaper than refueling in Europe. This could be maybe a harbor in India, maybe Gujarat, maybe Cochin, who knows? But the good thing is that there could be investment into the fuels of the future for these ships, international investment, to make sure that the refueling is happening. And there again, a lot of talks are ongoing, what is the future fuel for these ships, no? And we know all about maybe the Maersk orders for green methanol. But companies like Maersk are saying, no, methanol, that's what we do now because that's ready and that's what we can use. But next would be green ammonia ships. Green ammonia, isn't that what we in India actually are looking for? To actually anyhow convert the green hydrogen into ammonia to be able to export it, or maybe even to use it to decarbonize our fertilizer sector. So green ammonia being exported to Europe, but maybe even consumed in ships which are landing in Europe. And then, yes, how to finance it, and with this I will then end and we'll start the discussion, but I heard a lot about carbon markets, so we said, okay, let's take this slide in. There is an initiative, the Hydrogen for Net Zero initiative, which actually, I put the link here, they are really looking forward to start the scheme even in the year 2023. And they calculate that with the CO2 certificate from green hydrogen projects all over the world, also in India, they could generate 10 to 30 euros per ton CO2. And with this, if you have a 100 megawatt electrolyzer, you could get per year 2.2 up to from between 2.2 and 6.7 million euro additional revenue stream from green hydrogen certificates. I think Sharulji, no, you had also talked about and mentioned about CO2 certificates as an additional revenue stream. Then, yeah, I see Dr. Martin Lux is also here with us from KfW Bank. There is the PTX Growth Funds, for example, and backed by government of Germany, supporting in the pre-feasibilities and structuring of green hydrogen projects in India. There is the H2 Up project, which is implemented in cooperation with Government of India, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, where actually Indian and German companies can join hands and apply for support in a 50-50 develop PPP mode for green hydrogen projects. I think Pooja, you're also here, if you can just lift up your hand. So Pooja is the one actually dealing with these kind of applications, and yes, with this I'll just dig into the discussion. Thank you very much for your time. I'll hand over directly to my friend from Norway. I was mentioning the hydrogen bank of the European Union, looking forward to actually accumulate demand. Germany, the HINCO tender, H2 Global tender. Norway is more like on the technology side and delivering to Europe, or Norway is also looking to actually upscale the green hydrogen economy outside Europe?
Well, thank you. First of all, thank you for a very nice presentation, Tobias. It's always a pleasure to collaborate with our German and friends, and let me also congratulate Shardul and Manish with an excellent event. It has been a real pleasure listening to all the nice speeches, the presentations, and although we are talking about a green hydrogen conference, we've had a lot of insights provided by players like Kawasaki and the guy in the green, Terje Hauan from SED. So congratulations with that. Of course, Norway is a small country. We are 5.4 million inhabitants. I think that's less than the population of Himachal Pradesh. So obviously we have a limited domestic market. So on the other hand, given that we are a small country, we have a lot of export revenues. We are, as Consul General mentioned, one of the largest producers and exporters of hydrocarbons. We invest a lot of that money in technology development. And as also was mentioned by Consul General, we have more than 100 different hydrogen projects, initiatives ongoing, involving hundreds of companies, academia, and government, obviously. So there's a lot of technology development happening in Norway, both because we can afford it, but also because the scale of the projects in Norway, they allow us to test and to verify and to reiterate solutions. The second thing is that is important to know about Norway is that we, again, given that we are a small country, we organize ourselves in clusters. And that is, I come from the oil and gas industry, and I was handling so-called supply bases. That's private ports serving the offshore installations. And that is a very good example of what we call sharing economy. And it's all about reducing cost, sharing risk. But that also entails sharing of resources, sharing of knowledge. So there we have a lot of innovation happening across companies and within these clusters. So we are a technology nation, but the technologies developed in Norway are, of course, made so they can be implemented beyond our own borders. So that is why we see, and we have been working with hydrogen for a couple of years now, both because we have these competitive advantages through the technologies, but also because India has the needs and the ambitions. And I would say, I have to say also extremely impressed by how the MNRE has driven forward the hydrogen mission that was launched by Prime Minister almost 2 years ago. So it's not only because of the demand and the needs, there's also a lot of things. It's also because we see that the developments of knowledge as well as, I would say, technology in India is also moving forward in a blistering pace. So we are sort of approaching each other, and we have, as also was mentioned earlier today, Norwegian companies already with a substantial footprint in India, not a CO2 footprint, because We have the largest renewable energy company of Europe in Statkraft. Equinor is also here. So there are good, there's a good foundation for Indo-Norwegian cooperation in the hydrogen space. And let me also add that lastly, we are a very open economy. So although a lot of the technology development is brought forward by Norwegian companies, we often also have to say that we import a lot of solutions and technologies from Germany, like players like Linde, other players. And also a fun fact, we are decarbonizing our maritime industry, building electrical ferries. We have our first hydrogen ferry running on liquid hydrogen. You can see it on the picture in the back. The most advanced ships that are going across the fjords in Norway are actually built at Cochin Shipyard. So we are a very open economy, and we're very open to bring solutions from abroad. And so yeah, first and foremost, a technology provider, of course, given the energy crisis in Europe. We're also looking at providing gas and blue hydrogen eventually to the export markets in Europe, which is the most low-hanging market for Norway. So I think I'll pause there, and then we can take it forward from there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So there is more technology, hopefully also be developed by Norway to, for example, also have ships maybe running on ammonia fuel cells in the future.
They're already being built. If you can Google one project, this is just to give you an example, it's called the Ship FC project. Google it, and then you will see that we're talking about the first ship running on a high-power ammonia fuel cell. It's a 2-megawatt fuel cell. This is happening in Norway. It's not in the future somewhere. And also another fun fact, some of the supplies for this project are actually brought from India. So it's a lot of under-communicated links between Norway and India in this important field. Thanks.
Okay, so ships, thank you very much. So ships being built at Cochin Shipyard, yeah, please. Ships being built at Cochin Shipyard with ammonia fuel cells to ship green hydrogen to Europe, and those who are not equipped with the green ammonia fuel cell will just like fuel the green ammonia directly and put it in the new combustion engines based on ammonia. By MAN is actually also offering those solutions. All these kind of projects coming up need to be financed. I have shown some possibility to finance them with the German Development Cooperation Association, but I think there's also a lot of funds available in India itself. Projects are hopefully bankable pretty soon. Mr. Starmer, actually, I know you more like from solar sector. I know you had been active investing, but GIC is now also investing in green hydrogen projects.
Okay. Thank you. Obviously, I'm with two very excellent panel today at both sides. They're from bigger countries like Norway or Germany. Sorry. Hello, everyone. It's okay now? Fine. Norway and Germany, they're technologically advanced. I come from a small little island state called Hong Kong. Unfortunately, Hong Kong doesn't have too much of technology to really provide on this whole energy transition, but Hong Kong is one of the very vibrant financing hub, whatever in Asia. In fact, prior to the Press Note 3, which was imposed in India about 3 years back, sizable part of the FDI was coming through Hong Kong. Obviously now the same fund pool is coming from different part of the world, but it's mostly channeling through your Singapore currently. So Singapore is probably the largest FDI fund flow. So whatever India is getting most amount of FDI, biggest pool today is coming from Singapore, but it's coming from all over the other places. But good part for us is strategically located in North Asia. We are very close to all this North Asian hub, that is including Japan, Korea, or to extent China as well. It's obviously Hong Kong is part of China, and I think there are a lot of collaboration opportunity the way we see that way. And obviously now we are actively looking at investing or developing a hydrogen platform. And when we have really, looked at various places all over the world, India do score very high on that curve. Obviously certain things need to be filled up properly or it has to be corrected. Means I have seen the Shardul's presentation, like when he talked about going hydrogen production cost by $2.2 roughly by 2029 or something that point. That means you need huge amount of technology innovations. And when we talk about the technology innovations, I think without R&D investment, you can't go for these technology innovations. Whatever way you do today, it will be just gradual, maybe 4 or 5% decline on cost curve every year without having R&D investment. And this regard, I think we have not seen enough initiative by the industry or anywhere to put huge amount of dollar in the R&D investment. Means we have seen places like China and all, it's a very organized R&D investment, people do it. I think that way, if we can see, do some sort of organized R&D investment, taking help of KfW or World Bank or wherever it is, because there's a high risk game that part, or even some support from Indian government, I think that might lead to a much bigger output in the longer term in my view. But anyway, at this point, I think for us, we'll be definitely looking at investing in some project in India. We'll be looking for some projects, and probably will be helping them to go for more export-oriented market, like Korea, Japan, that area, where already we have certain operations on renewable side. Thank you.
And you're short before a signature of some contracts for projects which already have offtake agreements signed?
I think it's a chicken and egg issue at this point. And I think we have to qualify the transportation cost between, say, this part of whether Cochin or southern part of India to Japan or Korea through most likely to the green ammonia route initially. So once that thing is classified, I think it should not be very difficult for us to get something done. The way I see the companies like POSCO and all, they have been writing green hydrogen, green ammonia project left, right, center with Saudis as well as Australia. Why not India?
Thank you very much. One round of applause to encourage him to put more money into Indian projects. Actually, I'm curious, I don't know, because after lunch I see some of you are maybe getting a little tired. Maybe we can do a small exercise if my two co-panelists allow, and just see whom of you actually is into finance of commodities or green hydrogen, who would be in finance. Anyone in the audience who is in finance of green hydrogen projects or renewable energy projects? I know Ms. Dr. Nina Fenton is there. I have seen also Martin. Maybe you can stand up. Those who are in finance. Maybe we can add people which are into actually, oh yeah, Tata Capital. Wow. Thank you for joining. Then see you, then, yeah, please stand up. Okay. Then maybe please stay, trading would be also sort of financing, right? Because you bring demand and production together. Do we have people who are into trading of commodities, trading of maybe future green hydrogen? Anyone from trading? Yeah, trading, and then like trading CO2 certificates, also trading, I think, yeah, exchange. Please, Mr. Medirata, why don't you stand up? So you're going to provide a platform to trade the green hydrogen in India, or what is the idea?
Yeah, definitely. We are looking for this space. We already have provided a platform for electricity and gas. So this is the next one. Yeah.
Anyone else from an exchange or trading? I think ProClimb, no, that's CO2 trading, right? You're from?
So we are from Manikaran Power. We are into trading of power and also gas with Mr. Medirata. And we are also planning for this hydrogen.
Okay, great. So if I want to know whom is wanting to sell green hydrogen, you know that. And if I want to know who is buying, then you also know that, yeah? Okay, great, great. Anyone else from trading? Carbon trading?
Carbon credits. I'm from ACX.
Okay, nice, nice, nice. Anyone else trading?
Hello, yeah, so we are trading carbon credits on the blockchain, and I'm from Algorand, so we are a carbon negative blockchain.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you very much. I'm impressed by the amount of people who are actually connecting production and demand. Demand, actually, that would be the first question, no, we have heard. Do we have any off-taker here? Any off-taker who would like to buy green hydrogen or green ammonia? Any off-taker in the audience? No. It all depends on the price. So you would buy, yeah?
Yeah. Desikan Sundarajan with Equinor, yeah.
So anyone else willing to offtake? So I know, no, there's also the ones which are into oil and gas. RCF. Anyone from RCF here? From BPCL? Yeah. So certainly, and that's the interesting thing about green hydrogen, green ammonia, the ones which could be potential off-takers just see too much of a business opportunity to actually buy it from someone else, no? So if I would ask now, whom of you actually is in the field of manufacturing, production, and green hydrogen production, green hydrogen projects development, please stand up. I hope we can all stand up. Or shall I ask who's not? Please, who is into green hydrogen project development? Interesting, yeah. Sir, I know you have been in green ammonia project development. Maybe just one sentence.
Yeah, we are into small plants of green ammonia, 20,000 tons. That's the capacity we are looking at.
Okay, nice. So small for national offtake then and not for exports. Okay, interesting, yeah. And then technology providers? Anyone into the field of technology, technology development, manufacturing? I thought that is actually most of you, but you don't want to stand up? I think yeah, we had from Norway, no? We had a company, no?
The guy in the green. And
the
we
man
also
in the
have,
green. So actually you are providing technology. Is anyone providing electrolyzer technology in this room? Anyone providing PEM, AEM, alkaline? Okay.
Hello, this is Omkar Bernege from ThyssenKrupp Uhde. Of course, we are not supplying electrolyzers per se, but our sister company, ThyssenKrupp Nucera, is very much into alkaline water electrolysis technology. What we do from Uhde is to offer green ammonia solutions. So the license, PDP, and the whole EPC value chain from our side. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Actually, anyone knows how much electrolyzer capacity is installed for green hydrogen production in India right now? Any idea? Sharul will know? Sharul ji. Are we talking single digit or double digit megawatt? Double digit already. So just give us a number, how much megawatts installed?
That is something, I mean, India has been installing green hydrogen, the electrolyzers for the power generation for quite number of times, okay? So we have this small 50 m³ per hour, 100 m³ per hour kind of a electrolyzer already installed at many places. And they are just getting now faded by renewable energy. So that's how we are seeing the convergence.
So that you would say like how much green hydrogen production with electrolyzers?
That would be very small.
Single digit still, yeah. But I remember a time actually that in 1960 something like that, because now since the colleague from Uhde stood up, in the 1960 something, this Nagal plan, no? that was green ammonia. And you know how big that was, electrolyzer capacity, alkaline? I think it was 149 megawatt. So we are now at below 10 megawatt, but 60, 70 years ago, India already was at 149 megawatt. That was with hydropower. But then it had been decided that the electricity is too precious to be used for electrolysis, and the process was switched to natural gas. No? So now we're talking, getting back to the good old times, as also a friend from Norway just said, no, that this technology is not new, but yeah, we need to find ways to actually make it economically viable. Norway is also looking into projects development in India apart from technology providing, or could you shed maybe some more light on this?
I can say yes. There are Norwegian companies looking into sizable projects in India. Let me also mention that apart from the private sector, we also have Norfund investing in India through the Climate Investment Fund. And not least the Sovereign Wealth Fund that has, as of today, I think between $15 and $17 billion invested in India. And the share of green projects is increasing. They are divesting from fossil projects. So we have some initiatives. Maybe some of the companies that are here can share a bit about that later today in the later sessions. But this is something that hopefully we will see in the near future, announcements around projects and not least what I would like to see is also joint projects, you know, combining the strengths of Norway with the technology and the Indian market knowledge, and not least the supply chain, which will be extremely important. Of course, at the start, I hope that there will be, that India will allow import of certain components. It was also emphasized earlier today around electrolyzers. That will be important to get that kick-started, and then eventually work with the supply chain, the local supply chains, because it will anyway make business sense to manufacture equipment in India. So it's a very good win-win situation between with Europe, Norway, and India. But yeah, hopefully some development projects will be announced in the near future involving Norwegian companies.
Oh, this sounds interesting. So you're saying that Norway would be open to actually also manufacture in India? Not afraid of losing jobs in Norway itself?
No, the way we see it is that the demand for hydrogen is already there. 90 million tons was mentioned earlier today. India consumes the third largest share. I think there's a market for everyone. And like I said, it makes business sense to provide solutions locally. That is, you can't, you know, deny that. So it's about adjusting your business models, and not least, and this is something that I just crossed my mind, India is also very relevant as a hub for export to other markets. So not only serving the domestic market in India, but in fact using India as a stepping stone for other markets in the region, in the APAC region. So not at all. It's about also allowing companies to become international and grow abroad and succeed, and eventually bring home the knowledge, and that also creates job in Norway. So I don't see any conflict there at all.
Thank you very much for sharing those insights. Mr. Kumar Sarma, we are talking a lot about exports, or the projects you're looking in are having domestic offtake. Maybe you could kind of like give us some more ideas about what's ongoing, or you would say it's both?
I think it's an early stage of industry evaluation, so we have to be very flexible about the offtake agreement. But domestic side, obviously, we are also evaluating, but as we said, it's a gas business. And domestic side, if you have to really make certain project today somehow economically viable, it has to come up with not only hydrogen plus something so that whole ecosystem somehow works. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to make that project commercially viable. But when it goes for the export market, then it's something like you are just selling a commodity. There is nothing else there. So as a commodity you are selling, and if that commodity price is viable in certain markets, I think it can be easily, we can sign up a long-term contract.
Thank you very much. And I think this also brings us already to the end of the session. So yeah, thank you very much to my co-panelists. And I would also thank you. Whenever I talk to researchers and science and also government officials, and we are looking into the data of how much wind turbines and how much solar panels have been actually already deployed, it is always coming up again and again. Whatever solar has been installed on this planet, whatever windmills have been installed on this planet, it's still less than 1% of the projected capacity still to come. So we are still, even though we are talking about solar now, like maybe 20 years, some of you 30 years, it's the very, very, very beginning of something really, really big. And all of us sitting here, we are just the pioneers of a global upscale of a greener economy. So thank you very much for being here with us today. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, so Manish, please, if you could do the honors once again. Our session chair, Tobias.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Sarma.
I'm actually eager to know what's the next session.
Thank you, everyone. And Tobias, to answer your question, the next session would be on role of DFIs, the role of developing financial institutions for energy transition financing. So logical conclusion to your session as well. For this session, if I may please invite Dr. Martin Lux, the head of the energy team from the KfW Development Bank. He will be our session chair, Dr. Martin Lux. If I may also invite Mr. Sumesh Girotra from the UK government. And Mr. Amit Kumar from AIAB. We also have Ms. Surbhi Goyal, who is from the representing the World Bank, but she will join us virtually for her narrative in a short while from now. So, Dr. Martin Lux, the stage is over to you for the next 30 minutes. Surbhi will join. Her narrative will be online in a while. Okay. Yes, please.
Yes. Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, I'm very honored to be here and to have also an exciting panel and peer panelists with me. As a chair of this panel, I have the prerogative that I can set the context and also start with the presentation of what we as KfW are doing and can be doing in support of green hydrogen. I think my friend Tobias was waking you up already with his very agile presentation. I want to wake you up again with a kind of a provocative statement from my end. When I hear green hydrogen, and we have been hearing this for many months and even years now, I sometimes ask myself, is this not another quest for a holy grail? Do we somehow mystify something where there's actually not so much myths in it? Or are we rather in a strife for a tin cup? That means we have to work hard, we have to do our jobs, and we really have to strive hard in order to make everything happen that is needed for energy transition. You see, sometimes it sounds like when we produce green hydrogen, everybody will become rich. And I think this is maybe a misconception. Because carbon neutrality will become a standard worldwide. And this will become a market demand. That means we have to do all what we are doing here when supporting green hydrogen, but we should not expect that all of a sudden the paradise will evolve from it. It's only our daily hard business that we have to do. When we come to the economic framework that is needed in order to make all this happen, Tobias was already mentioning it. When we look at the pathway of energy transition, we have these three famous steps: decarbonization of the power supply, electrification of the economy, and then last and at the end, the hard-to-abate sectors. Supercharging renewable energy will remain one of our main tasks for the next few decades, and that is really the hard and daily work that everybody has to get involved in. I was already briefly outlining the principles for green hydrogen when Nina was asking me, and just getting back to this and just supporting what I was just saying, when we want to see green hydrogen or carbon neutrality in all our value chain, the green hydrogen needs to be produced from additional renewable energy. Everything that is being produced needs to be embedded in a national strategy. We have it here in India, but it's still, it's a requirement. It needs to be clear that there is a real contribution to decarbonization when we produce it. It needs to be climate efficient, and I said it already once, environmental and social requirements are on top of the agenda. And let me just tell you also from our experience as a development bank, when we look at solar power plants, when we look at wind parks, where actually in the national legislation so far does not require environmental and social impact assessment, when we want to produce renewable energy, when we want to produce green hydrogen, this is a must, and this needs to be really thoroughly considered. Now, our role as DFIs, I think it is crucial, it is there. At the same time, we also have to say that it's not only energy, it is not only a green hydrogen. We have to take care of all this according to our, of all the development according to our mandate. And we have to see the opportunity costs of the capital that we are investing. If we do finance green hydrogen, if we do subsidize this sector, we are not going to do other things that might also be more relevant on short term, as also Honorable Minister was saying. We have to make sure that everything that is done is also following the comparative, international comparative advantages, and that we look into the overall value chains. And one more very, very important requirement, or let's say aspect to take into consideration. Let's look at the market regulation. Let's do it properly. Let's do it properly in India. Let's do it properly worldwide. And let's avoid, as far as possible, market distortion. We should not waste taxpayers' money with subsidies that are not really needed if regulation would be done properly. Having said all this, I can confirm and I can assure you that we as KfW Development are very much supporting this. KfW, I can just read out the latest figures that have been published only a couple of weeks ago. Overall KfW group commitments last year amounted to 136 billion euro, out of which around more than 50% are energy or energy transition or climate relevant. When it comes to our international engagement, we are involved with through import or export and project finance, that which is being done by our IPEX, KfW IPEX, with 18 billion euro, and development finance 12.6 billion euro. When it comes to development finance, again, more than 50% is climate relevant and around 35% is energy transition. So we are really focusing on this. We are doing everything that is needed in order to make energy transition happen. And in India, our yearly commitments towards energy transition are around €500 million. Tobias was already mentioning what we can offer as KfW Development Bank or as KfW Group. One is we do already finance through direct finance and through credit lines, whatever is needed for energy transition. That means renewable, that means transmission, distribution, and energy efficiency. And when it comes to renewables, we could also finance green hydrogen production in the overall value chain. Only what we need is bankable projects. So far we are working on it, but it's not that they are somehow found in every corner of the country. No? Plus, we have developed on behalf of the German government the PTX platform and the PTX and development fund, which is basically geared towards developing the markets in developing countries or in countries and also including countries like India. And here we can do everything and combine all our efforts with all the instruments that we have. We can do equity, we can do debt financing, we have grant financing, and it all can be accompanied by technical assistance. So to put it in a nutshell, I rather ask ourselves, let's be realistic, let's not expect too much from green hydrogen. It's only a very small part in the overall development. But I think we are all there in order to support worldwide and in order to support India in this big endeavor. Yes, and having said this, I would be happy to invite also my colleagues in order to also give us some insights, some views, if they share my view, if they don't. What are they doing from their end, and what can be done in order to further support this exciting endeavor? I don't know, Surbi, are you there with us? Say something. She won't be able to join, so that is easy. Huh? Okay, perfect. So then maybe I can ask you, Sumesh, to just give us also your insights on this on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. I think for a very good start. So for introduction, my name is Sumesh Girhotra. I represent the British High Commission, UK government's work in India. And I work there as an investment lead on technology and startups. So I think this is a very, very relevant topic, given the technology that is involved in green hydrogen, the role of DFIs, the huge gap in financing and funding needs for the sector, which opens up a role that DFIs can play in building the sector. To start off with, the government of UK and India have a very strong partnership. The two Prime Ministers in 2021 laid out a 10-year roadmap for UK and India partnership in India, and how both countries can help in building certain sectors in India. So as part of the 10-year roadmap, two pillars that clearly stood out were on climate and technology. So climate tech, startups, enterprises were some of the pillars that really stood out in the roadmap. Now coming on the, what have we done so far, and what sort of financing have we provided as the UK government? So there are two ways to look at it. One is direct financing. The UK government, through its own balance sheet, has already provided about 350 million pounds of financing directly on its balance sheet in India. How we have operated is by an approach of investing into funds. So overall, we've invested into 9 funds, a couple of debt funds, and remaining all equity funds. Through our subsidiary, our well-known subsidiary CDC, now known as BII, they have a portfolio of about $2.5 billion dollars into India, which is their largest country exposure globally. So India's exposure is the largest by far exposure into a single country. Now in terms of results, and alluding to what Martin was saying in terms of sector focus, so clearly energy transition, clean energy, like I mentioned, remains a key focus for UK and India partnership. A large portion of our commitments, which I mentioned, are in clean energy, clean transition space. About 50% of our direct portfolio in India is in climate action. Now, when I spoke about these numbers, I think what really stands out for us is the ability and the power that DFIs have on their hand to be able to attract capital. While 330 million and the numbers that I spoke about aren't really big numbers given the context and scale of India, but you will be happy to know that with the leadership that DFIs are able to provide, they are able to attract capital. We've been happy to have seen 7x leverage on our capital. So every pound or every dollar that we had been able to put out, we have seen 7 times top up by commercial investors, other DFIs, banks, and all of them. So I think that's the role that DFIs can really play in building the sector. By putting out money where the risk is high, where perceived risk is high, and where investors are shying or they're sitting on the fence. So those are areas, those are sectors where DFIs can really help build. And I think clearly green hydrogen is at that tipping point where capital commitment from investors can really help in building the sector, lowering the cost, and attracting more MSMEs and startups come into this space. And we are also happy to report that we've been fortunate to have been associated with India's one of the first startups who's producing green hydrogen already, Hygenco, whose name you would see there on the board. So they've signed India's first commercial IPP with the Jindals. They are here in the room. Their co-founder spoke on the previous panel. So these are the startups, through our funds, such as the NEEV fund, which was set up in partnership with State Bank of India and SIDBI. So these funds, we've been able to support and take those kind of risks by investing into companies like Hygenco, who are now trying to scale up and demonstrate to the market and investors that, look, such models and such businesses is already viable and are able to attract more capital. The last point I wanted to say was again on the ability of DFIs. So we're also happy to report that following our partnership with the Government of India via the NEEV fund, we saw other investors, other countries from European Union, also from Japan in form of JICA, who came in and joined hands in building funds such as the NEEV fund. I think another last point is on, again, policy. DFIs have a huge role to play in policy building by working with governments, providing technical assistance, providing inputs from their own learnings from project implementations globally. One of our projects called the Expire program is working in 5 states of India, including Maharashtra, and providing technical inputs into developing policies on green hydrogen in the states. So with that, I'll rest. I'll take a break now and pass it on to my colleagues to take it forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Amit Kumar from AIIB. As you might be aware, AIIB is a multilateral organization with 106 member countries. I think my colleague already have covered most of the areas we work upon. I'd like to just focus upon some of the things what we do. So in terms of offering, we do debt financing, we do equity financing, and we also do guarantee financing. We are youngest multilateral, so we are still in a sort of startup phase. Having said that, we are working very closely with the governments and other multilateral, as well as other DFIs on the energy transition financing. And when we say energy transition, it's not just renewable energy generation. I think there's a large part on the energy efficiency side. There's a large part on the grid stabilization thing, where we think that we have got, again, a larger role to play. So in terms of our total financing in last 7 years, I think our total approvals can be estimated at close to $30 billion. And India is the largest beneficiary of that. The total approvals in India would be close to $8 billion, almost close to 25% of our total approvals. And green is something like very core to the bank. If you see, we were branded as lean, clean, and green. And our bank has set a target of 50% of total climate finance by 2025, which was considered ambitious, but considering last 2-3 years approvals, we have seen that we have consistently exceeded that. So apart from that, I think if there are any queries, we are happy to answer. But that's a limited background about AIB and the things which we are doing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I can assume that there is also some kind of questions from the audience, and maybe we can follow this very good practice that has been introduced by Tobias already. Still, I have one question, and I take this. Oh yes, if she's yeah, we can do this. Sorry, yeah.
First of all, my sincere apologies for not being able to be there in person or even virtually. But I am sure that you and I both will learn from the recording of this particular video and the probable conference setting later on. So the question that has been put forth is that how the World Bank is perceiving green hydrogen, specifically in India. So I must say that the vision of the government of India is quite clear. They have already announced these big targets to achieve net zero emissions by 2070. And multiple strategies they are following, multiple pathways they are following to achieve this strategy. It's not like just one technology that they're banking on, which is very good, because we need to tackle this issue from all the perspectives, and green hydrogen is one of the promising ones. In the sense that as we look forward, more and more decarbonization strategies need to be introduced in the industrial sector. As per the assessment that the bank has done, we estimate that about a third of the emissions will continue to come from industries. And for that, green hydrogen would become very important. It is one of the, again, tools within the industrial decarbonization. And the recently launched Green Hydrogen Mission lays quite an important emphasis on it by involving a lot of other ministries like Ministry of Ports, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. And they are already working a lot on the various, I would say, incentive schemes and other interventions that have been laid out in the mission document. So from World Bank perspective, we see that this all are measures in the right direction. Now coming to how World Bank is supporting. So we have been engaged with Government of India over the last 3 years. We began our engagement through some assessments that we had done to understand which sectors would be front runners in adoption of green hydrogen. We have identified 5 sectors, done a deep dive into those 5 sectors, identified the bottlenecks, the constraints in the entire value chain, what kind of estimated viability gap funding support would be required to bridge the gap between grey and green hydrogen. We are also mapping, I would say, geospatial mapping to identify the green hydrogen hubs. It essentially has done a lot of layering of the demand and supply side. For instance, where the renewable energy projects are or coming up, where the transmission lines are, vicinity to the port, to the water resources, land use, land cover, forest cover. So a lot of layers have been mapped, and if you overlay all of them, and then we have run the priority of the government on that green hydrogen hub mapping to identify which would be the early movers in the hubs. Now that of course can change as the priorities of the government change. So it's a dynamic tool that we are in the process of finalizing. The other intervention that we are looking at is, the financing instruments. What kind of risk mitigation measures and instruments are required to bridge the gap between grey and green hydrogen? Because whatever we do, it will all be contributing to certain percentage of bringing down the cost, but for next few years, there would still be some gap between grey and green hydrogen prices. To bring it more to the masses, it's important that the perceived risks by financial intermediaries, which are essentially the commercial banks and all, should be factoring in the risk mitigation instruments. And then we hope that this would help in accessing larger amounts of financing from these financial intermediaries. We actually are also going very big bang on the financing side. So the talk that I had so far was on analytical pieces of work, but even in the financing, we are preparing a multi-billion-dollar project with Government of India. And in fact, the first tranche of it is under process to be delivered to Government of India by June. It's a policy loan, which essentially emphasizes on the budgetary support to the government, because it's a very early stage for the green hydrogen in the country. And from that perspective, the policy and the regulatory ecosystem becomes critical for any interventions that are introduced in the sector. Now, when we talk about policy and regulatory interventions, the tool that we have or the instrument that we have is the budgetary support, which actually, I would say, incentivizes the governments to take actions on the policy side, and then we provide them with the financing. So the three pillars that we are working in this particular policy loan looks at green hydrogen, looks at clean energy, of course, because renewable energy is very important and contributes the majority of the cost of green hydrogen. And the third pillar is the access to clean financing. So these all pillars attempt to open up the market further, to work together with the government of India to introduce both demand and supply side interventions that could unlock the green hydrogen market in the country. We are also working at multiple other levels, including with the states. We have already prepared a roadmap, which is in draft stage, for green hydrogen for the state of Himachal Pradesh. And we are presenting to them, collecting the feedback on it to finalize it. We are also working with Kerala to see that how World Bank can come in and have support extended on unlocking the renewable energy sector, because for them that is the most important. And as I mentioned in the earlier part of my speech, renewable energy forms a very, very critical part in this green hydrogen economy. So, and then there are discussions happening with a couple of more states and central sector utilities. With all this, I must say that the role that the World Bank is assuming here is to absorb the first mover risk to the extent possible, and which is what we have done for last many years. If you pick up, the projects that the bank has done in the initial phases of the National Solar Mission, be it on solar parks or on solar rooftop, exactly that is where the intervention of the bank was focused upon. How we can leverage our financing so that more commercial investments can be brought into the sector. So that those kind of interventions really help in showcasing the technology, bringing the confidence of the financial intermediaries as well as of the other investors, so that they can, decide on which pathways they need to follow, what would work in Indian environment, because these are customized solutions that you need to design specifically for each country. And then beyond just project financing, we are also looking at first loss facilities, etc. In fact, I wish I would be more broad. I should say the risk enhancement instrument, risk mitigation instruments. And there we already were working with SIDBI on enhancing the credit worthiness of some of the energy efficiency projects. We are now developing a project for rooftop solar for MSME sector. Globally, for instance, in green hydrogen, we are working with Chile to introduce, again, similar kind of interventions on credit enhancement instruments. So again, as the things are unfolding, we are trying to keep pace with the requirements of the industry, absorbing the first mover risk through financing, backed up by a lot of analytical pieces of work going forward to support on the guarantee instruments and alike. And that is how we perceive our role is best placed at the moment. And that is how we think it could leverage more and more financing to the sector. With this, once again, my sincere apologies for not being there in person. And I wish all the best to the conference. Thank you.
May I say something now? Yeah, I think that was a very important and concise contribution from our colleague from World Bank. And it was, I think, crucial to see that World Bank is engaging, especially in the part of regulation and standards and certification, regulatory framework, in order to set really the scene. Now I see that I only have 30 seconds left. I want to ask one question to you. You were mentioning both quality matters and how to do it really green. And I would really appreciate your views, how you assess the situation at the moment here, and what we should do in order to further improve on green, social and environmental and the quality matters.
Thank you, Martin. I think this is a very, very pertinent question. Green shouldn't just mean greenwashing. Green, apart from green, there are standards, best practices, international learnings and all of that which can be put in place when a DFI is making investments. To give you a specific examples, the funds that we set up in India and the funds that we support in India, there are clear frameworks we have in place to measure impact. And when I say impact, it's not just decarbonization, it's also about inclusion, it's also about the ESG of the standards. It's also about giving equality, inclusion and all of that in all that we do at fund level, and also what funds do at investees level. So that's something that's completely ingrained. Second is again on impact measurement. So there are frameworks in place. There are some things that we call log frames which are in place, which help us review and monitor how our funds are achieving targets on different scales that I just mentioned. So there are indicators which help us measure, and you might also be surprised to note that at times our fund managers' incentives and remunerations are linked to achievement of these incentives, which are absolutely non-monetary in place. So there are of course challenges and opportunities to implement these frameworks. But I think the market is more and more developing, and there is appetite which is growing amongst the fund manager community to have their own incentives and remunerations linked to achievement of these targets. And when I say targets, it's beyond green. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you.
Regarding the maintaining the quality, I think all of the MDBs, they have got environment and social safeguard policy. And what we have observed that all the ENS policy of different MDBs or DFIs are very much aligned. And those basically are sort of international benchmark for the companies to follow. And it is not a new thing because IFC, ADB and DFIs have been there for some time. So it's nothing new. And I think nowadays, many of the developers, they understand the importance of complying with international ENS standard. We also have performance indicators in terms of checking on whether the project is achieving those ENS benchmark or other performance indicators. So I think those points are there to take care of, to maintain the quality. And apart from that, I think if you go standard-wise, then it comes regarding the first thing we always look for is whether that is aligned to our development objective or not. And second thing, when we look at the private sector operations, it's always alignment with whether the project is commercial viable or not. In terms of green hydrogen, what I see, like many people are drawing parallel to solar, like 10 years back, how solar was looking. I think there is a little difference, yes. We can be encouraged to see the way solar tariff have come to a competitive level, affordable level. And I hope that in next 5 years, even green hydrogen achieves the same thing. However, there's a difference because when we started the solar, the scale was not as big. In green hydrogen, you have got bigger scale. You need to have deep pockets to support that. So let's see, we are very hopeful. Green hydrogen because of its usage in many forms of energy, and it's sustainable. It's definitely sustainable. And as the volume increases, we have seen that there is a tariff competitiveness. But still, we need to kind of look at from different point. As a lender, we always look at in terms of commercial viability, whether it has got long-term off-take contract or not. As Sumesh mentioned that he has come across a company which has been able to sign 20 years contract. That's a good thing. It is happening because 2 days back, probably 1 day back, I was not aware that there are long tenor contracts happening. And second is obviously the fixed tariff, which again is a different thing. So yes, that is those are the limited points I would like to make.
Yeah, I think with this we have finished. Thank you so much to, is there, yeah, if there is still a question, I don't know if there is time to invite the audience. Then we rather be time efficient and close it. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much for my fellow panelists, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Request you to stay on, and if I may invite Mr. Shardul Kulkarni to please do the honors to offer a token of our appreciation and gratitude to our panelists. Starting with the session chair, Dr. Martin Lux. Mr. Sumesh Girotra. Mr. Amit Kumar. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. So that brings us to the final panel for this particular photo. So while they're doing their photo op, no, you carry on. We will now kickstart our final panel for this particular session, after which we'll break for tea and then have our final 2 panel discussions. Keeping in sync with the theme of the last 2 panels, this one again is delving deep into finance. And this one is about equity and debt financing for green hydrogen. So if I may invite on stage our panelists, beginning with the session chair, Mr. Jai Shah from NEEF Funds, which is a part of SBI Cap Ventures. Jai. Mr. Ranjit Pawar, MD of South Asia from the London Stock Exchange Group. Mr. Derek Dias, Chief Representative Officer of DNB Bank, ASA. Is Derek here? Mr. Vishnu Sudarshan, Principal at JSA. And Mr. Mudit Jain, Head of Research at Tata Cleantech Capital Limited. So once again, we thank all our panelists for being here, and I think this is going to be an enriching session with a very relevant topic of equity and debt financing for green hydrogen. This is the last half an hour or 35 minutes before this, before the tea break, and I leave the panel in the able hands of Mr. Jai Shah to conduct. Jai, over to you.
First of all, good evening and a very warm welcome to all my fellow panelists over here, the speakers, dignitaries, and the invitees. I am very pleased to be chairing this session on the financing in the equity and debt side in the green hydrogen sector. Just to give a brief introduction about myself, I have been part of the NEEF Funds team. NEEF Fund is a climate action fund managed by SBI Cap Ventures Limited, and it's a $300 million fund. Private equity investments we do and back small scale, medium and small scale companies. In the last 5 years since our formation and support from the investors such as European Investment Bank, Government of UK, Japan International Cooperation Agency, and other institutions such as SBI Group and government institutions, we have historically backed companies which are in the very nascent stage, which includes starting from renewable sector in 2015. And we backed agri-silo company starting in 2018 when the sector was not even developed at that point of time. We also invested in biomass company called Punjab Renewable Energy System, which was in 2019, and have backed recently from the second fund, which is NEEV2 fund, GPS Renewable Energy in 2021, which is a bio-CNG platform company. And the recent investment that we did was a green hydrogen manufacturing company, which is Hygenco Energies. The promoters of the Hygenco Energies are also part of the event today. So taking it forward from there, green hydrogen is a very important sector for the self-sustainable and self-secure, self-reliance from India's standpoint of view. If you look at from a long-term perspective, the National Hydrogen Mission, which talks about 5 million metric tons production capacity till 2030, it requires an investments of approximately $100 billion. But the question over there is $100 billion equity requirement, the total capital requirement is there, but how do we get to that $100 billion? So I would invite my fellow panelists to throw some light on that. I'll start with Mr. Ranjit Pawar to give the thoughts on this.
Thank you very much, Jay, and hope everyone can hear me. Just a quick introduction. Some of you might be wondering why the London Stock Exchange Group is up here. So beyond being very active with helping raise capital and also providing issuer services for green bonds particularly, which may be of interest to this audience, we also create a lot of research and data in the sustainable finance space. So whether you're looking at ESG scores or whether you're trying to understand more about TCFD reporting, we have solutions across the sustainable finance space. As a matter of fact, just before coming to the event, I was looking at some of our data, and it did show that there's a year-on-year jump in sustainable bonds by almost 26%, which I think is a very positive note to start my few points on the question just raised by Jay as to how will capital be raised for green hydrogen projects. I think there's a great scene already set for green hydrogen projects. There's been great conversation throughout the day around the incentives on the supply side, the great demand that's emerging from industries such as whether it's oil refining or gas blending or whether it's about steel manufacturing. So the supply and demand factors, seem to be quite in favor of GH2 projects. But like any nascent and new vertical, it cannot escape the risk perception of the market. I think that's why these projects will have to go through the cycles of inviting finance, inviting capital from different sources as they go through the phases of development, construction, and operational. And I think in each of these phases, there'll be different funding channels. For example, if you're looking at the development phase, and that's the very high-risk phase, that's where the involvement of very high patient capital will be the highest, and which will look at long tenors. So some of the large DFIs or some of the government or sovereign-backed wealth funds, these could play a role in the initial phases of development. I think when it comes to the construction phase, that's where the largely, again, debt-funded involvement, but a lot of the bond markets could play a role, especially the green bonds could play a role in helping the lenders finance GH2 projects. And then also the high emission industries who are entering GH2 projects could issue transition bonds to ESG investors with the proceeds, solely focused on GH2 production. And last but not the least, I think the lower risk phases, like the operational phases, that's where the public, debt and equity markets will play a much larger role. And that's where I think the green bonds also come into the picture. Again, these can be used for refinancing loans for the earlier phases, also with more operational, assets and also good track record. The IPO markets could be another avenue to raise capital for GH2 projects. Now, we've talked about green bonds, but quite honestly, the green bonds space is still quite nascent in India particularly. It's just about $20 billion, and that's less than 4% of the overall corporate debt market. And as we know, the corporate debt market itself does have its own challenges of liquidity. So we will have to see how the green bonds market, expands. And I think there is good promotion, good kind of backing by the government. If we saw the recent, 2 issues that were also released by the government, has created at least a green rupee curve, which becomes a sort of benchmark for other green bonds. So there is definitely momentum there, but we will have to see how this progresses towards, a more liquid debt market for GH2 projects. Back to you, Jay.
Thank you. Thank you so much for an interesting perspective about the green bonds. I think that's very critical if a sector like green hydrogen has to grow. The innovative packages and innovative lending solutions are required to finance projects of such a large scale. Taking this forward, I would also want to invite Mr. Derek now to understand more about on the green hydrogen financing debt part of it. So what we have seen currently is from an equity perspective, it is still easier to raise a small scale equity funding and do the project. But once you're looking to do a large scale project, how do you make sure, or a company makes sure that the funding is available on time? What are the aspects that you would want to cover or would want to highlight which would make it easier for the company to raise capital?
Yeah, thank you for having me here. Thanks to the organizers, and especially the Norwegian part of Team Norway for having me here for the event. I represent DNB Bank. DNB Bank is the largest bank in Norway. We are majority owned by the state. This conference is quite relevant for us because green energy, green hydrogen is an important part of the energy ecosystem, which is very important for the bank. The bank itself has set large targets on the green energy front. We are aiming to be net zero from our financing investment activities by 2050. We have a target to sort of finance and make available capital to the extent of about $150 billion by 2030 in this sector. When I mean all the entire sustainable activities, not necessarily green energy. With regard to what Jay mentioned, I think I will develop from a bank financing, more specifically from a project financing, because I think that is where the question was directed to. And I would relate it more to the renewable energy financing that probably has more relevance that has happened in the recent past. From a lender perspective, I think the most important thing that a lender would look at is the debt servicing capacity of the project. From a project finance perspective, that is the interest payments and the repayment of principal over the period of the loan. Now you have different type of lenders. As mentioned in the previous panel, you have multilaterals who probably take a slightly longer term view on the project, maybe 20, 25 years. Commercial banks, mainly foreign banks, play in the 7 to 10 year bucket. So the main evaluation points that we tend to look at it from a project finance perspective are the construction risk, which is very important. And so in that the factors would be the approvals, the licensing part of it, the type of electrolyzer manufacturers, the EPC contractors, the O&M part of it. So these would need to be watertight from a construction risk perspective. Ownership is a lot of weightage we give in terms of who is backing the project, whether it could be an industrial, preferably an industrial sponsor with long experience in the sector, either in green hydrogen or at least in a related field like renewable energy. The other very important part is renewable energy source supply, because for manufacturing electrolyzers, you need renewable energy, and that preferably should be co-located to the source, the electrolyzer manufacturing process as such. So you need a PPA with a very reliable source of renewable energy for a long-term contract, and preferably at pretty attractive tariffs in order to make the project viable. And last not the least would be the offtake of the green energy production, and that probably is the most crucial from a financing perspective. So at least it should be co-terminus with the project for which you are financing the tenor of the project per se. And as Ranjit mentioned, if these parameters are put in place, commercial banks probably would look at these projects for green hydrogen. No doubt we discussed in the morning that the commercial viability is far away as such, but I think as scale comes, as cost of electricity goes down, especially of renewable energy, and you have the capital costs going down, this should be viable in a few years' time. Probably at this point of time, project finance strictly may not be feasible for green hydrogen itself. You may need some sort of sponsor support by way of corporate guarantee or multilaterals coming in to take a refinance risk probably at a later part of stage. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful input on the financing aspect. Also wanted to check with you about the blended finance theme, because currently what it's been observed in the market is if sector has to be in a growth phase, or we want to improve the growth or increase the growth in the sector, blended finance funds help in providing that impetus to the sector. So wanted to know your thoughts, if you have specifically come across or anything.
Yeah, I mean, there are funds, especially I think some people mentioned about the World Bank having got some, and I think the World Bank itself has launched some hydrogen partnership for development in India last year, November 22. And one of the parts of that partnership is to make available financing specifically for the green hydrogen. That could probably be through the IFC route, which for the private projects, or it could be concessional financing for the government itself, or through banks, wherein they make lines of credit available. And I think as of now, probably there are no sector funds specifically for green hydrogen per se on a large scale. It's more supported by government also, like the Norwegian government itself has provided some funding for projects in Norway. Or there are these off-takers, like for example, I think in Germany, there's a project which was supported by Shell itself per se. So I think as of now, specific sector-dominated funds are not too many for green hydrogen. But they will surely come over a period of time.
Thank you. Thank you for the input and your suggestions on this. We want to take it forward. Just wanted to understand from Mr. Vishnu as well on the contracting piece, because Mr. Derek raised a very important point about the contracting piece and the contracts having watertight contracts for the feasibility of financing for the debt projects, for the projects. So wanted to understand from Mr. Vishnu that how do you package it? How do you make a watertight contract? Is there any insurance cover available so that the lender also feel comfortable in financing for such a project? So, and any thoughts on that would be helpful.
Thanks. I hope I'm audible. Yeah. So just to set the context, and I think that's a very pertinent question, and it all boils down to the contracting structure and the regime. And for me, since morning, the theme has been around three basic fundamental points: action, implementation, drivers. The last piece, which I think is the most critical, which underpins all three of these aspects, is predictability and certainty, which is in terms of the contracts. And over the last 2 decades or maybe more, what we have seen is that the Indian infrastructure story has unfolded in different ways. What was planned versus how it's rolled out is very different. And one thing that we can see is the fact that the contract structure, risk allocation, and in terms of the sanctity of the contracts is of utmost importance. Otherwise, time overrun, cost overrun, off-takers risk are going to kill the project. And there, I think the first important point is flexibility in terms of these contracts. We have seen that even in terms of the long-term PPAs that were signed when we were looking at coal power procurement, be that in terms of gas sales that we did with the Qataris in the past, or else even today in the renewable energy sector, we see these issues cropping up time and again in terms of flexibility, in terms of the way the contracts are structured and written. These are long-term contracts. There will be unforeseen events. There will be events which will change. The technology will improve. The cost of various factors, underlying cost of production may change or may significantly increase or reduce. Depends on number of factors. So unless and until the contracts are written in a way that provide for flexibility and certainty, we'll end up with the same problem. We'll start off on a good note, but along the way we'll start hitting and there will be no guardrails. So the first point, I think, in terms of the contract structure, even if we are looking at developing the model documents again, is to provide for guardrails, whether it is MNRE or any other nodal agency. Unless and until guardrails are there to provide for resetting the contract, rebalancing the contract, it's not going to work. The second, when we are looking at bringing in foreign institutional money, be that be debt, equity, or technology, something that we need to also look at it is in terms of dispute resolution and arbitration. And there again, I think we need to make a fundamental change. As we have seen since morning, there are multiple dimensions to hydrogen. Is it an industrial gas? Is it a decarbonization tool? Is it actually carbon credits? Or is it a fuel, energy transition fuel? Or is it a bundle of all of them? It is a bundle of all of them. There are different stakeholders, different markets, different segments to it. One is the domestic market across different sectors. Second is the export market. The third is in terms of a fuel market. And risk allocation would mean different kinds of players coming in, participating in it. Be that be in terms of offtake from government-owned or oil marketing companies, or else in terms of semi-autonomous bodies or otherwise. So either we look at an institutional arbitration outside India, and we should be open to it. That gives fair degree of comfort to international investors. That's the moot point I think we should be looking at developing. Or else developing that capacity in India like the Mumbai International Arbitration Center. We cannot have the same mistake that we have done for the last 20 years where disputes go on for 10 years, 20 years. And by the end of it, even if you see Dabul, we may have the sovereign guarantees also in place. But at the end of the day, it's the off-taker, as you rightly mentioned. Is there a capacity and the ability to honor that commitment? And those the ability to honor those commitments basically stems from three things. The kind of arbitration mechanism or dispute resolution mechanism that's there, the flexibility and risk allocation in the contract structure, and the third, and the most important, is in terms of commercial viability. We cannot impose obligations on a party who's not able to carry that risk, and we have seen that in the past. So that's what I would leave and keep my 2 cents, and I can intervene later.
So just a follow-on question to that, is there any certification that a developer can take to ensure that there is a ease in the availability of finance, or at least it's a recognized project? So is there a certification in the market currently?
As far as I understand, in the Indian market, it's not there, but MNRE is working towards developing that. And one other thing which, when we are looking to attract more debt and also equity, something that should be done, and I understand Ministry of Finance may be evaluating at the harmonized sector list to include hydrogen specifically and also recognize it as a priority sector lending to begin with. How far and how quickly it moves is a secondary aspect. And also related to it is in terms of the way we want to incubate the market. The RFP conditions when you're looking at, especially in terms of OMCs coming in, have to be a bit more market-oriented and reflective of the kind of players who are there in the market to attract the right kind of talent, rather than looking at a traditional approach of a high net worth and a high turnover certificate. Of course, they are relevant, but they can be substitutes for that also.
So I think you mentioned about the certification part of it. One important thing is, regarding green hydrogen itself, is probably you'll need an agency from an international bank to see what is your financing is really green in nature. Because that's greenwashing, I think somebody talked about in the morning. And for an international bank to be involved in a project where, or at least like us, to be involved in a project where some sort of there's a doubt on that could be a disaster. So, some sort of certification by agencies to certify that the production is really green in nature and there's no question of ambiguity, and that would be great for a certification, probably a bit different from what you mentioned as such. But again, just to carry out from what he said, I think enforceability of contracts is extremely important. And that probably, being a non-OECD country, India doesn't stack up really up there from an international banking perspective. So the trust or whatever you may call it, it is no doubt improving in India, but you would still put international agency, bank would still put India not really up there if you compare it with the OECD countries. So, in terms of enforceability of contracts, not being able to revisit contracts, I think in some renewable contracts, there was an attempt to revisit the PPA by trying to bring down the tariffs, which was luckily turned down by the Supreme Court. These things are extremely important, especially in a nascent industry like green hydrogen. Thank you.
Adding to that, what we have observed is the trajectory of growth in the green hydrogen sector is expected to follow the growth that we had seen in the solar sector somewhere around a decade ago, when the prices of electricity per unit was around 10 to 12 rupees, and it went down to around 2 to 3 rupees in 2019-2020. So what we're expecting also the green hydrogen to follow a similar curve. But as far as that is concerned, that time it had a lot of support from the government of India. There were policies being launched by the government of India. Policy support was there. International financing was made available, both from the DFIs, the lenders, as well as the private equity funds. So maybe if Mr. Vishnu, you can throw some light about the aspects about policy support, if there is anything additional that is required to give the growth to the sector.
Yeah, I think that's again very valid and timely. If you look at it, the first thing is in terms of predictability and certainty in terms of the policy support. We went on the path of getting hydrogen purchase obligation in play, and then we moved back. So first thing is certainty and predictability about your decision. Second is, yes, there should be a hydrogen purchase obligation, which should be mandated at least in a gradual and transparent manner, in a phased manner. The third element that should be there is in terms of creating specific dispensations for each segment. One is in terms of just the domestic market, but India as a hub is looking at developing it as the key destination for global markets as well. So that includes significant number of changes and policy dispensations that may be required in terms of the transport corridor and also in terms of the port sector related challenges and exemptions that should be given, especially from a tax exemption perspective. The second is in terms of the overall, I wouldn't say budgetary support, but in terms of some kind of a blended finance model for creating that infrastructure. Because ultimately this infrastructure is not only specific for only off-takers, it has a long-term life. It is meant in terms of nation building. And one should be looking at these critical infrastructure from a different perspective and a model. That's the second degree of support that should be there in terms of transport, logistics, and related. The last but not the least is in terms of, more importantly, is in terms of creating a voluntary carbon pricing market, especially for green hydrogen, because that will be the cherry and the icing on the cake. And how does the government come in terms of creating it in a sustainable manner, not like the RECs, which have not really done well, or else in terms of PAT, but trying to bring in more of a PPP kind of a model with private and public, and bringing in some degree of liquidity into the market. That is what will be the key driver, maybe in terms of certain tax benefits, maybe in terms of accelerated depreciation benefits or related, or else just mandating some of the top 100 companies to go ahead and bring in some purchase of carbon credits.
Thank you for that. Taking this ahead and understanding from Mudit, the Tata Capital, he's head of research at Tata Capital, wanted to understand his perspective about the green hydrogen sector and how is it being looked at from Tata Capital point of view. Because we understand it's a similar mandate to invest in the climate and the environment space. So happy to hear your thoughts.
Thanks, Jay. So Tata Cleantech Capital is a joint venture between Tata Capital and International Finance Corporation. We have been formed with a mandate to provide debt capital into clean technology space. In clean technology, we have been financing solar, wind, hydro, energy efficiency, electric mobility, green building, and now green hydrogen. We have sanctioned a couple of cases of green hydrogen though. So yes, we are very bullish on it, and we are considering it as an active phase in which we want to go ahead and do more and more projects.
Yes, sir. In terms of private equity funds, so wanted to take your thoughts about how the private equity market is evolving and supporting the green hydrogen sector?
So look, even in the report that has been launched today, it's been mentioned that the total fund requirement would be close to $200 billion, which includes $130 billion of renewable. And as you mentioned, $100 billion would be the amount required in the green hydrogen. Let's take that number of $70 to $100 billion, somewhere in that range. If you look at the last 8 years passage, in clean technology space, India has attracted close to $75 to $80 billion, predominantly in renewables. But even after attracting this capital, there is no dearth of capital today. You have projects, there will be more capital chasing it. You require any amount of capital, that capital is available. Hence, $70 to $100 billion in a standalone basis will not be a challenge for India to attract. But if you look at the larger overall ecosystem, clean technology as a whole will require a little over $1 trillion to meet the 2030 target, which will include renewable energy, transmission and storage, energy efficiency, electric mobility, water, city gas distribution, and green hydrogen. Put together that 1 trillion, if we put this number into context, total loan book of scheduled commercial bank, and if we compare the two, the total requirement of $1 trillion would be little over 60% of total loan book of all scheduled commercial banks put together. That in essence would mean that we will have to attract capital from outside and develop our own domestic bond market to finance the same. But in a nutshell, if we have to say it out loud, any project or any sector which produces bankable projects, it will, at the end of the day, will be able to attract the requisite capital, and capital will not be an hindrance in the growth of that particular segment.
Yeah. Thank you for this. So just closing remarks from everybody, if 2 minutes of closing remarks on.
So I just wanted to add one particular point on the policy requirements on that particular front. By nature of the clean technology projects, all of these projects have fundamentally two characteristics which are similar. One, it has, all of these segments have high upfront cost, practically nil operating cost. And second, it's a falling price market. So whatever calls you want to take today will not seem attractive 5 years down the line. Hence, for any of these projects, you would require certainty for long-term revenue coming in, only then these projects would be viable. So all in all, in green hydrogen space, the one parameter where all the efforts should be focused on is on the revenue bit. And if any kind of subsidy, any kind of such instruments are being provided, in my personal wish list, it should go towards creating a CFD kind of mechanism for green hydrogen market to come up with. All other risk, you can still be able to find some mitigations for. Revenue, there is no real mitigation which can address all the kind of challenges.
Thank you. So being mindful of the time, just wanted to understand from the panel members, each of the specific on the closing remarks, if there are certain things that you want to highlight. Maybe starting from Mr. Mohan.
So I think, one thing is very clear, the demand for green hydrogen projects or for demand in India is quite large. It's very diverse across sectors, right from refining, we spoke a lot about ammonia, fertilizers, steel. So the demand part of it, I think, is not a concern at all from a financier's perspective. I think today, the viability part of it, that can be established from a cash flow perspective. I think finance will flow in. We needed to just draw a parallel probably to the renewable energy projects in India a few years back. Probably the same questions were being asked. And today, look where we are. Probably some of the best, lowest tariffs in the world and money chasing right across debt and equity. So it's just a matter of time in terms of, the structuring the projects well, taking care of all the risks that we have discussed today. Money will flow in. It's just a matter of time. Maybe in terms of stages, probably you'll have more multilaterals coming in first. Commercial banks may not be the first up block because they have a slightly shorter term perspective. Risk-taking ability is slightly less. So I think, the kind of financing probably would be starting more at a longer term, multilaterally, but there should not be any dearth of projects as long as they are properly structured and cash flows are predictable.
So from my perspective, I would say the most important key takeaway would be in terms of moving from the macro to the micro. fair degree of certainty and bankability of contracts. That's one. The second and most important is the devil is in the detail. And the third is let's not reinvent and rewrite contracts afresh. There's a lot of experience. There's wealth of contract models and structures. Let's pick up and refine the existing contract models to fill in the gaps rather than rewriting and rescripting the entire story.
I think we all agree here that there's great demand. There seems to be great interest as well in the sector. I would probably just add that beyond what's available in the domestic market, there's also a possibility of looking at raising capital overseas. And there is a great interest, as we can see in the EMEA markets particularly, and in the debt markets. So those options should also be explored by issuing probably instruments that could do well on exchanges such as LSE, but even other avenues where there could be an appetite for green projects and funding for green projects.
You want to add something with it?
On the very last bit, if you are looking at the export market, India will have to come up with mechanism to gel in well with that of the regulations of the host country, which it will be. And right now we are lacking in those regards. What are you going to do with it? That is something which needs to be addressed, which can protect the larger demand.
So before closing, just wanted to check if we can take some questions. Anybody, any questions or any clarifications which is required from any of the panel members? Happy to take those. Yeah, please.
I just want to know, so any contracts for difference in green ammonia contracts, are they being signed? Have they been signed?
We do not have it in India
Are they
today.
legally valid in India?
So right now we do not have any such example. If Tobias is still here, he was talking about that there are contracts which Germany is planning to do. So if India can emulate some things on similar lines, it can open up the market, which would provide the initial push for creating the ecosystem, and then the market will be able to take shape. That's what my personal opinion was.
Can you, your opinion?
Sorry.
No, have you signed any contracts for contract for difference?
Not
green
in this
ammonia,
market.
Green ammonia.
No, green ammonia, no. No.
I think we are good. Thank you so much for having us here. I'll hand over to Dilip, Mr. Dilip.
Contrary, the pleasure is ours, Jay, and all the other panelists. If I may please request Mr. Arnayan Flolo to please step up. We take the liberty of seeking that you give out the certificates to all our panel members, please. Starting with our session chair. Mr. Ranjit Pawar. Mr. Derek Dias. Mr. Vishnu Sudarshan. Yeah, and Mr. Mudit Jain. Thank you, panelists, and thank you, Mr. Arnayan, as well. Yeah, I think one photo. Okay, thank you everyone. We break for tea now for about 15 or 20 minutes and we reconvene here. We have two panels left, both very, very crucial ones, one on carbon trading and financing and one, an interesting one, which has an encapsulation of various state-led policies in the field of green hydrogen and green ammonia. So let's get back for these two panels and the valedictory session on the other side of this tea break. See you all in 20 minutes, please. एक फोटो निकालने का मेरा फोन बराबर है फोटो के लिए रंजीत please settle down for over the next couple of minutes so we can get started with this session. Okay, good evening everyone once again, and I'm going to seek that everyone please takes their seat, because as you can see, we already have our panelists all lined up and enthusiastic to join us. I'm going to invite them all on stage quickly, starting with our session chair, Mr. Kevin Kumar Kandasamy, MD of Proclime. A round of applause, please. Mr. Rajesh Mediratha, CEO of IGX. Okay, so we wait for him to join us, but in the meantime, Mr. Desikan Sundararajan, Managing Director and Country Manager of India for Equinor. Mr. Gautam Reddy, CEO and Head of New Energy at Greenco. We had some references made to Greenco in today's earlier sessions. And Mr. Bhuvan Shukla, Senior General Manager at EKI Energy Services Limited. He's also the Director of the World of Circular Economy. And yeah, on cue, we have Mr. Mediratha joining us as well. So a very, very eclectic lineup of speakers and representing companies, as you can see. And we were just discussing a while earlier that carbon financing, this is probably the point of initiation or the point of discussion for everyone who starts talking about clean energy and alternate energy. So it's good to have them address the subject threadbare, validate our knowledge on the subject, and also shatter the myths that we have about it. So while we wait for everyone to join us in the next minute or so, I'll leave the stage in the capable hands of Mr. Kevin Kumar Kandasamy to drive forward this session. Yeah. A quick announcement by our event chair, Manish, before we get into the session.
We have a lot of people actually enjoying tea. There's one technique which I learned in one of my school days, where suddenly the whole class starts clapping and people outside start feeling they're missing something and they start rushing to the hall. Ki kya miss kiya? So let us please give a round of applause, louder, and you will see, you just see behind, people are starting coming in now. Please open the door, please. More louder. See, you can see, you don't have to call them, no Gandhi, nothing. And people will certainly start coming in. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think over to you, Kevin.
Now I'll have to be louder than that. So good evening, everybody. My name is Kevin Kumar Kandasamy. I'm the CEO of Proclime, a climate-first company. I know we've had a lot of presentations and a lot of panels. We're going to make this a little fun. We're going to keep this very interactive, if that is okay with you all, and try and engage as much of your involvement so that we sort of learn by answering your questions too, because your challenges are the industry's challenges. The session in focus is about carbon financing, but then the larger context is climate change, right? We're looking at climate as an opportunity, because if you don't look at it as an opportunity, this is an era of climate action. And for climate action to be, successful, it needs projects at scale. It needs projects of scale, and for projects of scale to happen, climate needs to be profitable. And for climate to be profitable, it is important to look at various forms of economic involvement and look at every single challenge as a choreography possibility to see that we can get additional forms of revenue and additional forms of impact also. That brings me to carbon financing, because it's not just green hydrogen. Carbon is a component available in every other process out there. How can we look at the carbon opportunity in green hydrogen is what we're looking at. And the carbon financing possibility also gives an additional form of revenue to green hydrogen. So with me on the panel here, we have 4 wonderful gentlemen. Let me start with Mr. Rajesh Medriata, the Managing Director and CEO at IGX. And let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That's more clapping to get all the people in. I'm going to give every single opportunity of clapping to happen right now. Now, Mr. Rajesh heads, the Indian Gas Exchange, and he's been in this entire industry for about 20 years. I'm also going to take the, opportunity of reading up about you, because it's just, elaborate over here. So, you're working on energy transition, decarbonization, gas, and power markets. You've also got several papers on gas, power markets, renewable markets, commercial mechanisms, power system operation, and settlement systems. That's a lot. And you've been a gold medalist at MBA. Now I'll have to introduce the other people, right? So along with me, we also have Mr. Bhuvan Shukla from the Senior General Manager of EKI Energy Services. Now, of course, a lot of you know the EKI name, who are pioneers in the carbon space over here. And they've spearheaded that space. And Bhuvan works as the Senior General Manager there. He's got over 16 years of work experience in various industries, from manufacturing to technology and chemicals. Worked at Godrej & Boyce, 3M, Birla Carbon, and so forth and so on. Let's give him a big round of applause and welcome him to this panel. Along with me, we have Mr. Desikan Sundarajan, Managing Director and Country Manager for Equinor India. Now, we both have a common connect, that is, he's a Tamilian and I'm a Tamilian, so we're going to brush up on that little bit of a Tamil. So he lives in Bombay, been away from the country and back in India now. I know Equinor, being one of the largest players in energy in Norway and across the world, you all are also setting the pace for renewable energies across the world, and you're looking at offshore very closely. Would love to hear from you in terms of the carbon taxation, how we all are addressing all of that. Would love to hear from you. And last, Mr. Gautam Reddy, the Chief Operating Officer and Head for New Energy at Greenco. Now, Greenco has been doing some fabulous work, very courageous projects, and I must also say, you've moved from gray to green after 20 years of being in the gray markets, if I may say. So he said, hey, I've been an oil man for 20 years, and I said, show me the oil stains. So now he's all green, and he's with Greenco. So welcome you and Desikan. Let's give these two also a big round of applause and welcome to them to the stage. Thanks. Now, let me just set this tone right in terms of green hydrogen and carbon financing. Now, there are certain standards, and there is no commonly accepted standard across the world, but Green Hydrogen Organization, Geneva, has come up with a standard which looks at a certain level of carbon emissions to classify hydrogen as green hydrogen. And they look at the entire ecosystem from, supply chain all the way down to transportation, right? And there are a lot of carbon sink possibilities out here. Now, there has been no proven methodology at this point that says green hydrogen is eligible for carbon financing, because green hydrogen as an industry itself is very nascent, but by logic, there are opportunities that we can capture to say, hey, carbon financing can be made available to green hydrogen producers. Now, I represent a company, Proclime, which is into carbon audits, trades, and climate investment. We are a climate-first company. We look at every form of carbon revenue as climate revenue, and we work in that space. So for me, you are all an opportunity, right? For us to work together, collaborate and work together. So I'm going to ask you gentlemen a lot of questions, but before that, I'd love to hear some opening remarks on the context that I've just said from you, and then we can go into all the questions that I have in store for you. I'll let you all take the cordless. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Kavin, for setting the stage. And First of all, thanks to Shardul and Manish for giving this opportunity and running such a good conference. So, as you know my introduction, I am a market guy. I would like to see how we can create markets. And what we see, we have been the first in the country to set up a electricity market. We have started this IEX in 2008 and now it's 15 years. And that's now setting a benchmark price for the country. It creates a platform for providing a transparent discovery of pricing, and then also it facilitates a lot of trade which happens now every 15-minute time block for 1 hour notice basis. So that is the kind of liquidity and flexibility we have achieved through markets. Second, we started with the gas exchange. There also we have provided too much of flexibility. What was there earlier, and if you compare with the current market, you have a lot of flexibility. You can do trade of gas, otherwise which used to happen only in month basis. Now when we look at this hydrogen, my initial thoughts have been like how we can create market for hydrogen. As we have seen, everybody today been discussing about what we should do, should be doing on the financing side and on the policy side. And the third element in the logo is contracting. And this contracting is actually the initial phase when market is going to start. Before that, there are generally currently hydrogen is not being traded. But what people see that they need to, they are trying to do a long-term contract. There are few buyers, few suppliers, and it's just coming up. So when hydrogen ecosystem is coming up, then that time you are more on the contracting. But as you further move from this contracting, which is for long term, you start seeing there is some scope for creating additional volume of hydrogen or commodity. And that time you may not be able to contract, but you see there is a market, and then you should be able to sell in the market. But problem today is the price uncertainty. So one is that you don't know the price, and second thing is you see the price is very high. And this is major problem today. Viability, as everyone said, that viability is the key issue. And for the viability, and some people have also talked earlier than me on the concept that why not we create a certificate mechanism. And I've been talking about it since we start seeing the market, because when your prices are going to be high, you know that you cannot create demand, because demand can only be created, sustainable demand can only be created when you see the market, the price is something which is affordable. Now, how we can manage this condition? Because initially, because again, this is chicken and egg situation. If you don't have demand, then you can't create market, then supply cannot be accelerated, and then again, you are in a vicious circle. To break the vicious circle, one important thing which we can do, which we have done in case of renewables, when it was about 18 rupees and then 15 rupees, we created obligation in the market. Now, we have been discussing the mechanisms for creating carbon credit. This is also viable, but to me, to create a very specific to hydrogen, what we can do, how we can convert this carbon credit into a certificate which is relevant to the suppliers and the buyers of hydrogen. Because if we create a normal carbon credit, then it can be purchased by someone, and maybe it will not pay the price which is expected by the supplier at this moment, because we expect quite a big difference between $6 to $2 gray and green, and that kind of money will not come from the carbon credit if you create a carbon credit. So our idea was that why not we create a green hydrogen certificate. What we mean by green hydrogen is that you are producing green hydrogen. You can separate logically into two parts. One is hydrogen, second is green attribute. And those who would like to buy only hydrogen, they can also buy hydrogen by simply taking the delivery. But those who want to meet this other one is that if it is obligation is made on the consumers or buyers that they have to purchase certain percentage of their total hydrogen requirement from the green attribute. So either they can buy green hydrogen directly or they should be able to buy green hydrogen certificate. Now one important thing is that suppose there is a supplier located nearby and then he's going to supply all this green hydrogen to one entity. Probably this entity will not be interested in taking the burden of all this green. So what they can do is that, okay, they can pay for hydrogen and 5% of this, whatever obligation percentage is set, so maybe if it is set at to 1% initially, we can raise it to 5% over say next 5 to 10 years. And then he can buy out of total consumption, he is consuming the complete green hydrogen from the local supplier. But as far as obligation is concerned, he will meet 1% from this and balance 99%, these certificates can be sold in the market. So this is the way we can create a market and which can be across India. One big advantage of this particular mechanism is that there are regional diversities, because wherever you need hydrogen, probably you have to look at two things. One is electricity, second is water. So both may not be available, or maybe water may be main big constraint, but power may not be such a big constraint, because as we know that government has already, ministry has already issued a waiver on transmission charge. So actually you can bring electricity to that location and without paying any transmission charge. So you can generate electricity anywhere, but you can consume here. But constraints can be because of water availability. So for that reason, if there can be regional diversity on the supply side, so that can be handled through this certificate mechanism. Then another thing is that you need not consume this green certificate at the time when actually you produce it. So production and consumption can also be can be at different times. Simultaneity of both these two things is not will be required, because if suppose you have consumed, you have produced green hydrogen at particular time, certificates would have been issued, and then there will be some shelf life, and within that shelf life, this green hydrogen certificate can be traded. So this is the mechanism which we feel can be put in place, and that was my initial.
Thanks for that, sir. Thank you. Now, I'm going to leave all of you to make an opening remark within the next few minutes, if that's okay. Desi, can I? Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin, for the introduction, and thanks, organizers, for having me here. I think I want to pick up on a couple of things we learned in the inaugural this morning, right? We had Honorable Minister, Mr. Gadkari, say, do or die. And our friend here, Mr. Kulkarni, also say something in Marathi, which was, Kelya nahi hota hai, adhi kele chi pahiye, right? Which means everything's possible, you just need to start doing it. And for us, as a company, Equinor, we faced a do or die moment the first time in the year 1996. When we had the Schleipner oil field, fantastic oil field, but a lot of CO2 in the gas. And like every other company on the planet, the best solution was separate the gas, vent it out. But then that proposal was rejected by the government. And we were left with two options. One is to either re-inject the gas and learn something that the world had never done before, which is CO2 sequestration, or basically abandon the oil field, cap the well, and move on, right? Which is a huge loss. So that was, in a way, our first do or die movement that, in a way, set the stage for the CO2 sequestration technology that is being pioneered by Equinor for so many years now. The second do or die that we faced was actually in the field development of a field called Johan Sverdrup, when we were challenged again by the Norwegian Petroleum Directorate by saying that this field needs to produce oil with the lowest amount of CO2 intensity with electrification. And as the oil and gas industry fellows and stalwarts here know, that rarely anybody in the world ever even thinks about it, because you're producing gas. Why don't you just burn the gas and electrify your fields? But then we were faced with that challenge, and there was a lot of going back and forth And at first, our engineers basically said, no, it's not possible, it doesn't make sense, so on and so forth. But then we took it up as a challenge, and we actually delivered a solution and delivered a field that produces about 750,000 barrels a day at about 0.2 kilograms per CO2 of carbon intensity. The lowest in the world, by the way, for any oil field, right? So it's these kind of solutions and problems that when you're thrown at and you become creative, things happen. Some new things happen that set the trend in the industry. We're taking on the same with CO2, EOR, CO2, CCS, like open CCS value chain in the Northern Lights project, and also the offshore wind in terms of fixed and floating. But I'll let my fellow panelists open up and then come
Wonderful,
to it.
wonderful. Gautam?
Thank you, everyone, for having me here. I really think that the green hydrogen market globally, or the green hydrogen kickoff, has to be synonymous with a defined, regulated, and traded carbon. Yeah. I was just saying that the total green hydrogen ecosystem will have to be pretty symbiotic with having a proper definition, regulation, and a traded carbon market going alongside. It's not, if you look at the whole ecosystem today, most of the green hydrogen suitable, viable places are the developing nations actually, right? But the developing nations cannot afford to pay for it, right? And the developed countries are willing, more and more so as the time passes, to pay for it. That transfer is much easier done through the traded carbon and associated financing for that, rather than actually having to move a physical product. I mean, just to give you an example, we are developing large-scale green ammonia projects in India. And one of the most interesting conversations that I always run into is, India consumes 3 million tons of ammonia. Imports 3 million tons of ammonia. India imports 10 million tons of urea, which is another 5 million tons of ammonia, right? Why would then a green ammonia producer in India produce it here, ship it spending $50 to $100 to Europe or wherever, or to Far East, right? And then in that shipping again have a lot of carbon emissions occurring. If that carbon credit could then just be shifted across somewhere, and that country gets the credit, and overall you're actually decreasing emissions. So in the larger scheme of things, I think all the governments realize this. The COP26 laid a lot of emphasis on this. It's just about, in the spirit of what everyone is saying, going and getting it done. This thing has to move faster. Hopefully, this government-to-government closure under the Article 6.1 and then the international trading under Article 6.2, both of them get finalized in the next couple of years, so that this large-scale movement of carbon can happen without the physical product actually moving. So I think it's a very important thing for the green hydrogen ecosystem to kick off, other than all the other aspects that everyone has been talking about, obligations, and all that can work, but eventually economics has to work, right? So if economics has to work, such kind of support mechanisms, which will really require multilateral thinking to come together, these things have to happen. Thanks, I would leave you all with those thoughts.
That was spot on. Thanks. Bhuvan?
Yep. Hi, everyone. I think very relevant thoughts by all the panelists. And just to, add on to Mr. Reddy's last comment that, by the time this green hydrogen project or, any project is kind of materialized on ground, a lot of investments are already gone into it, right? And if somehow, the project proponent or the project owner can recover some part of that cost, it's nothing better like than that. So now the thing is, when it comes back to the guidelines, as of now, as you mentioned, Kavan, in the beginning, there's no certain guideline right now for giving carbon credits for a green hydrogen project. And that's why CDM, surprisingly, is working on this to prepare a guideline which can kind of make green hydrogen eligible for carbon credits, right? The second part is when we talk about specifically to India, as Mr. Reddy was mentioning 6.1, 6.2, that is a very critical part of the puzzle if you see. What happens in 6.2 is, anything which is produced or any credit which is generated in India with the help of the Indian government that can be sold to another country who wants to mitigate their emissions, right? What that basically brings to the table is, number one, it brings a very high value to the credits or to the emissions which you are avoiding in this country. At the same time, a large part of that portion or that money should come back to the project owner, the one who is basically developing green hydrogen or generating that credit. Coming back to the point in terms of methodologies and credits, a rough estimate says that 1 ton of green hydrogen will result in around 9 to 11 tons of CO2 reduction. So that's a huge number, right? And if you calculate it with the pricing of such a nascent technology, it can definitely fetch very good benefits. One, to the project owner, second, to the national or to the government authorities who are kind of supporting these kind of credits to be traded across the world under 6.2. So that is a very, very important piece, I would say.
Wonderful, wonderful. Now this sets the pace up for me very nicely. There is the whole conversation about carbon tax. Now, carbon tax is largely misunderstood, but carbon tax is also an arbitration piece at this point between geopolitical powers also. And large companies that are spread across the world will have to mitigate carbon tax with their, cross-country presence. Now, I think you'll be best to answer this, Desikan. I know you're spread across the world, right? How are you all addressing this whole carbon tax issue? And I know you're exploring offshore proactively. Just give us some insight into this entire opportunity, because renewable energy is an important component of green hydrogen itself. And if the cost gets passed on, then the cost of green hydrogen also goes up significantly. So how are you addressing this?
Thanks, and that's a great question, Kevin, because I mentioned the challenge we had in 1996, right? That was a real challenge, because if we emitted that CO2 instead of sequestering it, we would actually have to be paying tax on that emitted CO2 to the Norwegian state. So the role that carbon tax actually plays in challenging developers to develop their projects is quite an interesting one. So when we optimize our global portfolio, even in countries where there is no carbon tax, we actually apply a hypothetical carbon tax, which is about $50 to $70 a ton, depending on where ETS sits. And then we decide to say yes or no to projects. So if you've seen Equinor divest in some sectors or invest in some sectors, it's not a pure financial play, what's our NPV? It's also a carbon play, what's our carbon intensity? So when we submit executive memos to the executive committee, there's an NPV column, but there's also a carbon intensity column. And sometimes the carbon intensity columns, and especially off late, since we have announced a net zero ambition, that plays an even stronger role in making a decision on the project. So getting carbon tax into the boardrooms for decision making, I think has worked wonders in our company to be progressive. I challenge other companies to also do the same.
Somebody should say challenge accepted. But that's wonderful to see how you are tackling the whole carbon tax. But this also is a leadership decision. And considering Equinor is also it's a Norwegian company, and it's also a country intent as well. So there's a lot of that at play. But I'm going to come to Mr. Rajesh here. The carbon credit trading scheme, which has picked up a lot of pace. Now you're a market maker in terms of exchanges and so forth. How are you viewing this? And do you have any ears in the ground in Delhi, understand how this is moving for the green hydrogen space? Because that will affect a lot of this opportunity as well.
Yeah, so that's another vertical where we started working, because this carbon market is too wide. So it will touch every sector, transport, of course, this one, hydro, this energy side, building side. There are too many, so every activity has got a carbon element, so it will be much wider. So we are planning to have a carbon exchange, which will be for voluntary players. And of course, we are waiting for regulations to come. Government has announced its intention that they will be giving away the regulations on how these markets will operate in India. And broad framework, a draft on broad structure was issued, I think, 1 or 2 months back, and they have taken comments, and I think that looks fine. Only thing is the details of how this whole mechanism would be put in place, that we are waiting. But one, I think, important part in that is they want to transition the PAD scheme first into a carbon market. So One is that today we already have REC market, we have energy saving certificate market. Of course, when we are talking about green hydrogen, that also can be a separate market. So these three markets, and then there will be separate carbon market. So maybe slowly government will also make a whole of these certificates also fungible into a carbon element. So what I think that maybe now this is time for making PAT or e-certs fungible with the carbon. Maybe later we can also have REC. REC also will become fungible with the carbon. But I think since green hydrogen will be something very new and it requires a huge premium for making this sector viable, I think that market can remain distinct. But later as we go along, they can be also merged and make it more fungible with that.
Wonderful. Because the compliance of the green hydrogen and classifying what is green itself is fundamentally strong for a carbon, conversation. So I'm going to bring in Bhuvan. Bhuvan, I know there are multiple methodologies. You spoke about CDM, which being one of the more prominently known. I'm also aware that Green Hydrogen Organization was working on the IPHE methodology, which Proclime is also a part of. So it's another angle that we're coming at for the carbon markets for hydrogen. There are a lot of expectations from SDG goals, which are highly compliant to classify one, calling it green, and then also enabling it to be, traded on the carbon markets. How do you perceive all of this? Because being compliant is more costs, right? So you're going to ask them to spend more money and then give them carbon financing? Or just say, ignore it and keep moving?
Yeah. So, hello. So, yeah, Kevin, very good point, I would say. So, there are, when you talk about making something green and, then you go to the SDG goals, right? So, there are two different things, but, they work in tandem. That's how it goes. So, if you're saying that, if I'm making something which is green because I used say renewable energy from solar and then I used just water and then I took out hydrogen, which is, there's no CO2 emissions. That is one part to it. You can say the product is green. But when it comes to the SDG goals, a lot of factors are involved. For example, did that plant, right, affected the local communities, right? How did you or your company helped develop, that particular area, geography, education-wise, employment-wise, health-wise. So there are n number of factors involved when you talk about sustainable development goals. That has to be taken care of very precisely by the project owners. And if that is done, and I think going forward, once this methodology is approved by CDM, because it's an UNFCCC body, everybody like Gold Standard or where they will adapt this methodology for sure. Even Bureau of Energy Efficiency has also agreed to adopt CDM methodologies. Once those projects are registered in those programs like GS and Vera, then these points will definitely shoot the quality of the credits very, very high. And I totally agree to Mr. Mendita's point that green hydrogen credit should not be rated at par with normal carbon credits. I totally agree with that, because that is something which will differentiate the amount of investment which has gone into those projects, as well as what you are doing for the local communities where you are setting up these projects. So that two kind of factors will join together, and then they will raise or decide the quality of the credits, how better it goes into the market or into the voluntary or compliance world.
Got it. Got it. Thanks for that. I'll take it to one last question, and then we'll have one question from the floor. We have to wrap up at 6, but then we're going to extend it just by 2 minutes. Gautam, this is for you, and this is a very specific question on additionality. Okay. Now you have a closed-looped ecosystem, right? You're producing the energy. You also have round the clock, and then you're looking at green hydrogen. You're also looking at the electrolyzer. Now, in case of additionality for green hydrogen, it says new renewable energy needs to be made for it to be classified as green. Now, what is your take on this entire, situation here, because that has a carbon angle too?
No, that's thanks, Kevin, for that. We did a study, I think, which was corroborated by MNRE as well in their definition of green hydrogen. SMR, what Bhuvan was mentioning, steam methane reformation, for 1 kilo of hydrogen that you produce in refineries, you usually emit 10 to 11 kilos. Today, if you take grid power and produce green hydrogen, and we can call it green, you would be actually emitting 36 kilos. So you would rather not do it, rather stick to SMR and gas and stick to producing hydrogen from gas if you're just going to use grid power as it is today, right? It's a pointless exercise, and we have told this to every single power that be in the country, right? And it is proven by facts of Central Electricity Authority. So the whole point of doing this, that's why I think the general understanding has to be the whole world actually. You have to come out of an adjustment mechanism. This is not an adjustment mechanism. This is about actually reducing hardcore emissions quantitatively. Now for that to do, you cannot do away without additionality. That's why there's a very strong logic why Europe in their RED guidelines are very clearly mentioning additionality is a must, right? Fortunately for India, I don't think that's even a question because I don't think any solar power or wind power or hydro in VIA1 have assets that are just lying around not being used today. So because most of us are in the long-term PPA business, so those are all tied. So I would like to believe that in India, green hydrogen will come with additionality, with additional renewable assets. It'll be very, very rare to even have that argument. I haven't even heard that argument much. But as a policy statement, it's a must that additionality should be there if we are actually serious about reducing emissions and not just doing this very often used greenwashing term here, right? Because this is a science behind it. You can either discuss the science or you can discuss adjustments. And so we strongly believe that this is a must.
It is a must. Wonderful. Thanks for all of that. I believe, Rajesh,
Just I wanted to add to what he said. Actually, the whole day I was waiting for somebody to talk about the conditions for green hydrogen, 3 pillars, which has been being debated and I think mostly accepted by the experts. That for green hydrogen to be certified as green, you need to have additionality, like it should be new capacity. It should be, if it is not located in the same place, if it is coming through some open access mechanisms, then it has to be hourly matched. It should not be like somebody is producing a green part sometime and then production is happening on the other time. So that's also one second part. And third one is that it should be deliverable. Electricity should be deliverable. It is not that somebody is producing not connected to the grid and that also can be used. It's not possible. So these 3 pillars are actually, we need to keep that in mind because once, if you want to make it exportable, your hydrogen exportable, these conditions should definitely be coming in our certification mechanism. And that's the key. But fortunately, as Gautam said, we already have those regulations in place which makes it mandatory that if you are using grid, then there is a mechanism of 15-minute matching. So we can actually go for 15-minute matching. We can go for additionality. That is not the issue because already whatever we have is being used for the electricity consumption. And deliverable is anyway part because our whole grid is well connected. That issue doesn't come in. So that's good part of what we have today. But we have to bring that into our certification regulation so that anyone in Europe or anywhere else knows that we are having green hydrogen which is certified as per their requirement.
Wonderful. Shardul, I know with your permission just closing out, but if we can take one question if that's the case. Just being respectful here. Wonderful. There's a hand there. Just one question alone to that lady over there in red, please. If somebody can get a mic across to her. And gentlemen, I'll appreciate if we can answer her question quickly because it's already time up, I know.
Hi, I'm Meher Sidhwa. I'm from ECX. I just have a general question. Like 2 of the panelists, Mr. Mehdi Rata and I think Bhuvan were mentioning that we need to have a separate exchange or a separate set of, something totally different for green hydrogen. And my thought process is actually the opposite of that. So I just wanted their comments on that. And like the reason why I feel otherwise is because in the market right now, you also have forestry credits. You also have, household biogas credits, and all of them are priced differently. You don't have one carbon price for all types of projects. So if we start, separating these elements, then the buyers will find it more difficult to go to various marketplaces to buy it. How about having a category or a price differentiation for green hydrogen credits and just have them as part of carbon credits and just with a differential price.
Got it. Who wants to take that? Yeah.
Yeah, just because I had shared my views that I still feel that we need to create a separate market. It should not be merged with the normal carbon credit because the revenue stream coming from carbon credit will not be as good as the suppliers will expect. So better initially for 5 to 10 years we create a separate market, and then later we can merge with the normal credit carbon market so that we can make it fungible. So like today, RECs were initially created separately because that needed a different kind of premium. But now it can be merged because that premium has almost reduced to something like 500 to 1,000 rupees per megawatt hour. So when it has come to a level where it can match with any other RE-Tech carbon credit, then I think we can make it fungible. But before that, if sector needs that kind of premium to survive, then we need to create a separate market. That's my view. Of course, Bhuvan also said the same thing.
Yeah, so for example, as you rightly said, that there are different credits in the market already floating out, right? So an NBS project will have a different price compared to a RE project credit. Similar way, green hydrogen will definitely come at one point of time. Creating a separate market, that is something which, the government of India may take a call, based on how does this program goes. But yes, when it comes to the voluntary part, it has to remain like a credit, but yeah, a different quality credit, like an NBS compared to an RE or some other project.
Got it. Now, the ultimate aim for us is to get the pricing of green hydrogen down. This has been a wonderful discussion. Thank you to Desikan. Thank you to Mr. Rajesh, Gautam, Bhuvan. Let's give them a big round of applause. And thanks to Shardul, Manish, and Dilip. We are very proud to be your carbon partners, and we look forward to creating a pro-climate world. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Kevin, and the other panelists. So Kevin already thanked them, but we as organizers would be failing in our duty if we didn't do it in a more formal way. So for this purpose, if I may take the liberty of please inviting Mr. Ajay Popar to please join us on stage, if you may. I must make a special mention that Ion Exchange and Ajay came on board. I don't even think we had to complete our request to him, and before we completed our request, he had agreed to it. That's the faith he's shown in us. So thank you, Ajay. And if you could extend that by also thanking all our panelists. Mr. Kevin Kumar. Mr. Rajesh Medirata. Yeah, Dr. Desikan Sundararajan. Mr. Gautam Reddy. Mr. Bhuvan Shukla. One photo. So, thank you once again. Not easy to hold everyone's attention and energy together as we come to the end of a long day, but our panelists managed to do it, and I believe we will continue in the same vein in the next panel as well. So, this panel speaks about the state role in export-led green hydrogen, green ammonia, and green methanol projects. So, we have again a very eclectic panel here, comprising of very senior people who will be representing their particular constituents and states. So if I may invite on stage, please, Mr. Vishwas Pathak, representing the MSAB Holding Company. Mr. Neelam Janaya, from who's representing Telangana. We also have Mr. Uguripek, who would be giving a overseas perspective. He's the head of solar and new business development at Statcraft India. The session would be chaired by our very own, or rather moderated by our very own Mr. Shardul Kulkarni. And worth mentioning here that we also have Mr. Jyotilal from the government of Kerala was to join us. He could not be here in person, but he has sent us a very elaborate and a very erudite message which we will be sharing soon. So, Shardul, if you could take over. And in the meantime, if I could request my team to please flash on screen the QR code for downloading the white paper. So you already have a physical copy that's available. Please pick it up at the Disha Power booth if you haven't. But this is also available in soft copy for you, and you can feel free to propagate it to industry friends, because this has been painstakingly compiled by Mr. Kulkarni, and it is in the public domain for everyone's benefit. So please do make good use of this. And I think I'll leave the stage with that to right now. Okay, so I'll leave the stage to Mr. Shardul Kulkarni, but must bear in mind that some of our panelists have a bit of a time constraint. So maybe we can take the liberty of giving them the certificates in advance with everyone's permission. So if you could take the stage, I'll just get the certificates.
Thanks, Dilip. Dilip has been wonderful host for the day today. So big round of applause for the nice, I would say very polite English. I have not heard such polite English in such events like this. And I must say that he has a gift of gab when he presents very politely. And you would have observed in some of his emails also. So it's a knack. So I'm glad that my friend is blessed with such a nice qualities.
So, Shardul, before you start the session, maybe you can give out the certificates to all of them, beginning Mr. Uguripek. Mr. Janaya. Mr. Janaya actually changed his schedule. He had to go to Chandigarh, but he managed to come this morning all the way from there by changing his trip. Appreciate it, sir. And Mr. Pathak. Okay, over to you, Shardul.
Yeah, thank you. Take a photo. Yes, please. Dilip, yeah. So I know this is the penultimate session, and as a session chair, my job is basically keep the time, but as well as keep you guys very, very involved. So at the same time, one of our speaker needs to leave early for his prior commitments. But so I'm going to start this session. Just a precursor, green hydrogen has three raw materials. Water, electricity, and land. These all three raw materials are, as per Indian constitutions, is the state subject. And without the active involvement of the state, we don't foresee a success in the green hydrogen fraternity. And that's where the importance of this panel. This panel is basically, it has been sort of put to seek views on what states are doing. So if, may I ask, to start with, from the home state, Maharashtra state, to Mr. Vishwas Pathak. And my question to you is, 3/4 of the cost of green hydrogen is the electricity. And we would love to understand Government of Maharashtra's views on how electricity is made competitive for the green hydrogen.
Hello. Yeah, good evening, everybody. I can see that since the beginning of this session, you must be discussing about the cost. Because for this green hydrogen, 3/4 of the cost is the input cost, that is of renewable energy. And because it's a huge cost involved here, you may be worried that how are we going to achieve our targets. But friends, I can tell you, Government of India as well as Government of Maharashtra, both are very committed to grow for green energy. On 74th Independence Day, Prime Minister Mr. Modi made this commitment in 2021, I think, that we have to go for green energy, and policies also made by central government. Maharashtra wants to be forerunner in green energy policy, and our policy at Maharashtra is at very advanced stage, and I can assure you that this will be a reality very soon. When I look at renewable energy, majorly there are 4 sources of renewable energy. One is solar, other is wind, third is hydro, and fourth is this green energy. If you look at it in terms of wind energy or hydro, they are not available all across. Or if they are available all across, they are not available throughout the year. Like wind is not available all across for generation of power or throughout the year. So is the case of water. But I compelled to compare this green energy with solar energy. Because in 2008 and 9, we used to talk about solar energy. That time investment per megawatt used to be 18 crores. And PPAs were happening at 18 rupees per unit. So everybody thought it is going to be very difficult. How are we going to achieve? But friends, today, in terms of renewable energy, solar is at forefront. Almost 16% of the power generation of India is through renewable energy. Now, in today's scenario, solar power is available at something like 3 rupees per unit, as against 18 rupees 10 years back, 12 years back. And per unit, per megawatt cost, capital cost, is almost like 3.5 to 4 crores. Same thing is going to happen for this green energy also. Because government is committed, all agencies are geared up, there will be lots of shops made available, because green energy is going to be a game changer. It has got huge potential in terms of exports also. As far as Maharashtra is concerned, we are committed to give you this renewable energy at a very competitive rates. Discussions are going on whether electricity duty can be waived, whether wheeling charges can be waived, where land can be made available at lesser rate. So all these things will be considered so that green energy becomes a viable solution. So I think for green energy, there is a good scope, future, and you all stakeholders should be rest assured that Government of Maharashtra is committed to bring this policy as soon as possible. Our MEDA is a nodal agency which is working, and the policy is likely to come very shortly. Thank you.
I'm going to prick your brain on one more thing. So the second aspect is, since you mentioned, is that Maharashtra's state's green hydrogen policy is under making. When we can expect its draft for public consultation?
The internal draft is already ready.
Okay.
So anytime it will come for public consultation.
Okay.
And unless it is consulted with you, we cannot implement it also.
Yes,
Because without your support and guidance, we cannot implement it. So it will come for consultation.
Perfect, perfect. and some curtain raiser on that.
You asked about some cost.
Yeah, so one is the cost. In that cost element, we also see the right now, hydrogen is, I would say, blessed with the highest tax slab. 18% slab, 9% from the state and 9% from the center. So your views on that?
See, I'm coming to that. See, all government support will be provided in terms of taxation, in terms of land, in terms of power, in terms of grants also. See, like Maharashtra wants to be forerunner in this area, and therefore even government of Maharashtra will have to give some support. And to give that support, Maharashtra is working very aggressively to reduce the cost of power per unit in Maharashtra. Maharashtra is a peculiar state wherein around 30% consumption is agriculture consumption. Our cost of supply per unit is something like 8 rupees 50 paisa. And 30% power is supplied to agriculture is at the rate of something like 1 rupees 50 paisa. So balance is met through subsidy and cross subsidy. Now we are working on this 30% power which is consumed by agriculture to bring that cost from 8 rupees 50 paisa to 3 rupees 30 paisa. How? This Mukhyamantri Saur Krishi Vahini Yojana 2 is already launched, wherein power will be given to agriculturists during daytime. So 8 rupees 50 paisa power will be substituted by 3 rupees 30 paisa power. And when he will get power during daytime, recovery of that will also happen very effectively. So we will be saving on the account of subsidy and cross subsidy, and why not same funds to some extent can be utilized for this. I think when government is poised and committed to make this successful, this is going to be a success story, and especially when there is a double engine ki sarkar.
Yes.
What Mr. Modi ji wants, that is going to be supported by Mr. Eknath Shinde and Mr. Devendra Fadnavis. So in Maharashtra, there is change in government, and therefore you will find a very tremendous progress in this green hydrogen.
I'm glad that you brought that aspect, which is basically the state policy. We are expecting a good support. I'm very glad to know that, and that's where we are looking at those drafts. Last point to you, and then I would start on this one, is and this is related to the export of the green hydrogen. Any point around that?
See, Maharashtra is largely depending on how much this energy we can export. Because export has a tremendous potential. And therefore, Maharashtra will become hub wherein green energy will be generated. So, probably Maharashtra will be number one state to generate maximum green energy and export too. So it will generate employment, it will generate tax revenue for government, and it will also help our environment to be clean and the way Mr. Modi ji wants.
Last point. Government of India talks about 8 lakh crore, 8 trillion as a investment. Of this 8 trillion investment, how much Maharashtra is targeting to come in?
So I'm telling you, Maharashtra is going to be forerunner. So at least 1 lakh crore you can say will be in Maharashtra. Because lots of interests are being demonstrated by investors, by business houses like you. And I think Maharashtra will be number one here.
Maharashtra contributes 10% to the Indian GDP.
15%.
15, I'm so sorry. 15% to the Indian GDP. So shall we up our target to at least 2 lakh crore?
I think we will have no option but to do that. Today Maharashtra is contributing 50% to GDP. Modi ji wants our economy to be 5 trillion by 2027. Devendra ji and Eknath ji wants Maharashtra's economy to be 1 trillion, means 20%. So if we want to achieve 20% share in government of India's share of GDP, probably we will have to increase this, and what you are thinking, wishing, could be reality also.
Fantastic. Big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much for those clarifications. And then with that, we would start with the normal, I would say, introduction. Janaya ji, will start with you. What's Telangana state is doing, we are eager to hear about his, this one. And we can then go to the next speakers. Over to you, Janaya ji.
Yeah, very good evening to all, and I'm happy to be here on this day. And definitely Telangana is the youngest state and competing with the bigger states like Karnataka and Maharashtra in energy front. At the time of inception of the state, we are having only the 15,000 capacity of the grid connectivity, and per capita consumption is hardly 1,400 units. Now we have crossed already 2140 per capita consumption, and the grid capacity has enhanced to the 30,000 megawatts. So likewise, on the green energy corridor also, we are highly impressed by the Government of India's initiative to have exclusive green energy corridors across all over the states, and our government is also very keen on to develop the same thing across all over the Telangana in our state.
Fantastic. So, this one, on the green hydrogen state policy, what are the thoughts in terms of its formulation? It's underway. Can we expect that?
Yeah, draft policy is already under circulation with the various stakeholders within the government departments. After the government departments completed, we will have the stakeholders largely with the industrial partners, so that their opinion also can be taken into the consideration. Then later on, mostly within the 3 months, we will be coming out with a beautiful policy.
So we are in the month of May. So you are saying by, let's say by August, we will have that draft.
Hope so, definitely.
Okay, fantastic. So my next question is for Ugur. If you can sort of highlight your experience so far has been in the Norway on the how the states are playing role in their respective countries, and what you compare that in India and where you see an improvement areas from your international experience.
Yeah, I mean, in Norway, of course, like we have a national policy. So how can I say, it's not really too much up to the state. And again, Norway compared to India is relatively small. So most of the things are actually handled at national level. But what I can say, I mean, when you wanna, like, I'm just gonna throw some numbers so it becomes a bit clear. I mean, today the ammonia market, let's say, or methanol market, which are the most two, let's say, valuable commodities. So ammonia market is about 800 million ton per annum, metric ton per annum, and then I think methanol is about 110. Only actually 10% of is traded globally. So 90% is produced, consumed where you produce. So the 10% is roughly 18 million metric tons. And then if I compare to India's export target, I think I hear somewhere around like 4 to 5. So actually we are talking about quite sizable part. I mean, that ambition is quite large. So basically we want to capture 20-25% of that market. So then let me just compare who India is going to compete with, like Chile, Australia, who has some of the world's best solar and wind resources. So in a way, when we go from national level to international level, your competitors are quite important. So we should really know who they are. And then they claim to also, they want to produce hopefully under $1 per kilogram. But also they have better resources, just to start with. So what I think where India has an advantage is definitely the proximity to key international markets, like I mean Southeast Asia or also Europe. And second, India has a lot of established infrastructure which can be leveraged on. For example, when we look at the port areas, India has some of the world's largest liquid handling facilities. So this is really a good starting point. Whereas in these countries, you still have to develop some of the enabling infrastructure from scratch. And third, I think like the last point which I would like to bring, India has a really good national policy and I think a vision. I think what happens, again, bringing it to the state level, of course, that vision at national level or central level, when we go into the state level, at least my experience of also trying to develop in a number of states, it's very mixed. In certain states, I think there's a lot of interest trying to develop something, but nobody actually knows how to do it yet. For instance, I can give some of my examples, like if you want to put ammonia or methanol plant in certain areas, it's just not allowed. And again, it takes, some of the states don't know it yet. What I mean, I think that is developing, and again, if you want to bring to that level of export, it is a different game. So first of all, you need really sizable, probably, more than 200 tons of, 200,000 tons of like ammonia. It's investment, like we are talking, is about like 1 trillion is really like, it's quite a lot. So again, my point is, I think India has the right three things. Like we have the access to the right markets. I think we have some of the infrastructure, and we have the national policy. The next thing is really help states implement that policy, and that will, I think, happen probably within a few years.
Fantastic. That's a very wonderful observation from your side. And I have my next question for Janayaji. Janayaji, the observation on, I know your state is a landlocked state, okay, but still being a part of the ecosystem, okay, if we, let's say we have export-led policy, okay, what are the two things, if you are made in charge of export-led policy promotion, what are the two things you will you can think to make the life bit easy for the export-led projects?
Definitely it is an interesting question, because the entire economy revolves around the export-oriented activities of any particular state. We are having our own mechanism within the available resources of the infrastructure. Definitely we will be taking care of those things, and based on the infrastructure availability and also the various policy initiatives adopted by the state, and also the promotional activities taken up by the state, that can be addressed too, I think so.
Okay, fantastic. I think we have completed the first round of interaction. We have this one, Principal Secretary of Kerala was also to be here, but unfortunately they could not come because certain pumped hydro policy they are going to announce, again aiding the green hydrogen investments, and that to happen before 31st of May, and that's why he is not here. But he is kind enough to share his message through a video. I would request my friend to put it on the screen for our understanding. He had made fantastic points on the green hydrogen and
Minister, Honorable Minister and other dignitaries present. I would like to mention some of the roles the states can play in promoting export of green hydrogen and green ammonia. As all of you know, the government of India has already announced the green hydrogen policy, and India can become energy hub of the world. In fact, the European Union has got an annual demand of around 10 million metric ton by 2030. 10 million metric ton they will be producing within the European Union. That itself is a huge market. Similarly, Japan, Korea, all these countries have got a huge demand. I think that's a good opportunity for India to, with India with the lowest cost of power in the world, and maybe very good precipitation, then solar radiation throughout the year, wind throughout the year. I think we are ideal, and with maybe transshipment hubs coming in the tip of India in Kerala, Vidinyam port, which is going to become the narrow maybe for world India's transshipment hub. So these are ideal factors why India can become the global energy hub, and we can cater to both the demand of the East as well as the West. Now, coming back to the hydrogen economy, I think it all started in our state with electric mobility. I talk about electrified mobility, where hydrogen become energy storage medium. Just like we talk, Honorable Prime Minister has launched the world's largest network of electric powered boat and water metro. Now we are replacing the hydrogen, the LTO batteries with hydrogen fuel cell. Similarly, the diesel and diesel trucks and buses, we are now trying with the HICE engine. So I think the route to the hydrogen economy starts with maybe HICE as far as the mobility is concerned, because it is affordable. Maybe 10 to 15 lakhs, we can convert a BS4 engine into a HICE engine. I think that is affordable for everyone. Next challenge is to how to reduce the cost of hydrogen. There also we are working on it. In fact, we are large last World Hydrogen Summit, we could come across companies which are able to make PEM electrolyzer without membrane, making it $1 per kg possible. The next low-hanging fruit is ammonia. India itself has imports. The world's largest import of ammonia is into India, 21.7%. That's a huge market. I think the ammonia export is a low-hanging fruit where the technology is already perfected. Rotterdam, Hamburg port, all of them have got the import facilities ready. Now it is for us to make the ports ready for the export. That is one thing which the hydrogen hubs can do. Second is we need to have an end-to-end approach, ecosystem approach, right from RE till the end. The end product is delivered to the whichever the industry is going to use it. So that is where the state role comes. We are, in fact, along with the World Bank support, we are done a study of 20 reservoirs in Kerala. We have got almost 60 reservoirs. We have done the bathymetric study, geophysical, geotechnical investigation, etc., so that investor can decide where he can put the floating solar and make power at maybe less than 3 rupees. Making power at less than 3 rupees is important for it to be viable. Maybe we can have a similar system like H2 Global, but as far as the power cost is concerned, because solar we may be able to achieve, like in India, world's first solar airport we have built in Cochin. So we are able to generate maybe at 2.5 rupees. So it is possible to deliver power in the daytime. Next one is how do you balance it? Pumped hydro is another key element so that you can have power. Maybe nuclear is one. Pumped hydro, wind, solar, tidal, all these things we should explore. In fact, we signed up with the Worldwide Wind for floating windmills in the ocean. And nuclear is thorium, world's largest thorium deposits we are having in near NTPC Kayankulam. So I think those are all areas which we can explore. Along with the Terry Development Corporation, we are planning something around 8,000 megawatt of floating the pumped hydro and around 9,000 megawatt of mounted solar plus floating solar in 60 reservoirs. So solar is one area. Then comes the methanol is another route, just like ammonia, methanol, but only thing methanol initial investment is slightly high. In fact, some of the Indians have already patented technology to liquefy the hydrogen to make so that you can carry the transportation and storage cost will come down. Using the cold energy from LNG or air liquid, so you can liquefy the hydrogen and then transport it across the globe. And we need to build ships, which can hydrogen, liquid hydrogen carriers. I think at present only 3-4 companies are there, like McDermott, Kawasaki, LS2. So we invited them, Indian Cochin shipyard and other shipyards in India should tie up with these companies and start manufacturing liquid hydrogen carriers. Cryogenic tanks is another area which carbon fiber tank and cryogenic tanks is another area which we need to concentrate. So that a truck which will leave from Cochin, it can go up to 1,500 miles with one liquid hydrogen tank. So and waterways is another thing which we are exploring. Replacing the fuel cell with liquid hydrogen carrier tanks as well as the the fuel cell is another area which we are looking at. And the state governments can support it. In fact, we put a 2 billion we have announced in the last budget for supporting. So one is viability gap funding, second is in the hydrogen hub in a SPV model along with the private sector. We will take equity. Probably Cochin is the first international airport which is done on PPP in the country. That's a good model. Maybe government keeps maybe minimum 26% and remaining leave it to private sector to take care of it. So this is another model where state government can give financial support and be a part of it so that early clearances are given. Then developing the port facilities, another key area. In fact, we are in touch with Rotterdam and Hamburg port so that how best we can work together to make that entire value chain feasible. Then a very important aspect is now Europe is investing and the power, it has to be certified that it is green. So we need to have the certification mechanism right from the production. That means now Power Lodger is another company which has come forward to certify so that any person, even an individual household who makes a solar, that can be certified, and then the buyer of who is the industry can certify that they are using the green power or generating the green hydrogen. And time stamping is also there so that if the cycle is only 1 hour banking, or now at present we are allowing 30 days of banking, but that can be certified. Then open access is another area where state has got open access rules, regulations need to be brought about by individual states. And then transmission wheeling charge, we give 50% discount, and the cross subsidy 100% exemption. Banking we allow up to 30. Then aggregation of demand is another area which I think states can work on these hub, and bringing together the industry, research, and the academia, so that the skilling is also taken care of for the green hydrogen economy. These are the areas where states can play a big role. Last summit, one of the key things is one is this $1 per kg from H2 Pro, and by Bomax, another company which is without electrolyzer or directly using the sunlight to split the water, is another technology which is emerging. The technology is also evolving. I'm sure India with the great scientists will be able to become the green hydrogen hub and the export hub of the world. Thank you.
It was a wonderful narration from a visionary IAS officer about how his states want to achieve the green hydrogen economy in that state. Interestingly, that throws up my second round of questions to both of you, and that is related to the one discussion we had in the morning about the importance of RE-RTC power. I mean, if I have to run my electrolyzer 24/7, and that's the best situation right now, I need renewable energy power on a 24 basis. So, Mr. Janaiyaji, I have a question for you. Is that for RE-RTC to be successful, banking rules are going to be very crucial. So, any views on that?
Yeah, actually, that is also one of the important aspects for the RTC solutions. Our state is considering the PSPV solution for this alternate mechanism, because we are having the huge Godavari and Krishna river basins, where we can have pumped storage solutions for around 10,000 to 15,000 megawatts of PSPV projects, where we can have average cost of service will be around 3 rupees to 4 rupees for the RTC supply. That will be the best option to suit to our state as of now. And it depends on the state to state where opportunities are there and how can it be, RTC mechanism can be implemented.
Wonderful. Just a follow-on question on that. Is that there are different models of banking getting floated, and Ugar, I'm going to come to you on that different models. But to Janaiyaji, what do you think is, let's say, one model we saw, 15-minute banking, means that is the simplest, but the toughest.
Available.
Yeah, right now available. Then Europe is talking about 1 hour market, 1 hour settlement. That's where the banking is. Another one, I came across Tamil Nadu when I was talking to them. They were talking about settlement during the 24-hour day, peak-to-peak basis. And the third, last one, is on a monthly basis. So among these four, which we can expect to happen in state of Telangana?
We are expecting 24/7. That
fantastic, fantastic. That would be on a 24-hour basis for an entire month. You mean to say, or for only 24 hours?
For entire month.
For entire month. That's a good news then. I must say, Ugar, over to you. Out of these four options, which you think, I mean, you can mention from your experience, pros and cons, and from according to you, which is the recommended one?
Of course, coming from the developer side, I would say the last one, which is like if you had monthly banking, then in that case you can actually develop wind and solar and then use a bit of hydro or pump storage. and then maybe each 3.5 to 4 rupee, that gives you like 3.5 rupee, that gives you a hydrogen plus, I mean, cost around like 320 rupee. Again, what you do typically, then you run the electrolyzer almost full time, and then we install alkaline electrolyzers. So in that way, we are able to push the cost down quite a bit, and again, compete with the other exporter markets, like, as I said, Chile or Australia, because I mean, like I was explaining a bit, like, so today we have 30-something% from wind plant and then 20-something% from the solar, and when we combine these two, we get like 50% plus minus in India. So to reach 100, we need something else. Like, and again, in the absence of some states, like where there is no pump storage possibility, then we really need more support on the regulation. That I think there like the states can play a role. And again, it's also about like how fast do we want to develop, and then do we want to be a leader in the world in hydrogen? How quickly do we want to be a leader? If you want to wait for batteries like towards 2040, I'm sure everybody will be on the same page. But if you want to be a leader right now, then we need this, let's say, initial support. So once it's up and running, then I'm sure we will not need support in the second phase of the projects. But for initial projects, I mean, the more the better. Okay. But monthly, like, yeah.
Monthly. Perfect. I think that is the RE penetration. And in follow-on question to you. So let's say if on a monthly banking basis, you said you are able to up the RE, let's say RE-RTC, RE-RTC to the extent of, let's say, you can say 70%, yeah, okay, 70%, that means on a 24-hour basis, we are talking about renewable energy being available, let's say for 70% is how many, 18 hours, 17, 18 hours, okay. What do you think, in the current context, the optimum solution for remaining 6 hours?
I mean, again, in India, we are like blessed with other resources like hydro or pump storage, which are quite competitive. So that could be one way. Or typically what developers do, they oversize their wind plants, so that gives them an additional power. And again, they go and sell that additional power in other hours. So it's another way. And third, of course, you may choose not to produce. So that's another way. But again, you know, that's probably very different when we discuss with our colleagues in Europe. In India, still, the cost of capital is relatively higher than Europe. So if I buy an expensive machine like electrolyzer, it's actually better that I'm able to make use of it as much as possible today, as quickly as possible. Whereas in Europe, they have more time. You know, the cost of capital is not so high. They can wait 8 years, 10 years, so it's not a problem. For us in India, like, we try to increase the utilization as much as possible.
I think, yes, and that's one of the levers we talked in the today morning session, that increasing the utilization, then increasing the number of hours of effective or number of operations from, let's say, 8,000 hours to, can we go to 16,000 hours? Yeah, yeah.
I mean, again, I can give another example, like, because this was something shocking to me, because I did a battery startup and I never heard like batteries being charged more than once or twice a day. Whereas in India, this is actually going to be the reality. Because again, battery is an expensive machine, so to make use of that as much as possible, you charge it, I mean, more than once, twice, whatever you can do. Like, in India, we have to think a bit different than the rest of the world, and it's totally okay.
I think that's I would say, for a resource deficit country in India, we need to think about sweating the assets. And that's why you would see in the Indian houses, you would see the toothpaste getting used till the last point, and that has been the case in India, wherein the households won't throw toothpaste until the last portion of the toothpaste is consumed. So it is fact, and that's something which is we all understand the resource importance of resource and maximizing. Sweating the asset. I think that's a brilliant way. So, Janaya ji, I have a question for you. Coming from the angle of just for for a landlocked state, if we are talking about increasing the penetration of the renewable energy, how much you think, let's say currently we are seeing 70% RE penetration is possible, okay? Have you done any kind of analysis or studies of, let's say, potential available for floating solar, and that floating solar adding to this RE penetration further?
Yeah, we are having major reservoirs like Godavari Basin, I have already told to you, where we are having the FSPV potential of 2 gigawatts to 3 gigawatts. And also, many number of agriculture consumers are now coming forward to have their solar acid pump sets to convert it to the RE power, so that they can have both the things during the peak load hours. They can substantiate the power, and moreover 26 to 28 lakh pump sets are being worked in the state of Telangana, and large reservoirs are also being constructed after the inception of Telangana state, where we can have FSPV potential up to 10 gigawatts capacity as per the theory study. And we are also working out on the exhaustive policy of FSPV to have more interested in by the players from the industry.
Okay, okay. So that is something very interesting. So ultimately, Telangana is blessed with the good solar potential, and glad that you are trying to maximize the benefit, a natural benefit that Telangana has. So in terms of I'll just, again, same question which I curtain raiser to the state policy. So on the curtain raiser to the Telangana green hydrogen policy, what are the 2-3 things that you are trying to achieve in that? If you can give us some thoughts around that.
Because we are not having the dedicated ports facility, we are opting for the dry port of facility, first thing, and also the first offtake mechanism will be within the country we are preferring rather than going for the export oriented.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, because of the non-availability of the sea coast in our state, we are working out to be taking the production within the country only.
Okay.
And priority will be given to the captive oriented consumption pattern.
Right. So it's a cement plant want to use
cement
plant
and
also.
fertilizer RFC is there.
RFC, right, right. So they if they want to use
initially for those things. Actually.
Okay, okay, perfect. And another thing which I wanted to understand is the part on the GST. So any thoughts around that? State GST part?
Of course, it is a policy initiative. I cannot come out immediately.
But that's a bit this one is that sale of hydrogen attracts 18% tax right now, which is a reality. So we need to work on that for sure. Otherwise, or optimize that to a certain extent. But having said that, we have certain time for Q&A. We can take 3 questions from the audience, and anyone from the audience wish to ask the question, please introduce yourself and be clear in the question that you want to ask and to whom you want to ask. Anyone? Wow. We have addressed a lot of questions, looks like 100% of the questions which are there in the minds of the people. Okay. Very good. Okay. We have, I'm going to prick the brains of one of the officer from the MEDA, who is with us right now and working on the state green hydrogen policy. Mr. Riker, if you can sort of share your thoughts of your journey so far in terms of making green hydrogen state policy. Can someone give mic to Mr. Riker?
Hello, hello. Yeah, Thank you. Yeah, just as the Vishwas Pathak has elaborated just now how we are going ahead. Basically, Maharashtra being a leader in green hydrogen policy, we are planning to have at least 10% of capacity of the government of India's capacity plan of the production of green hydrogen.
Okay.
That is a minimum which we are planning. And as far as policy is concerned, we have already taken a stakeholders meeting sometime 2 months before, and we have obtained various opinions from them. Also, we have circulated one questionnaire to the stakeholders. There is also a good response for that, and based on these inputs, now we have already drafted green hydrogen policy for our state. The incentives, regarding incentives, the incentives which Government of India has spotted in their policy, mostly those all incentives are covered in this policy. But of course, there is a constraint as far as finance is concerned. We don't know how much of them will be in the final draft, but we are planning for that. Certainly, we are planning for that. As far as this export is concerned, we are already in contact with Maharashtra Maritime Board as well as JNPT, and we are facilitating for export hubs in that. Also, there are some locations in Maharashtra near Mumbai, in Palghar, Thane and Raigad districts, where we are planning to have green hydrogen hubs. Also, there is one location in Chandrapur and Gadchiroli where we are planning to have green hydrogen hub. Then we are also planning to have some capital incentives and interest subsidy. Of course, these are all, I don't know how much things will be given.
No,
in the
we
last
appreciate.
Yeah.
We appreciate this one, but
Yeah.
these are very
Yeah.
encouraging statements and very important for the investors. So please continue.
Yeah, and as Pathak sir said, that illicit duty is also one of the aspects which we are looking into. Then banking facilities, that is as per MERC present structure that we are going to incorporate, maybe for 30 days. So a lot of incentives really we have proposed, and certainly we want to go ahead as a leader in. Of course, there is presently quite good consumption in fertilizer sector as well as in refinery sector in Maharashtra. So we are already in contact with those people, how they can convert their present grey hydrogen conversion to green hydrogen. That is also being analyzed. So certainly that will be a good policy as we think, and it will be useful for the investors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that real curtain raiser. With that, I thank all my panelists for a wonderful discussion. And I would request Dilip to take next course of action for us.
So thank you, Shardul. Next course of action, of course, is to once again thank our panelists for being there. I also know that Janaya sir has to leave, so we have to take care of that also. So yeah. So once again, thank you, gentlemen. And Shardul, you of course have to stay back because for the valedictory session. So thank you once again. Thank you. Shardul, so while we request you to stay back, we invite our event chair, Mr. Manish Panchal. I hope Boratkar sir also, Shri Ravindra Boratkar, President MEDC. Mr. Arnayan Flolo, please, once again, if you could join us. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are winding down to the formal end of today's proceedings. And this was meant to be a session that was also to have seen Deputy Chief Minister join us, but his schedule compulsions means that he could not make it. Nevertheless, we will use this opportunity to achieve a few things. We have an address from Mr. Arnayan Flolo. We will have a summing up by the architects of today's event, our event chair, our knowledge chair, and our biggest supporter, Shri Boratkar ji from MEDC. But before that, what we'd like to do is set a little bit of context by doing two things. We were meant to have the presence of Padma Shri Professor G.D. Yadav in our midst, but he could not make it. He had to travel to the USA at short notice. So we have a very brief video of his, which gives his erudite take on the green hydrogen, in the green hydrogen space. So if I could request that Professor Yadav's video is played very briefly first.
Through this video, happy to talk to you through this video. This particular conference on green hydrogen conclave, which is a very important topic for entire world. Perhaps you are aware that in future we will not have any oil reserves, and by 2050 most of the oil would have been exhausted. Then what are you going to do for your material, fuel and all other polymer needs? Number two, the carbon dioxide concentrations in the atmosphere today are 422 ppm. When we started in 1750, it was just 260 ppm. So we have added enormous quantity of carbon dioxide. In fact, it is said that last year we emitted 40 gigatons of carbon dioxide. And so the so-called net zero goal of restricting the global temperature to less than 1.5 degrees C by the end of this century is perhaps going to be jeopardized if we don't have technological interventions. Hydrogen will play a very, very important role. In fact, I am saying repeatedly that the new scientific trinity is solar energy, wind energy and hydrogen energy. And I will put hydrogen on the top because hydrogen can be used for hydrogenation of biomass, waste plastic to convert into variety of chemicals, fuels, materials. So hydrogen is a very, very important, and it is going to be a savior of the world. Today what is being talked across the world, there are different types of hydrogens. One is the so-called grey hydrogen, another is the blue hydrogen, and the third is the green hydrogen. Sometimes people talk about turquoise hydrogen also. So what is the meaning of this? The grey hydrogen is where you produce hydrogen by steam reforming of natural gas or methane, where 1 ton of hydrogen produces 11 tons of carbon dioxide. So that is a very important greenhouse gas, as you know. In the case of coal-based steam reforming, it is 19 tons of carbon dioxide. And if you take water splitting, either by electrolysis or by thermochemical processes, where it gives hydrogen and oxygen, 1 ton of hydrogen will give 8 tons of oxygen, and so total water requirement is 9 tons.
Yeah, sorry, we had a bit of a transmission issue, but I know for a fact that it was the end of his narrative. But then again, anyone who knows Professor Yadav would not be surprised by the kind of knowledge he has and the kind of passion he has to deliver that he could be standing on the stage for the whole day and still have more to speak on the subject. So hopefully in one of our future editions, we'll enjoy his presence in the physical form. We also remind ourselves of a very inspirational poem that Sri Nadir Godrej narrated to us. He spoke, he narrated it to us in person. But I think to encapsulate what green hydrogen is all about, I think it's good to reinforce it. And perhaps we could, with everyone's permission, play the poem once again, the recital of his poem for just a couple of minutes, please.
It is no longer climate change within a tolerable range, a crisis
is what it's about, with fires, floods, as well as drought. We need to act very fast before the tipping point is passed. Our carbon footprint has to fall. All of us must take the call. Green hydrogen will be at hand. It's something we should understand. No more coking coal for steel. For ammonia, let's have a new deal. Green hydrogen is now the need. With it in place, we can succeed. Natural gas will be out of the door. Carbon emissions will fall for sure. Let us rapidly turn the page and enter the green hydrogen age.
Could not be put more beautifully and eloquently. Once having had that reminder for ourselves, I think we'd like to now invite Mr. Arne Flolo. He represents the Royal Norwegian Consulate as the Consulate General here in Mumbai. Their team has been one of the prime movers, biggest supporters and earliest believers in this effort of ours. So once again, we put on record our deepest gratitude towards him and his entire team for the manner in which they have stood by us from day one and been, co-partners in this development process. So, Mr. Arne Flolo, we really appreciate it. And if you could share some parting words with the audience, please.
Thank you very much. I don't think I have too much more to add to what has been said, and I think Mr. Goodrich also sums it up really very well, why this conversation and these discussions are very important. I think the day has been extremely interesting. I think we have covered a lot of ground when it comes to the whole hydrogen value chain, the whole hydrogen economy. Certainly there are riddles to be solved and issues to be addressed, challenges to be overcome, but I will leave an impression that the hydrogen economy is here and it will be here, and that hydrogen will play a significant role in the way forward. So it's been extremely encouraging to see all the interest and all the engagement and all the knowledge, not the least. I mean, for me, it's been a day of learning. There's a lot to learn. I'm very keen to understand personally the issue myself, because it is also at the end of the day about trying to see how we can work together. And I think the last comments really are about that. First of all, to appreciate the partnership that we have with the Green Hydrogen Conclave. We have been partners for long, and this is a partnership that we are very keen to continue. I speak on behalf of the whole team Norway. We have, as you have seen, we have put a lot of emphasis on this conference, on this partnership, and on this topic. And we will continue to do so as we move ahead. As Mr. Godrej is pointing to, these challenges or this crisis is enormous, and I do think it requires collaboration. It requires collaborations, at the national level between various national actors. We see how different types of actors have a role to play in this picture, and definitely also international collaboration is absolutely going to be vital in order to move forwards. So there's a lot of opportunity, and I would like to, as a final word, just to reiterate Norway's commitment to continue to support and to engage in a hydrogen economy and in the whole energy transition in India. You have met Norwegian companies who are here, who knows India, who have been here for very long, who are very keen also to continue to engage and to develop partnerships and relations with India. And there are many more also in Norway. We may be a very small country in terms of population, but definitely we have some very interesting and significant companies and solutions that we hope also can be relevant to India. We have technology, and India certainly has scale. That is, no one here in this room has no doubt that India has a tremendous scale and a tremendous potential, and that potential will also be one of the enablers for new technologies for bringing the costs down, and to make the balance sheets look good, also when it comes to the hydrogen economy. So on behalf of the whole of Team Norway, thank you so much, for all the inputs, for all, to all the panels, for all the discussions and all the various statements and inputs that have been here today. It's been a very, very exciting day. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Flolo. I believe it takes one leader to recognize another. Team Norway and Norway has shown its leadership in the field of green hydrogen, and we would like to believe that your endorsement of this event is the acknowledgement of our upcoming leadership in this space, in serving the green hydrogen industry as knowledge partners, as event providers, and simply as catalysts who can help grow this industry in India. Before I hand over the stage for the concluding remarks to the three architects, as I said, a special mention of all the partners who have made this event happen. I think through the day you've been seeing the logos on the various branding and also hovering in rotation above my head on the screen. So I deeply thank all of you because it's your support and it's a show of faith, because this is essentially our first effort. Going ahead, we will build on this and make ourselves better, but then at that time, we will never forget the faith, the leap of faith that you have taken with us, and we hope that this loyalty can also be reciprocated in due manner by us. With that little narrative, I hand over back to Mr. Panchal, Mr. Boratkar, and they will decide. I'm coming to the end of my energy. They will decide the sequence of actions further and conclude the session. So starting with, yeah.
Wow, what has been a day so far, and I can see the hope has grown into a belief in the eyes of the participants out here, and I'm very much thankful as one of other saints have said, Sant Jnaneshwar has said that the speaker has no value without the patient listeners. And I thank each one of you for being a patient listener to this conclave. With this, I hand over to Boratkarji for his concluding remarks.
Well, first of all, I think I must congratulate Shardul, then Mr. Panchal, Manish, Deepak, and the entire team for such a wonderful performance today. And of course, all our partners, including the Norwegian Consul General, his team, and all of you who are here. I think it has made a really good, I would say, beginning. What a wonderful day we had. And what overall participation, right from the minister spoke well, he was here in time. And then you have heard all the speakers. I did not repeat what has happened throughout the day. But for me, as a MEDC, I say, well, this is the beginning. It's good to see that there are good enthusiasm, a lot of expectation, a lot of hopes. And everybody, I think, is on the same platform that yes, green hydrogen has a wonderful future. India is poised to make good inroads in that. But I think after saying so, what needs to be done now, I think from here, the real journey begins. I think from here onward, the perseverance by each stakeholder, follow up with the concerned departments, though few state governments were also here, the Telangana, particularly in Maharashtra, they also offered their wholehearted support. They also promised that they can give certain, what are the incentives needed for this sector to, come up as early as possible. to take some proper shape. But here I think what is required will be the same team effort, Manish and Shardul, with MEDC, always with you, we need to take it further. We had to keep the constant, maybe either reminders or dialogue, interaction. Not possible every time to assemble here like this. This may be once in a year or once in 2 years, but let us have some forum online. Let this dialogue to continue. I think then only we can fulfill what we have all today talked about and what we are all dreaming for. And of course, yes, with this, I'm very hopeful that all of us do feel that yes, green hydrogen, I think revolution is beginning here in India and in Maharashtra. Thank you.
Good evening. I know you all are hungry. Good evening. I know there's no cocktails. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Okay, so coming back to our thought process, the way things were conceptualized for this whole event, it's not, just maybe I claimed in morning I'm Sutradhar, but Sutradhar doesn't happen so easily unless the whole synchronization of activities of the team who's played complete effort, put on ground effort. So kind of commitment you've seen, the kind of energies you've seen with Shardul, with MEDC team, most important Encircle and Dilip's team, amazing work. So many days, nights when we review occasionally what's happening, and then there's, push in terms of getting more, reach out more. My only request is, if you all really liked it, please entertain us with our future calls and don't disconnect, because when our telecallers or people reach out, it's really tough when we hear that, sir, we did 50 calls, 80 calls, and only 10 people picked up the call. So hopefully you save some of the numbers from Dilip's team. So going forward, it's more about it's not about our personal interest. As I mentioned in morning, our vision is to create a kind of a knowledge platform. Green hydrogen, of course, is top of the mind and has been part of this whole ecosystem because we believe as a team that it is going to have the biggest impact on the sustainability value chain. While the platform would also start creating opportunities for the entire ecosystem in the value chain, be it carbon, be it waste to energy, be it various other solutions. And we would be creating it as a knowledge platform. Alongside, there has been a vision, and we attempted in our previous time, of course, so we would be also working on developing some kind of a formal association or a group or leadership council or whatever it is, to long-term institutionalize this as a movement. That's the whole idea. Coming out of India is what the vision is. And at least to begin with, we should be positioned in next 3 to 5 years as go-to guys. At least hydrogen wala should be known to everyone who's in this industry operating on hydrogen or want to work on hydrogen. At least one opinion, one view, or one click to our future websites and information sharing piece is being looked at would be highly appreciated. Also, I believe you all got a chance to download the soft copy of our white paper. How many of you didn't get the soft copy of white paper today? Okay. Did you get the QR code on the screen? No? I think some of you might have missed because that was flashed a couple of times. I have flashed it, the QR code on the screen. You can take it, download it. You can take the photograph of this also, and please share it As I mentioned earlier, we said this will be only for those who are paid delegates. That was just a gimmick. But it's our commitment to share knowledge. So let this report be shared to as many of your friends who you think may be interested in this domain, this topic. And it's a full report, no cut, it's not 3-pager report and you buy something. No, full whatever 30-40 page report it is complete, available for free. There was a discussion where we thought we should keep it some cost to that. And I said, digital करके जिनको यूज़ करना है खाली इतना कि अगर आप फ्यूचर में रेफरेंस देना बस और कुछ नहीं एंड क्रेडिट दे देना हमारे हाइड्रोजन वाला को. With that, looking forward to meet you again soon. I think from today's discussion, I could sense two elements which is right now running in my mind as a sequel of this program based on today's outcome is risk. We heard hydrogen was seen as a bomb. We heard Surbhi talking about business risk in terms of investing from World Bank. We are not sure how it will pass out. Financial risk. So business risk, financial risk, actually as a molecule risk and mitigation. Just a thought. How many of you would be interested to attend that? If we do a kind of a formal one-day event like this on risk and mitigation on hydrogen. Just show of hands, it's okay. There's no compulsion. Okay, so there's a decent traction and interest. Maybe, we'll conceptualize that and we'll start thinking around that. But of course, there are many more things also to be deliberated. We also have plans if we can come up with industry specific, because that's also multiple such requests have come from, say, steel industry guys who were there, only 2-3 of them, automotive guys, very few of them were there. So by industry, maybe a one-day event, but dedicated sessions for industry also is another thought. How do you find this as an interesting, use cases in industry would be presented and then taking it forward. So those ideas are running my mind. Hopefully we'll come back to you soon on these ideas, and with support of all our existing partners. I would like to thank Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE, for being a supporting central ministry, MORTH, Mr. Gadkari's ministry, thanks to them for lending their logo and support. State government, state support, state of Maharashtra lended their support. For all these support, thanks to MEDC who played the pivotal role in bringing these people on dais. Thanks to Mr. Boratkar and MEDC team. Sheetal, she was around, I can't see her around. She also put in a lot of efforts and team. Then thanks to ACC, Asia Corporate Governance and Sustainability Group, CMAI, Green Hydrogen Organization, who have been the traditional and been committed partners, where Eric is the chairman. IGEF, Anil and team, they've been committed and great support. Norwegian team, of course, the team Norway, Innovation Norway, all of them, fantastic support, Trade Council, promotion, and then all our sponsors without whose financial support, because any event you do, you need some kind of money. It's not about making money. We are all very well-to-do guys, and we have our own good businesses. This is not our core business. So it's more about sharing and caring. So thank you, Hygenco, Kavin, Proclaim, thank you very much. Electrolyzer, Eastern Electrolyzer, Shivam, thank you very much. Mr. Godrej and Godrej team, thank you. LSEG, London Stock Exchange, thank you. RCF as green ammonia partner. JSA have been committed and they are very keen to support on long term. Thank you very much. Vibrant has been our patron again. Iron Exchange, thank you Ajay Bhai for your support. Inox, first time, but thank you for your support. And of course, Dilip and team, great show. Thank you very much. we are open for dinner and open for any conversation and networking. Feel free to enjoy your rest of the time. Thank you. You can take the photographs of the QR code. Feel free to take the photograph and share it.
Can I get a thumbs up from all of you? Oh, sure. Yes. On the count of three, okay? Okay. Acha, it's a video. Huh? Yes. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Second time for us. Yes. Use the same thumb. I should have used the other thumb.